Welcome to day 2 of Podapallooza 2022. I am Justin Mason, lead fantasy writer at Friends of Fantasy Benefits. We have another fantastic day of panels for you today, and hopefully you guys will be enjoying everything we have on tap. We're going to start with a fantasy ethics panel, which is one of my favorite things. And yes, we already have our first commenter, Yancey Eaton, who is our most frequent commenter. What we're doing today is we're raising money for Big League Impact. Every dollar you donate goes to Big League Impact. And for every dollar you donate, you get a raffle ticket to win some really, really cool prizes. We'll be giving away more prizes every hour and then a bunch of prizes at the end of the day around 6 p.m. Eastern. So please donate. You can donate via PayPal at justinmasonfantasy@gmail.com or at Venmo at Justin Salinger. It's down below on the ticker. But let's bring in our fantastic panel. First, we have Chris Olsen. Chris, how you doing, my friend?
Doing great, Justin. Thanks for having me.
It's always a pleasure to talk to you. Remind everybody where you can reach on social media and then kind of talk about what you do.
All right. So I am at KO_reporter on the Twitter. And I, for the last, 15 years, been writing for Baseball HQ, cover the AL East, and do various other columns for Baseball HQ. And for the last several years, I've also contributed to the Baseball Forecaster that comes out every year in the fall.
Baseball Forecaster time is the best time of year. So we appreciate all the hard work you do for that. Joining us as well is Steve Gardner. Welcome to the show, Steve. How you doing?
Doing great, Justin. Thanks for having me.
Absolutely. It's always a pleasure to talk to you, my friend. Remind everybody where you reached and what you do.
Sure. I'm the senior fantasy editor at USA Today Sports. You can reach me on Twitter at Steve A. Gardner, and you can find my work at usatoday.com and also in the pages, for those of you who like that print edition right in front of you, the pages of USA Today Sports Weekly.
I know everybody's moving towards like everything being a digital copy, but I don't know, maybe I'm getting old, but there's something to me about having a paper copy of everything that
absolutely
speaks to me. I don't like everything being online. Joining us as well is Ryan Owen. How you doing, Ryan?
Yeah, very well. Thank you. Nice to see you, Justin.
You have a lot to live up to because yesterday we had Jamie's Deed on on Podapallooza, and he absolutely killed it. So if you're going to compete with your English brethren,
it's well known. Brits only compete with Brits. There's no cross-border competition.
No, not at all.
Yeah. So me versus Jamie is a very exciting sort of thread for today's pod. Definitely.
Remind everybody where you can reach and what you do.
I am at Roto Tricks on Twitter. So I'm sort of talking baseball mainly, although you do get the odd spattering of football, soccer in there as well. I contribute to the Roto Brits fantasy baseball podcast with a very famous Twitter personality, Miami Marlins UK. And you'll find me as well actually contributing to the UK Phillies podcast and just generally trying to increase interest in the sport and fantasy baseball as well in the UK.
Absolutely. Definitely go check those guys out. Joining us as well is my friend Dan Stratford. How you doing, Dan?
I'm good. Justin, yourself?
I'm doing fantastic. Just another day of talking baseball.
Never a bad thing.
No. I mean, when you can avoid all sorts of responsibilities and family time by sitting around and talking to a bunch of people about baseball, you got to do it, right?
Right. 100%.
Remind everybody where you can reach on social media and then plug what you do.
Sure. At Dan Stratford. I know, real creative. But right now, podcast in the preseason called The Dish, which was a strategy podcast coming into the fantasy season, and currently podcasting DFS over at moonshotsdfs.com.
There you go. All right. So today is this hour is a fantasy ethics panel. And so what I'm going to do is I'm just going to ask you some questions that I've gathered, some recently, some over the years, and kind of get what your takes are. I think often we just jump into leagues and go, I just want to play fantasy baseball with my friends or with people I don't even know. And we don't think about the problems that might arise. And so you guys are a really, really great panel to kind of bounce things off of. Let's start off with the first one. And the question is, this came up a few years back in an NFBC draft. It was the year Luis Severino went down with Tommy John in March. Someone drafted him around that made it obvious that he hadn't heard about the TJ. So in that case, the pick will obviously stand. But you let the guy know during the draft that Severino is out for the year and thus his team has a pitching issue and it still needs to be addressed. I was in this draft, actually. Eric Cross got the flu, put himself on auto draft, and while he was asleep in TGFBI, he got auto drafted Luis Severino and woke up to that news. So, Steve, what's your take on this? Do you have like a moral obligation, or should you be like kind of give the guy a nudge and be like, hey, Severino just went down, you just kind of wasted your pick?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, it's competition. It's for, a prize. So there is something on the line. But to make it a fair competition and one that everybody is enjoying or can enjoy, I think it's a simple courtesy to be able to do that. And it's not like, Luis Severino is Jacob deGrom or anything like that, too. We've seen time and time again, you could lose your first round pick and still come back and win not only the league, but sometimes the overall competition. So in that regard, at the start of the season, before any games have been played, I think that's just a common courtesy to extend to somebody that had that happen to them. It's bad luck. It's not anything that they did strategically wrong.
Chris, where do you stand on this?
I have a slightly different take on it. I mean, you said that the pick will obviously stand, but I sort of wonder whether that necessarily has to be true. I sort of think that you have two choices. I think you either immediately address it and sort of stop the draft right there and tell the guy and let him have a do-over on the pick. I've actually seen that happen for more spurious reasons during some of my OCs on NFBC. We're trying to draft quickly and someone, puts their hand up and stops the draft and they get a do-over and so forth. So I would like to see it addressed then. The problem with sort of letting the person know kind of downstream of when the pick is made is that, if you're waiting, 10, 20 picks later or whatever to let the guy know about the Severino injury, now you're sort of mucking with, how the draft is going to unfold. There might be somebody who is sitting on, a starting pitcher that they were hoping would slide to their pick. And now because of the timing of when you let this other guy know about the Severino issue, now maybe someone gets bent out of shape because now, they're waiting on Spencer Strider, and now the Severino owner picks, Spencer Strider, and now they lose out. So I think the timing of letting them know if the draft was allowed to progress could that could create some issues. So I sort of think it's either an immediate thing or later. And it might be, a different standard depending on how high the stakes the league are, how savvy the owners are, how long ago the injury happened. All those kinds of things would probably play into what I would think the right thing to do is.
Dan, where do you stand on this?
I probably, from the human side of it, I say tell them, right? Like you send them a message, especially if you know someone. TGFBI being slightly different than drafting in, the NFBC cash games, right? So it's a little different angle there. If you're in a NFBC or a cash league where the person, give them a heads up. I think it's common courtesy, like Steve said. It's sort of just being a decent human being. When it comes to whether or not you have to do it, absolutely not, right? You play by the rules. Someone's on auto draft. Unfortunately, Eric was sick, and that stinks for him. But those are sort of the rules of the game. You mentioned at the beginning, sometimes we just want to hop in and go. It's just so important to read the rules. Read what actions you can take if something like that happens. And I do agree with Chris. If you're going to address it, I think it's right there, right? As the pick happens, it's, whoa, let's stop it here. And let's, inform Eric or get Eric back here because this is detrimental to everybody else with the ramifications of the rest of the draft. But I think if you want to give them a heads up, go for it. If you want to hunker down and have one less team that you think is competitive, I think that's reasonable as well.
Ryan, what about you?
Yeah, I don't think there's like a moral obligation to tell them. That's probably a little strong. They're probably not going to get 14 messages immediately telling them that the guys are, and of course Eric's in this case Eric's pretty savvy. Most people are. He's going to know. They've gone downstream. A few extra picks have been made already. You can't at that point reverse 10, 15 picks.
Right.
It sucks. But Eric will know as soon as he looks at his team because he'll click on Luis Severino and the little information box will say Luis Severino's done for the year. And Eric will deal with it because, he's an adult and it sucks, but life goes on and he'll just make a change. And this year, he may have picked up Tyler Anderson or he may, it's not the end of the world. Like he can adjust. So yeah, tell him. I'm fine with you telling him, but no, moral obligation's a little strong.
It is, Justin. It's a fascinating thing now with technology and information, right? To Ryan's point, you're almost automatically given that update within 15 minutes, whereas 10 years ago, you're scouring the pages of USA Today, or you're on, trying to search a beat reporter to find out information. So it is quickly moving towards where this information is so readily available. Some of these questions may slowly disappear.
Yeah, I mean, and they are starting to disappear in a way that they never kind of, or in a way that they wouldn't have previously, right? Because of Twitter, like you can just type someone's name into the Twitter search engine and get everything that's been said about him, up to the minute over the course of the last 10 years. So yeah, I don't think this is going to be as big of an issue before, but it does happen, right? Like in 2019, and my main event in New York, I drafted a catcher, and I can't even remember who it was. And it was late, but the guy had broken his wrist, 30 minutes before. And I just, I didn't type it into Twitter and do the search. And someone came up to me after the draft. He goes, "Hey, this guy, he broke his wrist. He got hit by a pitch." And I was like, "Oh, okay, well, that sucked." But, I probably wouldn't have wanted to know in the draft anyways. It's my second catcher. It wasn't like a big piece of my puzzle, and it probably would have thrown me off for the rest of the draft. Not that my finish in that league would have been affected at all had I been thrown off. So, but let's move on to the next one. How do you deal with owners that will just not engage when it comes to trading? I'm talking about the ones that ignore trade offers if they don't like them or reject them without any feedback. Not so much a thanks for the offer. That doesn't work for me. The ones that don't answer private messages or emails inquiring about trades, and the ones that seem unable to say, "Hey," when making an offer for your best player. I'm not looking for an in-depth trade discussions, but surely it's not difficult to say a few words. Am I expecting too much here? Ryan, why don't you lead us off in this one?
I don't know what the best way to deal with these people is. It's quite honestly the truth. Try and get to a point where you're in leagues where you're confident that the vast majority of owners are active enough and sort of nice enough to be courteous and competitive. You want to be in competitive leagues, right? And generally in competitive leagues, someone will receive a trade offer, at least to some degree be intrigued that someone's opened a negotiation and then have a discussion. And that might be, like you say, a polite, no thanks, I don't see a fit here. How do you deal with the guy that sort of ignores it or girl? Probably just, if they're just straight up rejecting them and you try again and it happens again, for me, they're just struck off the list of potential trade partners. And if there's more than 2 or 3 of those people in that league, I'm probably looking to leave the league at the end of the season.
What about you, Dan? Are you kind of you write those kind of people off?
I've been those people before, completely candid, where I may not engage. And to be completely honest, it's typically with specific people who send through the most egregious trade offers. And so I just ignore them. I don't engage. I don't try to negotiate because it never goes anywhere. Right. So to this point, but I think Ryan nailed it. Right. You find the league that is most competitive. And if there's one person who doesn't reply, you can sort of deal with that. If you're dealing with half the league that isn't engaged, that isn't replying to, then you're in a bad league, right? A league that's not going to be where you want to be. Or you enter more leagues that don't have trades, right? That if that's a concern of yours, find the league rules that say you don't have it. But I don't think you're fixing anyone, right? I don't think you're going to get through to them and say, "Hey, damn it, reply to my emails and my trade offers and do it now." So I think it is really just trying to find the right leagues, right people to play with, people who are engaged and who want to talk trades and talk trades on a level playing field, right? Not someone who's trying to fleece everybody in the league every time out, but people who want to be competitive and have a good deal between different competitors.
Chris, what about you?
Yeah, I mean, I think these guys hit on one key concept, which is that this question gets at sort of a broader issue with fantasy leagues, which is that, you really want to surround yourself with other people looking to have the same type of experience that you're looking to have. And, I've had fun in leagues where everyone's a total shark and, looking to take advantage of one another in trade talks. And, as long as everybody is sort of confident enough in their own abilities and smart enough and experienced enough to be in that type of league, that's one thing. And then, there's other leagues I've been in that are more low key or whatever. But it's specific to this question, people non-responsive to trade offers. I mean, I have less of a problem with that type of person as long as they're doing that with everyone. The real annoying thing is when you're after a guy, maybe he's got the stolen base leader and you need stolen bases and you're after him for weeks and he doesn't respond to anything you say. You're sending what you think are reasonable trade offers, and then one day you wake up and there's an email notification saying that this guy just traded Trey Turner or Starling Marte to your competitor. And you're like, what the heck, that's the bigger problem, is when it's selective silence. And I get Dan's point. Sometimes some people are annoying enough that they earn the selective silence. But otherwise, if it's just sort of a thing where you can't fathom why they didn't reply to you, and yet someone else was able to waltz in and make a deal, I think that's sort of the bigger problem.
I have to comment on that because this is something I've been dealing with in Tout Wars right now, because I've been trying to trade offense for pitching for like the entire season. And I won't name names, but there are multiple guys in this league.
What's the fun in that?
Yeah, that have not responded to trade offers. And then later on, including one today, made a trade with someone else. I'm like, I've had a trade offer out there for you for like 3 months. Like, please just look. But I also understand that people are busy. And someone once told me that the things that piss us off the most about other people are often things we see in ourselves. And I can tend to be like terse or, overwhelmed by my day-to-day responsibilities and forget to get back to people. And so like, I probably should not take it personally. At the same time, it feels very personal when you see, someone you've been waiting to hear back from on a trade, make a trade with someone else and you get no communication.
Right.
Steve, why don't you finish us out on this one?
I think you need to name names there, Justin. And
I was going to say that. I was going to say the exact same thing. I was like, I don't know why you're being so polite to those people, but
yeah, I think all the points are certainly things that I've run into. I will just say one thing in general, in terms of overall engagement. Not only not responding to trade offers, but if there's that same person is not setting a lineup, has some dead spots in the starting lineup, not making free agent pickups, that sort of thing. Sometimes it is incumbent on the commissioner maybe to step in and prod a little bit and say, hey, be an active participant in this league. But otherwise, yeah, some people just don't like to trade as much as other people do. And if they're not responding, it may not be just to you. It may be to everybody in the league.
I will say that the best trader I have ever been in a league with, and I'm sure some of you have played with Mr. Ian Kahn, his strategy in getting to people to engage, and he pulls off more trades than you will ever see in a league, is to get them on the phone. If you're friends with this person, if you know this person personally, getting their phone number and getting them on the phone is a really, really good way to kind of solidify a deal. I end up having to put on a poker face when I'm talking to Ian because it's
don't get me on the phone. Like that's where I'll give me an email. Let me think about it. Let me ruminate. Like too much pressure being on the phone, especially with Ian. Like, come on, he's George Washington. That's not fair.
Yeah, it's not fair at all. But I love Ian. He is, and like I said, the best trader I've ever encountered. Is it okay to make moves after you've been eliminated from contention there, Dan?
Absolutely. But this is a bit, Chris, I saw you this is a big question for people. Like we saw it from somebody recently in NFBC, right? That posted
Bob Crematola
he
got yelled at apparently in an NFBC league for making fab pickups even though he's in
July.
Yeah.
In July he got yelled at for it. So here's the thing. If you are being competitive all year round or all season long, continue to be competitive no matter what, right? Meaning whether you're in 10th or 2nd, you play your game. If you are dropping in July and deciding, oh, I'm going to spend all my fab in one go just to screw with the league, then no, like that's not a good way to play the game. And to this point, that's not somebody who should be in that league next year, or you should avoid playing with them. But if you've been playing the game and you're, injuries, bad luck, whatever it might be, you keep playing until the season's over. You play as if, there's time still on the clock. And I think anyone who complains otherwise wants an easier path to victory and is just crying because it's now more difficult because there's someone still who is probably good at the game, but just hasn't had the luck and the turn of events this season, still hitting fab. That should be a full stop, non-discussion for anybody.
Ryan, should people who are at the bottom part of the standings just give up and let us champions battle it out?
Well, this is great news for me because Dan has just confirmed that he's making no more pickups in TGFBI this year. So he's well out of contention. He hasn't made a pickup since the start of May. So I'm really happy with that.
Bring the receipts. Bring the receipts.
No, I'm joking, Dan. Make as many pickups.
I mean, you're not though. So
I actually think it's almost incumbent upon you to be active, whether you're out of contention or not. And I would go as far as to say you are part of a competitive league, and your position in each one of those Roto categories is actually determining who goes on to win. It's like should Premier League football clubs stop trying once they're at the end of the season? No, of course not. They're part of the title race. They're part of who gets the Champions League spots and relegation. So no, it's actually odd to stop trying. I think that's the point. And as well, who decides when you're out of contention? I mean, why are you out of contention? Because there's still 3 months of the season to play. Like, you could decide that at any sort of point just because you feel like you are, when your attitude should always be, no, I'm gonna try and win this thing.
Steve, what about you? Do you think people should stop trying?
Oh, absolutely not. But I think one thing we do have to watch out for, though, is that if people are it's not necessarily the stopping pickups, but a lot of times you might have people dropping players who are very, very good players that others can pick up. I've seen that in football leagues with playoffs coming, down the road. Some of these guys could get healthy, that sort of thing. I think we have to watch also the other end of that, to where people aren't putting other good players back into the player pool that others can pick up that could affect the course of the race. So be on the lookout for that. But you need to run through the tape. A lot of leagues, Tout Wars being one of them, has incentives for finishing higher up and doing as well as you can for the next season. And I think those, if you're having problems with people giving up, then maybe some of those incentives or disincentives might help to curtail that a little bit.
Chris, finish us out on this one.
Yeah, I mean, I think these guys have already covered most of the main points, and Steve's last point there about creating incentives in the rules for people to kind of continue to compete is a good one. And I think those might come up in the context of some of the future questions. But I mean, for those people who were upset at Bob Crematola or on this issue, I would refer them to the great and wise Geddy Lee, who once sang, if you choose not to decide, you still have made a choice. The impact on the standings on the competition is going to be these teams that are out of it, quote unquote, are going to affect the outcome of the league, whether they sit on the sidelines or whether they're active. And so the question then becomes, which would you prefer? And you can sort of imagine an only league where, after the trade deadline, there's only one or two plum guys that cross leagues and are available as free agents. What's better for the overall competition, that one of those also rans, pick up the player so that the competitors are all still, status quo ante and competing based on the teams they had before? Or do you want that one big free agent to go to one of the contenders and completely skew, the way the rest of the season plays out? I mean, I think, most people would say, unless, they happen to be the beneficiary of other people being inactive, that it's better for the overall health of the league if everyone stays active and there aren't weird things that happen in the second half of the year that, people start feeling a little bent out of shape over, someone getting an unfair advantage.
Yeah. I was in the head-to-head Tout Wars League, and I know the industry focuses on Roto more often, but I think this is an even bigger issue in head-to-head 100%. Leagues. And I was in head-to-head Tout for a couple of years, and 2 of those years, someone lost the championship because another person stopped paying attention. They ended up giving easy wins to people at the end of the season that ended up pushing one team over another. Before there was a playoff system in that league. So I think it's just really important that people continue to play. And so to shame someone for continuing to play, it's their money, it's their buy-in. Let them play out their team the way they want. I would say the only caveat to that is, and this is just personal for me, if I'm not in contention in a league, I am not going to make a trade with someone who is in contention. Right. I'm not going to change this, and we've seen this in some industry leagues as well, the scope of a league or a champion in league being decided by a team not in the league making a trade with another team. And personally, for me, I would not do that.
Unless it's like a dynasty, I assume.
Dynasty keeper, obviously, because you're setting yourself up for a championship in a future season.
Here's a question I'd like to throw out to the group along those same lines. Goes back to NL Labor maybe 4 or 5 years ago. Eric Carabell and I were at the top of the league, and we were pretty much, we could not be caught. And the two of us were kind of neck and neck from maybe the middle of August on, maybe the beginning of August. What we both were sitting there, and essentially everybody else in the league is non-competitive. And in labor, it's you win. There's no benefit for finishing second, third, anything like that. The question then is, do we try and make trades with those teams that are out of it to boost our team and improve whatever weak spots we have? Or do we just build with free agent pickups every week and say whoever has the best team then goes ahead and wins? That was a sticky situation. And, if one person obviously breaks and makes a trade, then it ramps up the pressure on the other to do that. And so what we ended up basically doing was nobody made a trade, and we kind of went along with what we had. We played the hand we were dealt, and it ended up the way that it ended up. I won't brag or anything. But,
that whole spiel sounded like a setup to be able to brag, Steve. I got to be honest. But
that's a similar type situation where you don't have. I don't see. There's no bad actors in that. And when you're in that situation, it's really hard to figure out what the right course of action is. So
and
I'll throw it out to you guys.
I don't think commissioners should overrule a trade or veto a trade, or league should veto a trade as long as there's obviously no collusion, right? At the same time, I wouldn't want to be a part of that deal, because the last thing I want to do is walk into Tout Wars and have to look
Eric
Carabell in the eyes and be like, sorry, buddy, I'd like Steve's offer just a little bit more.
Mhm.
Like I don't want to be the deciding reason.
Well, that's the fascinating part of that, Justin, is Steve Ryan mentioned about Dynasty or Keeper Leagues, right? Like that's a horse of a different color,
Absolutely,
right? Where
yeah.
you're building towards next year. In this instance, we're saying be competitive through the end of the year. And player C in this instance, Eric and Steve are A and B, is trying to be competitive, right? Get parts back together to continue to try to move up the standings. I'm a big proponent of trying to bake into the rules everything you can, right? Like just have everything written out in a way that you can point back to. But Steve, to your point, this is such a specific instance of I'd like to think in something like labor, you're being a professional, Eric being a professional. There's a little bit of side chatter of what are we doing? How are we going to handle this the rest of the way? Do we want to trade? Do we not want to trade? To be competitive. It's a tough call. Like it's a tough one to say, no, you cannot trade with someone in 5th place. And again, it's what's a fair trade, right? What do we deem the pieces and how, to Justin's point, I'm not a big fan of vetoes. I'm not a big fan of a commissioner coming in and saying no, because that's, again, one person's opinion skewing the way the league goes. That's a fascinating one. I think that's not one that you'll encounter often, but one that definitely has some nice ways to discuss. And Chris, I know you're about to jump in, what you're thinking about this one.
No, I mean, first of all, I'm not surprised the way it worked out because Steve and Eric, obviously honorable gentlemen, and and play the game the right way. So I'm not surprised that they sort of reached this détente. But that is so tricky to that is almost a circumstance that's very hard to achieve in other leagues, especially when there's maybe some jelly beans at stake or whatever. There's all kinds of incentives there to be the first mover, get the leg up, and to hell with anyone's hurt feelings or whatever. We just want to win. So that's tricky. And you hit on the other big point, which is, even though there quote unquote isn't any value to finishing 3rd in Tout Wars, for someone, I mean, maybe someone just wants to put that in their Twitter bio. I don't know. I mean, there's value somewhere to someone to finishing that, or maybe they have a rival and, but they have a side bet with somebody, who's in 4th place. So maybe, I can, beat you the rest of the year, whatever the heck's going on. It is very tough to tell the people lower in the standings, well, just sort of sit back and watch Steve and Eric duke it out. I mean, I think that's a hard one to figure out in an expert league. I think, you could this could have gone in any different direction, right? And I think it would have worked out okay, because I think the team C, as you say, probably could have provided a sufficient justification that everyone would be like, okay, I can see that, and Steve or Eric, whoever didn't get the benefit of the trade, they might be a little annoyed, but they could eventually kind of get past it. But you're right, this is the type of thing that if it was happening in a home league, this could touch off World War III and create a big mess one way or the other.
I see you've seen my home leagues, so
yeah. Oh, see my own home leagues, but anyway.
All right, let's move on to the next one. Speaking of keeper and dynasty leagues, in a keeper league, can an owner who is out of the playoffs send a player to a contending team with an agreement of getting that player back in the offseason? The team would charges some sort of form of value for the rental.
No. The answer is no.
No. Everything has to be self-contained, right? I mean, each trade has to make sense, sort of as its own individual entity. And the way to sort of drive that home to people is, okay, someone sends the team a healthy Mike Trout, and with the expectation that they're going to get Mike Trout back in the offseason. That second trade is not going to look fair to the rest of the league, because any number of teams would rightfully say, hey, I would have offered more for Mike Trout in that second trade if you didn't have this, unspoken or maybe it's even a spoken bargain, but it's usually unspoken bargain to trade him back to the original team. That is a recipe for disaster. Every trade has to make sense within its own moment in time, its own individual universe. And if that's not true, then that's not a good deal.
Anybody want to add anything? I know it seems like everybody's kind of in agreement. I think this is textbook collusion.
Yes.
Yeah. So, all right. Let's see. Fair or foul to post about a player before the draft or fab bidding over under $10, for new closer X. Maybe this is obviously foul. As a commissioner, how do I handle these kind of trolls? Ryan, go ahead and lead us off on this one.
Was someone putting that into the sort of draft chat or whatever?
Or into the league chat right before fab.
Opening a discussion about a player. So I suppose you could do it verbally if you're doing an in-person sort of auction as well. You can start there's a rule. The very best league that I'm in, by the way, has been around for a very long time. It's an in-person NL only auction that we do over in the States. And long before I arrived in the league, the guys have done it for so long that every potential issue and pitfall of trade deadlines and stipulation trades and anything that you can think of has been thought of and put into the Constitution. And if a new issue arises within a season, such as COVID presented problems for the dynasty element, that gets addressed in the off season, and we have a winter meetings. It's pretty serious business, but it means that everyone knows the rules of the game before it starts. So really, once that season starts, it's fine. To your question, they have a rule that you can't talk about a player during the in-person auction. Until that player has been nominated, you can't just go around talking about Josh Hader or whatever. And largely that's around not to sort of troll about what the potential price will be, but there are players so deep in the NL only auction pool of players that some people may have forgotten that they even existed. So by mentioning a person's name, minor league player, whoever it may be, you're actually giving someone a tip as to who they might have, or you're mentioning a sort of Cincinnati Red that's low down on the depth chart. It's just not good news. Generally, I'd say no, especially if it's in your league rules. It's a big no. Right. It depends on the dynamics between people. I mean, some people don't mind it. I guess if your league is a group of mates and you do a little bit of chirping, and those leagues exist, and if everyone's okay with it, I don't really see a problem.
Chris, where do you stand on this?
Yeah, I mean, I think that last point is the right one. I mean, it goes back to that issue of being in leagues with like-minded people. I mean, this question made me think of a good friend of mine who, is a big-time smartass and whatever. And the league that we're in together, we just know that he's going to roster a couple closers early, and then every time another closer is nominated at the auction, he's going to be like, Raisel Iglesias, last good closer on the board, to try to drive up the bidding from other people. And we just, we've gotten used to it. People ignore him to various levels and whatever. And that's just, what's evolved is sort of the nature of that league. If you're playing with, people you don't know, or people that will be annoyed by you tipping off a certain player. I mean, part of this question is, how obvious is this pickup? If you're in a team with in a league with pretty savvy people, and it's pretty obvious, who's going to step in for, a closer who's going to get traded. And everyone knows that the hot pickup is Yuri De Los Santos this week or whatever, and and if everybody already knows that, and that's obvious, and you're not really giving away any sort of, prior, information that people don't already know, it can be okay if the league is sort of all on board with that type of, stuff. But for the most part, I think it's and usually it's not even something that the commissioner has to deal with. I find, if the people of the league all kind of, or a majority of them, tend to be annoyed, all it takes is for one person to step over a line like this. They sort of get, the feedback loud and clear that wasn't cool. And that tends to kind of get everybody else in line from doing that stuff in the future.
Steve, what do you think?
Yeah, it's great to have a league that kind of self-polices those small violations or whatever of protocol. But the guy that in Chris's league sounds like the anti-Lenny Melnick. So we are very familiar with that in Tout Wars and Labor of
My
closer
My
feelings.
first year in NL tout with Lenny, I was all like, "When's Lenny going to buy a closer?" And Derek Carty likely no, he's not. I was like, "Oh, okay, all right, there you go." Dan, go ahead and finish us out on this one.
I think these guys have nailed it mostly. I'm the guy in draft who's making those stupid comments, but I'm aiming to just be a jerk, not to influence anyone drafting in any way. So I'm talking about bidding, $75 on Joey Votto or something. It's just being a jerk to be a jerk and have some fun. But I think if someone's intentionally trying to influence or change draft strategy or fab bidding to get people to spend too much, to their point, hopefully everyone polices it and pushes it out and make sure it doesn't actually influence anything that's happening.
I think it is really league dependent.
Yep.
Like, how tuned in is your league, right? Because like when someone says something like when I'm sitting around the NFBC main event table, like, "Oh, you shouldn't mention this player." It's like, come on, like people have spent $1,700. I'm pretty sure they know the player pool.
Oh, right. Yeah.
Right.
My private space over here where I got somebody nobody else knows about.
Yeah, but like if you're sitting around with like your home league buddies and half of them, don't even know like all 30 teams in Major League Baseball, like I totally get like being like upset, like, oh, because that may actually change a competitive advantage. But I think it is kind of just league by league dependent. This next question is a little bit long. I'll try to kind of sum it up. So someone was in their championship league. It was a head-to-head categories league. He was doing well in the hitting categories and had originally picked up a bunch of relievers to try to just protect the ratios and maybe get some saves. His opponent realized he was doing this and did the same thing. So he sent a text message to his buddy who did this saying, "Oh, good counter strategy." And then he dropped all those guys and picked up starters in hopes that he would trick him. Dan, is this fair or foul?
It's all fair in fantasy baseball. Unless you're intentionally misleading someone, which doesn't sound like via text he was. He was just saying, "Hey, great job countering what I was doing." It's sound strategy. There's some people in fantasy football who will bench everyone before your lineup starts if you're playing head to head, and then go for it right at 1:00. I think this is fine, and I think it's smart, and I think it's another way to find advantage, right? It's another way to find ways to move pieces in and off your bench. Again, unless you're intentionally misleading someone, right? Saying like, "I'm not making any more moves," and then making moves, that's a little shady, but I love it. I think it's smart and a great way to find a different way to win.
Steve, what do you think?
I'm fascinated by some of the game theory aspects of how we apply that to fantasy baseball and fantasy sports in general. So yeah, whenever something new happens like that, seeing how, what people you want to see what you expect them to do and then what they actually do. Mind games like that, I think are wonderful for our sports. So whenever there's a situation like that, it's an interesting case study. So yeah, bring it on.
Chris?
So I think this part calls to mind, Ryan talked about the league that tries to put everything in the rules that they can. And, I suspect that, this just goes to show that there are some things that you will not be able to anticipate happening before they happen. And I'm almost betting that after this happened, it was addressed in some way with an off-season rules change. So I agree with the others that this was fine for this year, but I'm like, I'd almost be willing to bet that this league had like a transaction limit the following year or some type of counter to this strategy or whatever. But in the time that it happened, the guy played by the rules as they were written at that point. and good on him for doing it. The text was a little shady, but like, in the leagues that I like, that would be something that you would laugh about over beers later, not something that would create a lot of dissension and so forth.
Ryan, go ahead and finish us out on it.
Yeah, I'm fine with it. If it's within the rules, it's within the rules. It's no problem. I don't really like head-to-head leagues, to be honest. So you can play head-to-head however you want to play it. I won't be there.
Dan, would you like to issue a rebuttal on the head-to-head leagues?
Well, I mean, I like head-to-head points all play. Like that's my favorite type of league. When it comes to fantasy baseball, I think it just encapsulates more of the game than just 5x5, and so I do enjoy it. Head-to-head roto, I despise. So I'm with Ryan on that one. That's just a weird category mix-up for me in my brain. It's like cognitive dissonance of that's not how this is supposed to work. So,
what about the idea, though, as we're talking about something similar, about leagues that have you pick up a guy and then you drop him, he goes on waivers for a day.
That's a good point.
What about some of those people that will pick up every single possible starter who's starting the next day and then drop them so that nobody else can pick up and have a starter? I think those are a more sticky situation that does need some sort of commissioner involvement or rule or something along those lines, because that's very easy to do in a lot of leagues.
This is why you should move to Fab as opposed to just random pickups, because it prevents that, because you can't blow your entire budget picking everybody up.
That's got to be addressed either by a rule change in the off season or by booting the guy out for being annoying, whichever you prefer, really. That's a lot of effort to go to. I almost commend it in the season in which it wasn't addressed by a rule change. So fair play. Maybe I'm
not gonna lie, I have done this. Yeah. I in a fantasy football league, I have picked up and dropped every kicker in order for an opponent who had a kicker on a bye week to not be able to play a kicker. So I am guilty of this, but it is an awful rule. Please change your rules.
I respect it, Justin. Well, I actually respect you more for having heard that anecdote.
All right, let's see. Should there be an age limit for fantasy leagues? I've a long-time keeper league where someone's 16-year-old kid joined the league. I'm worried people will attempt to take advantage of his inexperience. Chris, why don't you lead us off here?
Well, I laughed at this question because, for one thing, my dad let me pick football games against the spread when I was about 12 in his office pool, and I actually made some pretty good bank. So, I bristled just at the concept of a 16-year-old not being able to hang and beat the old men, because I'm whatever. But so, a couple thoughts on this one. I mean, I don't think there should be an age limit. Because I don't think that it's impossible that a 16-year-old can wrap their heads around the strategy to be a successful keeper league owner. So I don't like the age part of this question. That being said, there is an issue where, keeper leagues are a different sort of animal, and, there's sort of, I'm in a league right now where it's an open question whether a, much older than 16-year-old person, fully grasps the way you're supposed to go about kind of building a franchise in a dynasty league or a keeper league. And so, I think you always have to be on the lookout for that for anyone at any age who can't sort of grasp the rules. But otherwise, I'd sort of be open. And the other thing is that this question sort of concerns me about is that, of course, the 16-year-old, when they first join the league, is probably going to make a mistake or two that you're going to look at and you're going to go, I wouldn't have made that trade, or, he shouldn't have dropped that player, or what have you. But, we were all that kid once, and, maybe we weren't quite that young when we started.
I still am.
And right. And that's the way you learn, you learn through those experiences. So like, I'm worried that this poor 16-year-old kid is going to be set up to become a villain when he's just going through sort of the natural, growth of someone who comes in and learns how to play by doing. which is what we all had to do at some point. And, we need to keep our hobby refreshed with young talent and so forth. So I would definitely be open to having a 16-year-old owner in a league if he showed all signs of being engaged and informed and, liked baseball at 16. I mean, that's like a precious commodity these days. So let's foster that instead of scaring those kids away. So
what do you
Justin,
think?
you scared me there. When you're talking about age limits, I was thinking, oh, geez, are they going to kick me out of Tout Wars for being too old? That was the first thing I thought.
The gray
of.
beard.
So,
Absolutely not.
Geez, so yeah, age is just a thing. Just a thing.
Yeah. Ryan, what do you think?
Yeah, this is more like it's like a philosophical parenting question almost. Like, am I the parent who wraps my child in like a blanket and never lets them leave the house because they might get, worried by like the evils of capitalism, or am I going to let them go out the front door and sort of figure it all out? Like, it's pertinent because my wife's due in about a week, so I'm probably going to let them go out the front door, not before they reach a reasonable age.
Yeah, let us know how that goes next year.
Yeah. No, I'm fine. Let them play, and Chris nails it. If they show to be incompetent, you boot them out like the dude in Chris's league, even though he's 40 odd or whatever,
Dan?
Yeah, I think Chris nailed it. It's the situation of whatever age someone can compete or they can't. There's going to be a learning curve as somebody starts a new league and understands new rules. And I think Ryan honestly hit of the whole parenting side of it. I think the 16-year-old needs better friends to form his own league, maybe, but that's a different story for a different time.
Steve, did you have anything else you wanted to add to it?
No, we're all of one mind, I believe. Everybody play.
I'm of the mind to just like treat it like smoking, right? Hook them while they're young, get them in. They'll share it around with their friends. We'll have more fantasy players. I started playing in my
first one's free, right?
Exactly. Right. I started playing in my first fantasy league at the age of 15.
Yep.
I didn't know what I was doing. I got just whooped in that league for multiple years before I finally kind of figured it out and learned and started whooping them. It kind of comes with the territory. I think getting people involved as quickly and as early as possible is great for the health of the game. And so, I do play in a league though, and it's not, we don't do this necessarily with young people, but it's a 30-team league. It is a very, very different and intricate rules. And so when someone new comes into the league, he is assigned a mentor from a different team, sure. Right? To kind of give them a heads up on, hey, like this is how players should be valued. This is, how trades typically work out. And to kind of give him a rundown of like everything and kind of help him through for his first month or so in the league before he kind of gets free reign to trade away a bunch of things. So it doesn't ruin like the overall health of the league by making really, really bad trades and inflating another team or something like that, or hurt his own team. So I think if you have questions about whether or not, a younger player knows what they're doing, maybe try to step up and be a mentor for that kid and go, hey, you made this move. Let me show you why it probably wasn't the smartest. And if he's not receptive, that's on him.
Justin, I'll say one more thing too. I know when I was 16, there were a lot of things that I was involved with. I think the biggest concern may not be the skill or the ability to be competitive, but have other things that 16-year-olds have as distractions take a person away from the league. I mean, a baseball fantasy league takes a long time. And, to be engaged for that amount of time, not every 16-year-old could do that.
Kids with their TikTok and their Instagram.
I'm telling you that. Going out to the skateboard park and...
All right, so we've got a few minutes left, but I do want to real quick give away a few prizes, or give away a prize. And this hour, we are giving away a RotoWare T-shirt of the winner's choosing.
Does it have to come from the Justin Mason collection, or can it be anything?
It does not, and apparently some of the people who've offered to buy RotoWare T-shirts for people listening have specifically said, "Do not pick a Justin Mason T-shirt."
Are all those people your wife?
No. Unfortunately, just people on the program, which I take as a personal affront. More people should wear Justin Mason apparel than just me. But this one was given out by Jamie Steed, who was on the podcast yesterday. So currently, we have raised $2,400 for Big League Impact. So I really want to thank everybody for what they have donated, for the people who have come on, like you gentlemen, to talk about baseball, to help raise money, for the people who donated prizes to give away. Really, really appreciate everybody doing that. So let me find my randomizer real quick. And Mike Shimrick, you have won that RotoWare t-shirt. So I will get you in touch with Jamie and get that all figured out. So that way you can get that shirt. Congratulations. Hey, feel free to go get a Justin Mason t-shirt. They're beautiful. Let me see if I can find a quick one to do before we wrap up. Here's a good one. Is it acceptable to tank for a better draft position for next year there, Chris?
Well, I would like to thank Sam Hinkie for writing in, and I didn't realize he was spending time playing fantasy baseball. But I mean, the quick answer to that one is if that's the way your rules are set up, then it's okay. But as I think has come up a couple times throughout this discussion, there's easy ways around that. Give the pick to the team that finishes fifth, or the first place out of the money instead of last. Or have some form of lottery, or assign it some other way. Yep. And then you can kind of take that off the table. One of my home leagues has a thing that I absolutely hate, because when I'm trying to rebuild in this keeper league, it hits me in the pocketbook. But they have what's called the chase bet. So you pay extra money into the pot the further you finish out of first place. And so you have that sort of two different incentives. You want to completely tank to rebuild your roster, but that it's sort of costing you actual money to if you finish dead last. So I've always been annoyed at that the years that I've had to rebuild in that league, because I want to go full bore into the rebuild, but I know that that's gonna cost me some money. So but there's ways around it. I would just tell this league to stop doing things that way, but until they do, tank away and get that first pick.
I feel like that's how the Knicks operate in the NBA.
Yeah, that's pretty
the middle ground of not knowing what to do.
As long as you're still fielding a full roster and you're not just like having blank roster spots in a blatant attempt to tank, that your team is actually bad, that's perfectly fine. That way. But if you're abusing the roster rules or anything, that's not.
Yeah, I think that is, and this is why you should have a constitution. If you have your own league, if you're in a home league of some sort, like, have a constitution. There are plenty of them online that you can go fill in and stuff like that. Highly recommend it. Unfortunately, guys, I got to wrap it up. Thank you so much for joining me. To give you each an opportunity to remind people where you can reach on social media and then plug your work. So, Steve, why don't you go ahead and take it away?
All right. Reach me on Twitter, Steve A. Gardner, and look for me at usatoday.com and in Sports Weekly.
Ryan, remind everybody where you reach and what you do.
Yeah, find me at RotoTricks and all the relevant links to UK fantasy baseball podcasts with Miami Marlins UK. And from myself, you'll also get the UK Phillies chat as well. And guys, keep donating. Great cause by Justin today, Big League Impact. So yeah, fantastic. Thanks for having me on. Thank
you, Ryan. Chris, remind everybody where you reach and what you do.
Okay, so it's at KO_reporter on Twitter. I'm at baseballhq.com. I will be at First Pitch Arizona in November, I think, as long as I book my plane ticket eventually. So I hope to see a lot of people at that annual event that Baseball HQ does.
Highly recommend going to First Pitch Arizona. I've gone the last few times, and it's an absolute blast. Well worth it. I mean, the panels are great. I'm not going to say they aren't great, but really being able to hang out with people in the industry, really smart fantasy players, just soaking up their knowledge kind of around the pool or at the bar or whatever. It's like, it's so invaluable. I've learned so much by doing it.
Yeah, it's the best.
Dan, finish this out.
1 year I'll get out there. At Dan Stratford on Twitter. It does say Dad Stratford if that confuses you as my name on there. But find me over currently doing DFS podcasting for moonshotsdfs.com.
Definitely. Thank you guys so much. I'm going to unceremoniously boot you all out so I can bring in the next crew. I really appreciate all the great fantasy ethics talk. But we are going to have a new panel coming in here in a minute. Just want to remind everybody we are raising money for Big League Impact, which is a charity founded by Adam Wainwright that supports lots of causes around the country, around the world. And every dollar you donate today goes to them, and it also gets you a raffle ticket to win amazing prizes. We're going to give away another amazing prize at the bottom of this hour. But first, let's bring in our next panel, and we got to start with my buddy, my friend, my former boss, Howard Bender. Howard, how you doing, my friend?
What's up? Good morning, Justin Mason. How are you today?
I'm doing fantastic, bright and early on the West Coast for us. Remind everybody where you can reach on social media and then talk about what you do in the industry.
Oh, I don't know, man. I kind of just fake my way through the industry at this point now. But you can find me on Twitter at RotoBuzzGuy. You can hear me on Sirius XM Fantasy Sports Radio Monday through Friday, 6 to 8 p.m. Eastern. I'm with the GM, Jim Bowden, over there. Weekly column in the New York Post. You can catch that on the weekends, nypost.com, and all over the pages, baby, of fantasyalarm.com.
That's right. We got a little bit of a fantasy alarm panel here because we're also bringing Ryan Hallam in. Ryan, how you doing, my friend?
Yeah, I go to Face Radio. I'm sorry. I'm doing great. It's 11 o'clock here, so I've had a nice little time to rest over you guys.
I'm glad you are bright-eyed and bushy-tailed and ready to go. I remind everybody where you can reach on social media and then plug what you do.
I am at Fighting Chance on Twitter. I do a twice weekly injury article over at Fantasy Alarm for MLB. I do a little NFL content there as well for anyone who's into that. And the majority of my job now is projections. We have projections for 8 to 10 different sports over Fantasy Alarm. So that has become the majority of my job as I sit more behind the scenes than I used to, which the way things are today, it's not such a bad place to be.
I was gonna copy that sentence there, but I didn't want to get in trouble.
Joining as well is Jake Crumpler. How you doing, Jake?
Pretty good. Thanks for having me on. Super pumped to be here.
Absolutely. Remind everybody where you can reach and what you do in the industry.
Sure. You can follow me at Jake Crumpler on Twitter. I'm a baseball writer over at the Athletes Hub. I do a weekly fantasy recap article. I write over at Pitcher List. I do a lot of relief pitcher stuff. I'm on the In the Pen podcast as well. And I also am a playing time analyst over at Baseball HQ.
All right. What I asked you guys to do today was come up with some bold predictions. You've got some big shoes to fill. We had a bold predictions panel on yesterday, and they brought the heat. So I'm thoroughly expecting you guys to top them. So why don't we just jump right into that? Jake, I'll let you start. What is your first bold prediction?
Yeah, it's hard for me to figure out if my things are bold enough, So I went with saying that both Willy Adames and Corey Seager will finish the season as top 5 shortstops and combine for 40 home runs on the season. Both of those guys have been pretty good already. Both of them have 20 home runs, but I think they're going to reach another level. And it's a pretty easy analysis. If you look at their BABIPs, it's insane. Adames has a 237 BABIP, and for his career, it was 342 entering this season. And Seager is at 241, and it was 336 entering this season. So there's a lot of regression to come there. And both of those guys are putting up career best StatCast metrics as well. Adames has a 15% barrel rate. These were stats that I wrote down last night, so they could have changed today. But yeah, 15% for Adames, that's a career high. Seager's at 11%, which is a career high for him with a minimum of 292 batted ball events. He's also got a 44.5% hard hit rate, a career low 15% strikeout rate, 15.8 as a matter of fact, and he's underperforming all of his X stats. This is one of those where it's like you look at all the underlying metrics and stuff, and it's pretty easy to say, oh, this guy's going to be better in the second half, but I think they're going to be so good that they finish the season in the top 5.
That's pretty decent, bold start. And I will invite you guys, if you disagree with someone or think that someone is out of their mind, to feel free to fire back at them, because that is going to be my role on this as well. When Howard makes a mistake, I'm just going to roast him for it. So Howard, why don't you go ahead and give me your first bold prediction?
Oh, well, then you know what? I was going to save this one for later on. I didn't want to depress you too much here. But hello, Mr. San Francisco Giants fan. Not only will your team not make the playoffs, all right, but Juan Soto is going to be wearing the brown and yellow at the second half of this year. Juan Soto to the Padres. The package is going to center around C.J. Abrams. You know, the Nats have always had this big issue with third base and shortstop. And I mean, the Carter Kaboom disaster that really hasn't blossomed very nicely. AJ Preller is one of those guys that he's in win now mode. He has no problem trading away his farm system. He has no problem making that push. Every move that he's done. I mean, even things like, pulling in Mike Clevenger and this is AJ Preller wants to win so badly. They're in a great spot right now in the second, in second place in that division. I think they have no problem making the playoffs. I think they go for broke. They grab Juan Soto and they make a significant push. I mean, their outfield has been their biggest, Achilles heel right now, so to speak. So, sorry about your Giants, but this is going to be the season of the Padres, at least until the NLCS.
I do think that Preller is going to make a big move. I kind of agree with you there. However, I don't think it's going to be Juan Soto, because I don't think the Nationals are going to trade Juan Soto, to be honest. And I think that San Diego may have some issues getting that kind of player, considering the bad contracts they have on the team that they can't offload.
Oh, I don't think they renew. That's the thing.
You think they just do it as a 2-year rental?
I think they go for it right now and then turn around and let him walk. That's the thing.
That'd be a lot to give up for a guy that you're going to let walk in 2 years. I mean, they could do it. They absolutely. And I think Preller needs the Padres to make the playoffs, keep his job. He's got too talented of a team. I think he's on the hot seat if he does not make the playoffs. So I like that. I like as far as my Giants blasphemy goes, though. How dare you? How dare you? They're going to find their way.
Dodgers.
It's the even year. Right now, they're making the playoffs. They're getting.
I think they shot that magic last year.
You don't know how great of a statement that is, unless you live out in the Bay Area and you hear people genuinely believe in that. Crumpler, you're in the Bay Area too?
Yes, sir.
Oh, so you know, right?
Mm-hmm. All right, that's all right. I had to. Ryan, you go ahead and give me your first bold prediction.
Well, I'm going to stick in San Diego, and I swear this is not because this guy's on my tout and labor team, but I'm going to say Fernando Tatis is going to come back. And I was going to say 15-15 at first, but I'm going to come bold and go 20-20 over the last 2 months of the season. He's just dying to get back. He's getting close to a rehab assignment. So I'm going to say that the guy's going to come back, kill it, and just absolutely carry the Padres into the playoffs.
If he does, he's going to just validate everybody who drafted him late. And people will draft him early again next year. Because if he goes 2020, he's top 2 or 3 pick, right?
You would think, yeah. I mean, it was great. I got him in one league. I got him before the injury. In one league, I got him after the injury. So it was obviously much different price tags that I picked him at. But yeah, I don't know, man. The guy's he's just otherworldly. I think if anyone can come back after missing 4 months of the season, I think it can be him.
Yeah,
I'm going to need it. He was my first pick in TGFBI, and then I followed that up with Jacob deGrom. So you can pretty much tell that how I'm doing in that league.
Can I tell you, I do terrible in your league every single year.
Don't feel bad. I do terrible in my leagues too.
It's crazy. I'm not saying I'm Mr. Fantasy Baseball. Like I win every league, but I am just cursed in your league every year. I'm towards the bottom.
You should see my Barf League team, which is, I mean, it has been the most. I did not draft a single injured player, and I only have one pitcher left on my team that I originally drafted because of injuries, and I lost Ozzy Albies, and that one pitcher is Lance Lynn, by the way. Howard.
You know what? I might as well just bring that up right now here, right? I mean, I might as well. Dude, TGFBI and the Barf League, or all the Earth Leagues, make them trade leagues. Let us trade. I'm dying, dude. I'm dying here. I've got injuries that are like as long as my arm. All right. And I mean, it's nuts. If I were able to trade in those leagues, oh my Lord, it'd be so much more entertaining. It's all for charity, baby. Right? Nobody's ripping off a charity to like win. Come on, please let us trade. Let us trade next year. Please.
It's not going to happen in TGFBI, but it almost happened in the Earth Leagues this year. I will bring it back up, but yeah, TGFBI. There were too many issues the first year when there was trading. Let's just say that I do not want to bring that back up in pursuit of an overall title for people. So, and there were issues in the Earth League last year when there was trading. So, but I will bring it back up. I like trading, but unfortunately, not everybody is as honest as Mr. Howard Bender, who has now turned his back on us. So, Ryan, while Howard has got his back turned, why don't you go and double tip?
That comment from Yancey, right? Yancey saying trades are dumb. I'm looking at it right now here. Shut up, Yancey. You're dumb.
When you have injuries as long as Howard's arm, that's hard to come back from. I signed up for this, by the way. By the way, I signed up for this. I thought we were talking about you and Danielle and your sex life. What is this bold prediction? That is what I put on my fill-in sheet that I wanted to talk about.
Yes, I know that is what you put. Unfortunately, we don't have any 30-second podcasts.
Oh, okay. I'm gonna go that 115 now. I'm gonna go Spencer Strider, 200 strikeouts by the end of the season. Another great pickup that people had during the season. I think it's 119 strikeouts and 70-something innings. He keeps that up. He can hit 200, and he didn't even start the whole season.
One of my biggest regrets this season is not believing in him sooner. I wish I had gotten to the waiver wire faster to pick him up in league. So I like that. That's a really good call. Howard, give me your second one since you've turned around.
Aaron Judge, first 60 home run hitter since what? Barry Bonds?
Yeah, probably. I think so.
Yeah. Aaron Judge is going to clear the 60 home run threshold this year. And as such, the Yankees are going to have to make him the first $750 million man.
Now, Howard, I've heard stuff because I'm in New York, and you know how sports radio is here. I've heard the thoughts of trading Judge for Soto. I don't think the Nationals would do that, but I'm sure you would be tickled over that. No.
Yeah, the Yankees aren't going to do that. Judge is the best player in baseball right now, and
I'm just going to do the whole show like this.
Yeah.
It's a 7-year difference, and 2 more years before you have to pay somebody.
But the Nationals don't want to do that either. Neither team is going to want to do that.
We'll let Soto. We'll bring in Soto when the Padres don't re-sign him, and we'll let Judge go to the Mets so that the Mets can
have your sloppy seconds.
Make my third bold prediction come through.
It is a bold prediction. It's not as bold as you think it is because someone actually gave that same bold prediction in the panel yesterday that he would he would break Roger Maris's 61 mark this year. So you and I can't remember who it was are on the same path. I think it's going to happen. I mean, he's just every time he hits the ball in the air, it goes out. So I would not be surprised if he got to 60.
I was going the other way. One of my third ones was he only was going to hit 50. he had to slow down and have a
Well-
tough last 2 months of the season. That was
Only
my
50.
third. Yeah.
Oh,
So what did he
yeah,
do? 14 more?
yeah.
Yeah.
Only Well, what makes you think that he would drop like that this is going to stop? I mean, obviously he's got a long injury track record, and so this could all end in an instant, right? But nothing I've seen from him this year tells me that it's gonna go bad.
No, and I agree, and that's why it's a bold prediction. But I mean, how many times have you ever seen a guy really just go wire to wire, just bashing everyone slumps at some point. I guess not everybody, but almost someone hits a slump in this much time. So I don't know. It's hot. Just things. And again, just trying to bring something different. But I think there's a chance that he hits a little bit of a rough spot and can't hit every single ball out of the park.
I don't know until he proves otherwise. I kind of believe he can. Jake, why don't you go ahead and give me your next bold prediction?
Sure. Yeah, I sort of had to make up for any lack of boldness in the first one. So I went a little crazy with this one. I got Brooks Raley will have more saves than Craig Kimbrell in the second half.
Ooh.
Yeah.
All right, you're gonna have to explain that one.
All right, here we go. Well, I'm a Giants fan.
That's a good explanation.
That's not it. That's not it. That's not the extent of it. But also, Raley was really interesting to me when he signed with the Rays. They gave him 2 years and $10 million with a 24 club option, which really surprised me. The Rays don't spend that kind of money, especially on a random reliever. So it sort of piqued my interest, and he's been really good this year. Obviously, the Rays are going to Ray. They're going to do their thing with the bullpens. You never know who's going to get the save, but there's really no guy who's a standout there anymore. Jason Adam has been pretty good, but I don't think he's at the level as Raley's been. Raley's got a 2.70 ERA, which is solid, but it comes with a 1.98 FIP, excuse me. And he's striking out 32% of batters. He's already got 6 saves. He's got a 29% hard hit percentage, which is very impressive. He's allowed 1 barrel all season. Batters just don't barrel him up, and I think the Rays are you would think that they would use their best reliever in high leverage, but I think that they start using him more in the closer role, and Craig Kimbrell has really slowed down. I mean, there's all this speculation, that he may lose the closer job. He's only got 2 saves in July and 6 since the beginning of June, so that's 1.5 months. He's got 6 saves. That's as many as Raley has all season, but it's a bold prediction. I think Raley's going to be able to take over that top closer spot from Kimbrell. Yeah, he's I don't have much faith in Kimbrell because he wears that blue and white, but also he's been slowing down. They've got Evan Phillips there. Trinan's going to come back at some point in the second half. I could definitely see Kimbrell taking a back seat so that he can be at full strength for the postseason. And I think Raley is going to start climbing up people's closers charts.
That's pretty bold. I think the only thing that could throw a wrench in your plans is if the Rays attack the relief pitcher market as they've been rumored to do at the trade deadline. But I love the boldness of it. Kimbrell has struggled this year, and Raley's been very, very good. I worry that the Rays are going to Ray, like you said. Like he could get a total another 4 saves rest of the way. It would not surprise me.
Yeah, that's the biggest concern for sure.
All right. Howard, give me your next bold prediction.
Well, you know what? I don't. This is not as bold as the Brooks Raley prediction, which was so bold that I want to baste ribs in it right now for a little lunchtime barbecue. But I'm just going to throw it out there right now. Subway Series. It's happening this year. Mets are going to be getting back to Grom. They've already got Scherzer, who looks absolutely fantastic. Steve Cohen's got the checkbook wide open. He's gonna have them make whatever moves they need to make that happen. And first one since 2000 where the Yankees get to beat up on the Mets again.
That killer Daniel Vogelbach signing or trade was put them right over.
You know what? Come on, leave Vogelbach alone, man, because he looks like me and Justin. We like guys like that, right?
Beef boys.
That's me, strong OBP, I hit dingers, right? So I predicted yesterday on the bold predictions hour that the Mets would win the World Series. So I'm actually kind of right there with you. I feel like the Mets fans have long suffered long enough, and as much as it's fun to make fun of them, they've got all the right pieces in place, a very competitive team with once healthy, one of the best rotations in all of baseball, and an owner who will spend money. And as I said yesterday, money buys happiness, and it also buys championships. So I do actually tend to agree with you, though I do not think the Yankees will beat them. I think the Mets win the World Series this year.
Well, it's just dumb.
Well, I mean, the Yankees got to get past the Astros first, no? They seem to have a hard time with that. I don't know.
Yeah, they're getting DeGrom back next week.
Oh no, I said the Yankees are going to have a hard time getting past the Astros. They seem to have your little number there.
Yeah, I think this might be the year for the Yankees. They're pretty darn good. The Astros, yes, the Astros and the Yankees have a very similar record right now. Like they're really, really close to each other. But the Astros are getting up to go against teams like the A's and the Angels and the Rangers regularly, while the Yankees got a division in which the bottom team is the Orioles, and they are 500. Like the level of difficulty coming into the playoffs after playing a season against actually really good competition constantly, as opposed to the Astros who've just been beating up on bad. I'm not saying the Astros are bad. I think the Astros are great. I think they definitely could win another World Series, but I think this is the Yankees' year to at least get to the show.
Two things. One, I was raised by a Mets fan, so I'm a card-carrying Yankee hater. So some of this is just trying to have some fun. But I mean, in all honesty, do you really think the rotation, which has been amazing all season long, I mean, do you really have faith in it? Do you really have faith in Tyone? Do you really think Cortez is
You don't think the Yankees are going to add to that rotation?
I guess we'll find out in the next week.
Yeah,
but
I think they're going to add to that rotation. If they don't, then maybe I have questions. But this is the evil empire. They're going to bring people over to the dark side.
Yeah.
Well, last year they brought in Joey Gallo, so I don't know. It's not quite the same as it used to be. It's really not. Let's be honest. They have not been what they were 10, 15, 20 years ago. It's not like it used to be, okay, we just see who's Kansas City star, and he's going to be on the Yankees 5 years from now. But that doesn't really happen. One, you don't have to be in New York to be a superstar anymore. And two, I think a lot of other teams in the league have caught up to their not their status, obviously they're a world-known franchise, but as far as how good they are, I don't think the Yankees are the team that everyone looks at and is like this otherworldly organization that everyone just wants to go to.
If you've noticed, the Yankees really haven't been playing a lot of checkbook baseball over the last couple of seasons here, and that's something that a lot of people were looking at, wondering if Cashman was behind that, or if it was the Steinbrenner family that was behind that. And we've done a little investigating on the Fantasy Alarm Show, and I love my co-host Jim Bowden, who has these conversations with people all the time. If the Yankees don't go far into the play, I mean, make that World Series this year, Cashman and Boone are going to get fired, right? Because now you've got the team where you want it. We're not through the pandemic, but baseball's starting to make its money again. And that's something that a lot of people weren't really figuring out or understanding, is that the Yankees were losing a ridiculous amount of money over the span of 2020 through through the start of this season. And there were a lot of issues there. And now that they've got the team that they've got, they're going to open these wallets back up again. They're going to make moves to grab players because they do believe that they can win the World Series, and they're just a component or two shy. So the Yankees, who have kind of backed off for the last couple of seasons with making big splashes at the trade deadline, I agree here with Justin. I think that that they do make that splash. They do add to the piece now and make that run.
And I got to push back on Ryan's comment that these are not like the old Yankees, the 90s Yankees, because that's the equivalent of telling Napoleon that you're not the Roman Empire. This isn't the Roman, you're not. He's still kicking your ass up and down the street. The Yankees have still been the best team in baseball, and they still have a crap ton of money. to go out and go and spend when they want. I think they've been building towards this year. I do think it would be an absolute mistake to fire Boone and Cashman if they fall short of that goal, because this has been a fantastic year. And in spite of the fact that they spent a lot of money, it's not the best constructed team with kind of a lot of injury prone players in inflexible players. So I think that would be a mistake. But man, they're still damn good. Who cares if they're not the
Knights? They are damn good, but I'm just saying, there's a team in LA, first of all, that's the best team in baseball over the last few years. And second of all, now you have the Mets spending money, the Dodgers spend a lot of money, the Padres spend a lot of money. So I'm saying they're not the only game in town anymore for these big players. I mean, they have some competition where they didn't have before. So you can't just say, if this
but they're the best. They're the best team right now.
Juan Soto would be on the team already. If this was 1999, Juan Soto would be on the team already. And I'm just saying things are different now.
Well, they're also thinking about their long-term health, right? Like they're thinking about they don't want to trade a guy like Volpe, because they feel like he's the future. He's going to be up soon. They're being a smarter organization with their money, which is a really, really good sign for Yankees fans and a really, really bad sign for the rest of us because Yankee fans are obnoxious.
I was just thinking we're also all through our three bold predictions, and it's only 11:25. So I figured, prolong.
Yeah, that's perfect. Don't worry, I think we can vamp if we need to. Plus, I gave some extra
ones. I got a lot of extra ones just in case.
Why don't you go ahead and give me one right now, there, Jake?
Sure. Yeah. This one's a little bit of a homer pick, but it's also a fun one. I've got both Aaron Ashby and Alex Cobb being top 30 starting pitchers in the second half. They are both guys who are underperforming their xFIPs this season by more than a run, which is, something that's on the sort of the surface level that you can look at real easy and be like, those guys are going to be better in the second half. But they've also got really good stuff. I think Ashby is like the next Shane McClanahan. He's got an upper 90s fastball from the left side that you don't see that often. Like McClanahan throws the hardest fastball from a starter from the left side. Ashby's up there. He throws a 96 mile per hour sinker. And then he's got 3 above average secondaries, which sort of puts him in that same vein as McClanahan with the curveball and the slider and the changeup. All of those pitches are really good, especially in the CSW department. The curve has a 46% CSW for the season, which is pretty incredible. He limits hard contact. He gets a lot of ground balls. His overall CSW is really good, and he throws really hard. And I think he just needs to throw more strikes. And then you got Cobb, who increased the velocity on both his sinker and his splitter up 2 miles per hour from last year, which was getting everybody's attention at the beginning of the season. And he sort of underperformed a lot this year, but he still got the second best ground ball percentage from a starter in baseball, 64.9%, basically 65%. He's also gotten really unlucky in the left on base department. And he's also got a curveball with a CSW north of 40%. So both of those guys are going to break out big in the second half, and not just because they're on my home league fantasy team, but also because they've got the skills and they really underperformed in the first half. I think they're going to be amazing in the second half.
See, I think I feel like you're a half a year too early on Ashby. I love him, right? I absolutely love what he's got. I mean, his stuff is fantastic, but you hit the nail right on the head where you need him to throw strikes. One of the problems that we do see with a lot of these young high strikeout rate kids is that they do struggle with the command. They do try to nibble the corners a little too much. I would love to see Ashby put it together here for the second half of the season. That's a guy who I'm pushing the chips all in for next year's drafts, right? Every redraft league, I'm taking Aaron Ashby, no doubt about it. I'm not so sure about this year because I do think that he still needs to confidence is a bad word, but I feel like he needs that confidence to just drill the strike zone as much as possible and trust his stuff. So I love the Ashby call. And next year I'm all in, but I'm a little hesitant for the second half. I hate Cobb. I'll just say that right now. It has nothing to do with him being out here as a Giant or in the Bay Area or anything like that. I was in on the uptick in velocity, right? I was in on, Farhan Zaidi does an amazing job of scouting pitchers, right? I mean, what this guy does and brings to the table is just outstanding. I feel like we got what we got out of Cobb in the first half, the first month or two of the season. I just don't necessarily know if he's got the makeup to really be a high end, or even just a strong starter, like to give you the consistency. My thoughts.
I mean, I made that same bold prediction about Cobb being a top 30 starter the rest of the way on a podcast on Wednesday. So I'm actually right there with you on Cobb.
Oh, sorry, Jake.
Yeah. So he's just been the unluckiest pitcher in baseball. Like, it's just, especially watching all of his starts this year. Like, you see it. Like, it's terrible. The Giants defense is been obscenely bad, in spite of the fact that they should have a really good, especially infield defense, but their outfield defense has been atrocious. And I think this is one of the follies of the strategy of platooning all these guys. Is some of them are just not good defenders at all when you're running out guys like Lamont Wade and
Darren Ruff.
Darren Ruff.
They see Cobb starting. They're like, let's put him in center field.
And now you're in Mercedes playing the outfield there. Like, it's just and that's not an easy outfield to play in. Like, and so I think that Cobb has the ability to, but like that, those defensive woes are not going away. Like, these defensive issues will still be there. And so my one bit of worry is that he won't be better in the second half because the defensive issues are still going to be there, and he'll continue to get unlucky, unfortunately. I tend to agree with Howard. I think Ashby is one of those guys that next year comes in as a full-time starter. He gets to build up on innings, because one of his big issues right now is he's not going deep into games very often. He's also had the forearm issue this year, so I don't know that the Brewers are really going to push it with him down the stretch. But I could definitely see him be a guy who takes a huge step forward next year in fantasy.
Sorry, I'm looking at the comment section right now. And I gotta throw a bold prediction out on to piggyback Yancey's comment here that the Angels just DFA'd Jonathan VR, which now makes me bold predicting that the Angels actually make the playoffs now. Right? Once you rid yourself of Jonathan VR, all right, that's it. Angels turn things around in the second half. Ohtani, Trout, Jared Walsh picks it back up. He needs to do a little something more there. I think they do that. And I agree with Jake's bold prediction here that the next team that Jonathan VR disappoints for is the Savannah Bananas. Why? Because have you ever tried to see Jonathan VR dance on TikTok? It's terrible.
No, I haven't. Is this really a thing?
No, it's not really a thing.
Only Joey Votto.
Yeah, I was about to go and find him on TikTok and watch. I'm all for that. I'm a big fan of the Savannah Bananas.
How awesome is that team right now? Just doing their thing.
Yeah. For those who don't know, they are like the minor or independent minor league baseball version of the Harlem Globetrotters, and they have weird rules at their games. In which if a fan catches a fly ball, it's counted as an out. They do dances in the middle of innings. It's if you're on TikTok, go follow them. They're fantastic. They're really, really good. So yes. Yancey saying this panel is taking a weird turn that he craves. Well, that's a good sign. Howard, why don't you go and give me another bold prediction?
Me? I just gave you one.
Oh, never mind. Ryan, go.
I've said terrible things about the Yankees. Michael King will take over the closer's job and get 20 saves by the end of the year.
I can promise you he won't, since he broke his arm.
I know.
2 days.
No.
No.
Clearly it wasn't a good one. Sorry about that.
I can't even look at you now. I can't even look at you.
I'll go with a homer pick. My guy Tyler O'Neill came back yesterday and hit a home run up to a whopping 5 on the season with his horrible injury-plagued season. I'm going to say he's going to have another big second half like last year and get to 20 by the end of the season. Hit 19 in the second half last year. He can hit 15 in the second half this year. He has been just a colossal disappointment, unable to stay on the field and not doing well when he's there. So say he picks it up in the second half again this year and gets to 20.
Just stealing bold predictions from yesterday.
Yeah. This is another one for guys. I mean, so for those of you who are keeping tabs, like We've got a number of people in the industry who believe Aaron Judge is going to hit 60 home runs. Got a number of people who believe that Tyler O'Neill is going to have a huge breakout. I think the issue with Tyler O'Neill, and something I did bring up yesterday, and I'll bring it back up, is just this is the range of outcomes that we've seen from a guy like him who can't make consistent contact. I mean, we see the muscles, right? Like, dude has the best guns, or, well, second best guns to Yandy Diaz in all of baseball. He is, he's got speed on top of that. Like, the power speed combo is not a debate, right? But it's when you run in at like a 70%, zone contact percentage throughout the year, like, that's going to cause you problems, and you're going to have these huge hot streaks and huge cold streaks that are going to be really tough to deal with. And I don't think people factored that in to his price back in April when he was going like 5th, 6th round in drafts. But I could totally see it because we have seen it, right? Like, once you sort of show that skill of getting hot like that and going on a tear, you can. I just worry that the ups and downs, man, with him, I don't know that it's going to happen.
Well, he's been so down, like he has to come up, right? It's been a horrible, horrible season.
One of the things I did mention yesterday too is I think to his benefit, he is a fantastic defender. And I think that will help keep him in the lineup. Do you think the Cardinals make any moves to address the outfield this trade deadline? Cardinals don't seem to always be one of those teams that's very active for big name players, though.
No, they usually make the subtle move that is a little under the radar but still makes the team better. I mean, I don't think so, but you never know. Like, he's coming back, Bader's on the way back, so like Dylan Carlson is he's also up and down. So I feel like the outfield, when healthy, is fairly set. So I'd be surprised if they went out and made any like move that wasn't just depth for the run. They're not going for Soto. I've seen their names in a few like rumors, but that's not their way. So if they do, it'd be a fourth outfielder or someone to plug in the DH or something. I don't see them making any huge moves.
All right. Who still has bold predictions left? We still got a little bit of time. Howard, go ahead and give me one.
Oh, let Jake go. Jake said he had like a whole list.
Oh, Jake, yeah,
Jake's got a bunch.
I've got like one.
I've lost count.
Yeah, I've got like 7 or 8 more.
Oh my
Came
god!
prepared. Came prepared.
Paper here. What do you got?
I got Vinny P. The Italian Nightmare is going to be a top 10 first baseman in the second half. He has been not too great to start the season, but his underlying metrics are really good. He's underperforming his batting average by like 60 points. His slug is being underperformed by over 150 points. That means his xWOBA is almost 100 points above his WOBA. He's got a 112.7 mile per hour max exit velocity, near 13% barrel rate, 58% hard hit rate. And that's just when he hits the ball. When he's not hitting the ball, he's got great plate discipline. He doesn't reach out of the zone. And when he does, he makes contact on it. He walks double digits. He strikes out less than 17% of the time. North of 92% on zone contact, 78% on O contact, and 86% on his contact overall, with just a 6% swinging strike rate. He's really good at making contact. He's a big guy. He can impact the ball when he does hit it. And then he's also got really good plate discipline. So he's not reaching. And when he does, that contact keeps him from striking out. And that's like a recipe for such great success, especially in points leagues. I know a lot of people don't do points leagues. I'm a big points league guy. I think it more mirrors real life baseball than roto leagues do. Not to poop on roto leagues at all, but yeah, Vinny P is going to have a huge second half. So if you got him in your any of your fantasy leagues, I would just hold on to him as long as you can.
To break off of that, I mean, first of all, I want to order an Italian sub from Jersey Mike's right now, just for Vinny. But actually, I'm going to ask Jake to do me a favor and email me, rotobuzzguy.com. I need the ideal scoring system for a head-to-head points league in Roto Baseball. Because sure. I've played in a bunch of them, and the scoring just gets skewed in it's too pitcher heavy. Then all of a sudden now, it's like, not enough for hitter. I need Jake Crumpler's ideal scoring system for that, because I do want to give points leagues a try, but every time I do one, I'm like, it's crushing my soul, right? It's crushing my soul to see like high-end hitting talent averaging 1.6 fantasy points per game, and then watching a pitcher come out with a mediocre outing and end up with like 26 points.
Rotobuzzguy.com
gotta do
is not an
season long.
email address, by the way.
No, Rotobuzzguy. Oh, did I say rotobuzzguy.com? Rotobuzzguy at gmail.com. Sorry, my bad.
And now that's out on the internet. Everyone's going to be sending him emails.
I
Yes.
don't care.
That's-
I do that all the time anyway. It doesn't matter to me.
I send them emails all the time that are worthless.
I'm here to help.
Here's the thing with points leagues, and I mean, I've said this for quite a while, because if you look at the statistics that have been done on the majority of leagues are shallow points leagues, right? Shallow head-to-head points league, and that's what the majority of people play. Yet the industry as a whole caters to roto. And why do they cater to roto? It's not a traditional thing. I think some people will say that it's because every points league scoring is different. There needs to be standardization amongst the formats, like amongst, it's the big guys, right? It's ESPN, Yahoo, and CBS. They need to all have the same point scoring format, or at least a similar one. So that way analysts like us can give advice, because there's nothing worse than someone going, hey, I got a points league. Who would you rather have out of these guys? I have no idea, because I have no idea. Like, I end up telling them, here, go to an auction calculator of some sort, type in your scoring settings, and that's the answer, whoever finishes it higher, because there's no way to give good concrete value on guys when everybody scores things differently.
Yeah, and the one other thing about points leagues, and I love them, and I was in one for a long time, where we really did mess with the point system every year, because it was like in the 90s, so it was like, oh, well, it was all pitching, and then, home runs started going wild, so you had to, now they're changing the ball mid-season, so now they make it even harder for us to try to figure out a good scoring system. But I think I love head-to-head, and I love points. I feel like you get in roto and you get in a hole in the first 2 months of the season, and you spend 6 months trying to dig out, and you can't. But unless you pull a few like amazing moves, and a lot of our industry leagues are also no trading. So, well, actually, that's not true in baseball. In football, they are, but in baseball, yeah, you can. But it's just, I feel like roto is just too hard, and you can get buried fast. And I like head-to-head, and I like points. So it just keeps everyone in it long. I have a bigger problem with two catcher. Can we stop that?
Oh, right. What's
That's
up
my
with that nightmare.
Why? It's like we found the worst position and made us use two of them. It's like torture. I don't understand it. Like, where did that come? What masochist came up with that rule? And can we
Yeah, that goes back to original rules. That's where that comes from. I don't think I understand like a two catcher league in a 10 and a 12 team league, because there are actually 20 catchers or 22 or 24 catchers, not that are necessarily rosterable, but at least that are playing on a regular basis. For me, it's like when you're in a 15 team league, or God forbid an AL or NL only league, and you're told to roster two catchers, it's like just finding a guy who's not actively hurting you is the goal.
There are 24, but let's face it, it's a position that doesn't play every day, and they get banged up a lot. Like, you go through how many catchers are hurt, or how many, there might be 20 that are okay, but how many are hitting 215 but have 20 home runs? Like, that's the bar of okay now, is 215 and 20 home runs. That's a decent catcher. I will fly the flag for one catcher, and I'm sure I'll be ignored, and that'll be fine. But I just thought I'd bring it up here.
There's a similar argument there to get rid of batting average and just go with OBP, right? Because now we're living in an era where a guy hitting 230 is like considered great. We go through that aspect as well. So I think fantasy baseball definitely does need to clean up a lot of this stuff, just in the sense that we do rely too much on the old school, and we don't really cater to what a lot of the newer players are doing. Because I agree with Jake. I think shallow points leagues are definitely where people who like baseball, who like fantasy sports, that's where they're gravitating towards. They're gravitating towards the head-to-head instead of the roto, and they are using the points leagues. And we as an industry, we do need to adjust. We do it with football all the time, right? Like it's PPR, and then it's third round
Yeah.
reversal, and then we're doing this, and we're doing that. We're making all these changes because it's a pass happy NFL. Why can't we do this with baseball too, and kind of make that happen? I applauded when Tout Wars started to like do that rando league, right, where it was like, all right, now we're going to try this rule, and now we're going to try that one. But I agree, and you know, I'm probably to blame for that for a number of years, but I'm starting to come around.
I think part of it is football is a little bit easier to get some of the big sites that have huge market share of the formats and platforms that people play. It makes so much more money that it's easier for them to like be talked into. Okay, we got to stay current, we got to stay fresh. Whereas baseball is not. And I'm not necessarily bagging on the ESPNs and Yahoos and CBS of the world. And I'm definitely available if you want to hire me full time to help you update all these things.
Right?
But like it's gonna have to come from them. I mean, we saw this with ESPN a few years ago when they finally moved their main format to PPR. Right, like it changed the scope of the industry, really moving towards talking about it. And the other sites followed. In kind, right? So like, you know, unfortunately, industry leaders have to be industry leaders on that kind of subject. And I understand that baseball kind of takes a back seat to football in that regard.
Which it really shouldn't, and it sucks that it does. It really does, right? Because I mean, I jumped into this, you know, when I first came into this industry, baseball was, you know, that was my thing. It was my sport. I was, you know, loving it. And then the whole football drives the bus in our industry, you know, has just overwhelmed so much now that it's a little disheartening. And I agree, you know, fantasy baseball needs to get younger. How about that? Fantasy baseball needs to get younger. We need more, you know, early 20s guys and less old fat farts like me at 50, right?
Yeah, I mean, let's be honest. It's a game we all love and a game we all still play. I mean, by July, half the people in a lot of leagues are checked out because football's coming, you know, and that is a humongous problem. I mean, let's look at, and not saying that this is a great, you know, bar, but how many new analysts come into fantasy football? How many new analysts come into fantasy baseball? It's like, and you know, of course, half of them are not any good, but still, you know, who's getting drawn to what game? It's baseball is getting left behind in a big way. Like we had, like RT Sports is a big sponsorship of ours. Like Howard, what did they say their leagues were down like 30% or something like that? Like it's something needs to change and something needs to change fast.
Yeah.
I think one of the things that may help in the future, and I know we're getting like completely off subject, but I love this, so I'm going to continue with it. And because I was listening to Sirius the other day, and they were still talking baseball. And I think that's a large part due to sports betting, right? You can't talk preseason content for sports betting, but sports betting becoming a bigger part of our industry will help fantasy baseball in the long term because it'll keep baseball front and center for sports bettors, which will keep them talk, personalities like Howard, who's on Sirius XM, talking about baseball longer into the season, and we don't just transition away from it as soon as football talk starts.
I agree with you. I think that's definitely, I mean, our industry as a whole is just, you know, we're going through that cycle right now, like we did with DFS, right? It's like DFS came front and center and everybody started to move towards that. Well, now betting is doing the exact same thing. If that can genuinely keep baseball a little bit more in the limelight because you're betting games, I think that would be an absolute fantastic thing. I still do it, right? I still put my picks up in the Fantasy Alarm Discord. I'm in this NBC Battle of the Bets right now on NBC Sports Edge, right? And it's helping me keep my game sharp, right? I've like won 4 times in a row. Now I'm like, now I'm like neck deep in baseball, and I'm like, fuck the football. Oh, sorry.
I saw you on the video on there yesterday, by the way.
Justin, are the kids watching?
Is anything I do PG? Like, have you ever known me to be PG? I'm only PG when I come on the radio with you.
I'm just making sure.
I did also say that I thought we were going to talk about their sex life earlier, so I don't think the F-bomb is that big of a deal.
This is not pictureless.
I saw you on a video, Howard, on NBC yesterday.
I did too. Yeah, I was very impressed that you were the champion of Battle of the Bets.
I'll tell you this: there's nothing better than saying you're taking a parlay with the Toronto Blue Jays money line and watching them put 27 runs up on the Red Sox. There's nothing better.
Yeah, it's that's a pretty good day. Howard, why don't you give me your last bold prediction?
Oh, last bold prediction. My adjusted Cy Young Award winners are Sandy Alcantara, who I think he was like one of the guys who I was like really leaning towards in the NL early on. But it's going to my man Dylan Cease. It's going to Dylan Cease. I think he's going to be the guy. I love Shane McClanahan. I really do. But he's about like 2 or 3 starts away right now from like topping out on his, on his innings. I don't necessarily know that, think that Tampa's just going to shut him down at like 140, 150. But I do think that he starts to come out in games a little bit earlier. I think they try to spare his arm a little bit nuts. Cease looks absolutely phenomenal. I've got him everywhere too. Like my prediction early on was Giolito as the Cy Young guy, but his price tag was just kept climbing more and more during the season that I just kept loading up on Dylan Cease because I believed in him. He's going to win the AL Cy Young. Sandy Alcantara, the NL Cy Young. Both are going to just be fierce in the second half.
I think both teams could run into problems. I mean, Alcantara definitely will run into a problem where his team doesn't make the playoffs. And do voters want to vote for a Cy Young on a team that isn't extremely dominant, like clearly above the field, that doesn't make the playoffs? I don't know they do. And I think the White Sox have a reasonable shot of missing the playoffs this year, considering how much they've underperformed. So I think you may run into problems like that. I think that McClanahan's going to win the Cy Young.
Did the Mariners win? Did the Mariners make the playoffs the year that Felix Hernandez?
They haven't made it since 2001.
Well, so when King Felix won the Cy Young with only 13 wins, and everybody was like, "Oh, well, what's going to happen there?" So
it can happen. It just I think that it tends to be where the voters lean. The voters are usually wrong, by the way. So
say it to their face, Justin.
I'm not taking shots at like my friends, who have votes and things like that. But the voters are often wrong. Yeah,
I think you did just take a shot.
Absolutely, I'm taking a shot at him. He's not going to watch this or listen. It's okay. I'm going to get a text from him later. All right, Jake, give us another one of your million bold predictions.
Sure. We're running out of time, so I'm just going to hit them all. Some of them are facetious, so they don't need any discussion. I'll start with the fun ones. The A's will not finish the season as the worst team in the American League. That's pretty bold, if you have to ask me.
I don't know. Is that even mathematically possible at this point?
Yeah, the Tigers and Royals are also equally as bad, so it's possible. They are the worst team in the American League right now. They won't be the worst team in baseball, though, especially if the Nats trade Juan Soto. We also got Matt Carpenter will end the season as the #1 fantasy player. I got a couple more. Ryan Presley never allows a base runner again. He has thrown a perfect game across his last 8 appearances with 17 strikeouts. Tony Gonsolin will never lose a game again. Actually, just kidding. He will maybe lose 1 game. We got Alek Manoah wins the Cy Young with the majority of his votes being gained because of his infectious personality.
I can't really go against that one. Come on.
Yeah, he's everyone's favorite player now. And also got to finish it off with the best one. Giants are going to win the division.
Yeah, that's not going to happen. If you had said World Series, I'd been like, okay, I could see that. They could sneak back toward the playoffs.
Hey, I was playoff spot. Got to finish it off bold.
Yeah, 15.5 back or whatever it is right now.
It is an even year.
Yeah, it is an even year, baby. Hey, when I was in Vegas for the main event, I put money down on them to win the World Series. That ticket is going to probably end up in the trash at some point, in October. But I believe in my team, so hopefully we can backdoor the way into the playoffs. And if they do, not being a Giants, not just being a Giants owner, but if they were to find themselves in the playoffs, they have a fantastic rotation, and starting pitching is what helps you propel you into championships. We saw it in those even year runs They weren't the best teams in the playoff those years, but they had the best starting pitching, and that's what propelled them through.
Logan Webb, baby. My girlfriend went to high school with him.
And my wife is here.
Okay.
My wife is here now too, and she definitely does not appreciate any Giant slander. Love you, babe. I'm glad you got to sleep in again today. So, Howard, you're giving away a really, really cool prize. So please let us know what it is.
All right. Well, at Fantasy Alarm, we've changed our whole subscription platform and stuff like that now, right? So it's no longer by sport. It's an all sports platform. You can subscribe to it monthly. So I figured, why not just give away a full year subscription to Fantasy Alarm? All sports, everything's involved. It's seasonal. It's DFS content. It's all of our tools, everything. all the projections, the fanjections that Ryan works on, everything like that. We'll do a full year subscription on us for that, and we'll even throw you in a nice snug fitting Fantasy Alarm t-shirt.
There we go. Mike Kaufman, you are the winner of that. I will get you in touch with Howard to get that all set up. Fantasy Alarm is a fantastic company. I really, really appreciate that. I'll dime myself out. I worked for Fantasy Alarm for a few years with Howard and Ryan, and I still use my access to the site for DFS purposes.
Wait a second. Hold on.
Yeah. So if I find
get him out of there.
It is a fantastic site with a lot of great information. So I appreciate Howard not cutting me off as of yet. From my access to all of the amazing tools that they have there. Jake, why don't you remind people where you can reach on social media and plug all your work?
Sure. Yeah. You can follow me at Jake Crumpler on Twitter. Don't have too many followers, so I appreciate any follows. But yeah, I also write for a small website, theathleteshub.org. That one's really fun. I do a fun podcast every week over there. I write for Pitcher List. Been doing that for a little bit. I do reliever ranks over there, and I am also on the reliever podcast in the pen. And I just started at Baseball HQ a couple months ago, and I'm a playing time analyst. But yeah, I've been doing this for less than a year, so I never imagined I'd be on this podcast, especially with, a couple of greats from the fantasy industry. So I really appreciate the opportunity to be on here.
We appreciate having you. Definitely go follow Jake on Twitter. Get that follower account up for him. It's always really cool. I was telling my wife yesterday, I think one of the cool things about doing Podapallooza this year, kind of in the middle of the season, is we're getting to kind of add some new faces that have kind of joined the industry this year. So Jake, really appreciate you joining us for this Podapallooza, and if you need anything in the future, you let me know. All right. Howard, remind everybody where you can be reached and what you do.
You can find me at RotoBuzzGuy on Twitter. You can email me, rotobuzzguy@gmail.com, if you need a little private messaging kind of thing there. You can find me all over the pages at fantasyalarm.com. You can hear me on Sirius XM Fantasy Sports Radio, channel 87, every Monday through Friday, 6 to 8 p.m. Eastern. And you can read some of my work in the New York Post every weekend at nypost.com. Or if you're in New York City, just go out to your corner store and grab yourself a newspaper.
Also, don't forget to sign up for Howard Bender's OnlyFans. That's where you really find the best.
Absolutely.
Already signed up.
Ryan, why don't you remind people where you can be reached and what
I do the same as that guy on the same site, so definitely go there. You can find me on Twitter at Fighting Chance. And if you're tired of arguing with everyone on Twitter, that everyone must be, I run some fun pop culture brackets and fantasy games for reality TV shows. So if you want to actually have fun on Twitter for once, follow me and have some fun.
Definitely follow Ryan. We are in the midst of our summer movie fantasy league, which is always fun. I play in the Fantasy Survivor with my wife, Danielle, who's sitting right next to me. And it's actually, I'm going to turn over the host chair to her for a little bit.
Oh, God.
So that way I can go to the restroom during the next panel. But definitely go follow Ryan. He does great brackets. a lot of pop culture stuff on top of the fantastic fantasy stuff. You guys, thank you so much for coming on. I really, really appreciate it. This was a blast, even though we got sidetracked. It was a really, really great conversation. I hope everybody enjoyed it. I'm going to boot you all out and start bringing in the next panel here in a minute. So unceremoniously removing you, as I always do. Want to remind everybody that we are raising money today. And we have already, let me double check the numbers if I can actually find them. We've already raised $2,457 for Big League Impact, which is an organization founded by Adam Wainwright that supports a number of causes around the country and around the world. It's a great organization. For every dollar you donate, you get a raffle ticket. All that money goes to them, and that raffle ticket gets you entered to win great prizes like the one we just gave away. Also, I didn't even mention while Ryan was on. Appreciate Ryan. Ryan's donating a Fantasy Alarm t-shirt as well. That will be given away at the end of the show. We're going to give away a prize every hour until the end of the show, and then at the end of the show, going to give away the rest of the prizes. So there's still a ton of great things, including for every $1,000 we raise, we've already raised over $2,000. I'm going to give away a TGFBI spot for next season. So hopefully we can give away as many spots as possible. Keep donating. JustinMasonFantasy@gmail.com is the PayPal. @Justin Salinger is the Venmo. All right, we are going to move on to our next panel, and then I'm going to turn it over to my wife. We'll see how this works. We're bringing in Doug Dennis. Doug, how you doing, my friend?
Good. How are you?
I'm doing well. Remind everybody where you reached and talk about what you do in the industry.
Yeah, Baseball HQ. You can get me on Twitter at DougDennis41. And I've been writing about relief pitchers for almost 25 years. I'm very old, very old.
And this is our relief pitcher panel, so I should change the banner to actually reflect that. And if we're talking relief pitchers, there's no other person I want to talk to than Mr. Reliever Recon himself, Greg Jewett. Greg, how you doing, my friend?
I'm all right. How are you guys?
We are doing fantastic. Why don't you remind people where you can reach on social media and then plug what you do over at Reliever Recon?
Let's see. So at the old Twitter machine at GJEWETT9. We keep a lot of stuff behind the paywall Recon, but I like to think it's well worth it. I have 4 other great contributors at the site. And then, like Doug, I focus on relievers, and I also do a weekly column on The Athletic, which usually publishes Tuesday. And then with the way the news cycle has been this year, I have to do an update about 3 hours later because half the information gets changed with roster moves and everything else that happens. It seems to be Tuesday's a bad day for that, but Nando won't change me.
And unfortunately, Tim McCullough was supposed to join us as well, but he's having an internet issue at his house, so he may join us at some point if he's able to get it turned back on. And then I think we hopefully have Mike Carter at some point as well. I don't know where everybody is for this panel. Let's see. But hopefully he joins us. But in the meantime, I'm going to turn things over to my wife, as scary as that's going to be for her. And I'm going to let her lead the panel for a few minutes. And I'm going to step away for a couple minutes. So enjoy, guys.
All right, everybody, bear with me. Good morning or afternoon, depending on where everybody is. How are you guys doing today?
Doing great. So we're going to talk about Justin, right?
Yes, absolutely. This is my intervention that you guys are doing, right? That's what I thought I got suckered into. No, I know that thank goodness Justin does have some notes and stuff, but of course he didn't exactly leave it with me. So I'm just going to go on my own. What should I be looking at for relievers for the second half, guys? You guys are just here to help me with my TGFBI team so that I can make sure I beat Justin this year, unlike last year. So far, I'm doing really well.
Yeah, you're beating him.
So far I'm beating him, but I need to make sure that I can hold on and maybe even improve where I'm at for my league at least. So what should I be doing?
I think just start doing victory laps. I think you got him by so much that it's pretty much in the bank. But who I haven't looked in a while. Who are your closers? What do you have?
Let's see. Right now, I have Presley. I should have this memorized, right? I should know exactly what it is that I'm doing.
You have so many teams. It's understandable that you don't have them all memorized.
Yeah, all 2 of my teams have really hurt. My other team is dumpster fire when it comes to relievers. I have 2.
It just matters that you beat Justin in TGFBI. So
yes, that is the only thing. That's my main goal that I've had for the entire season so far. So what are you guys looking at for really? Oh, you know what? Actually, I get to do something fun, which is that we have Mike Carter joining us right now. So let me see if I can pop him in.
These guys on Central Standard Time, I tell you.
Hey, you know what happened? I'll be full disclosure. I'm wrapping up vacation with my family, and we are in the water park capital of the world in Wisconsin Dells, and I couldn't find a damn Wi-Fi connection. Like this nice lady let me into their conference center for the hour and said, "You can see yourself out when you're done," which is not the first time I've been told that. So, Greg and Doug, how are you guys?
Good. I like that you're actually like a relief pitcher at the whole time that you're recovering relief pitchers. It's perfect.
I'm trying. Oh, that's funny.
Mike, why don't you introduce yourself to everybody and let them know what you do in the industry?
Oh, boy. So my name's Mike Carter. Thank you for having me again. I really appreciate you guys having me on. You can find me at the worst Twitter handle in Twitter, MDRC0508. I started on Twitter a few years ago just because I was trying to track what my kids were doing. So it's the only reason why I got on Twitter. But I currently work for Fantrax. I cover the bullpens for Fantrax. They are nice enough to allow me to do a piece every week. I also work for SB Streamer, doing streaming hitters on the weekends. And then I also work more narrative pieces for 9-Inning Know-It-All. So I got my hand in a lot of little things going on there on a weekly basis. Pleasure to be here with you guys.
Thank you so much for joining us today. Okay, I did find Justin's notes. So Justin wanted to know, what was your approach to drafting coming into the season, and how is it playing out?
Yeah, Greg, how's it playing out?
With the exception of 4 outings by Josh Hader, it's been pretty good.
Yeah.
I'm sorry about one of those.
Yeah, it's okay. I preached in the preseason that I was willing to pay at least the price for one, but I wasn't going to go over the top. So I have I have 3 different teams with Hader on them, which was looking great. Again, I know he struggles in July, and there's been talk about his release point and other things, and I just have to keep reminding myself that from August 1st on last year, he had 21 straight scoreless outings. Mm-hmm. And, and I really do believe that we underestimate how personal life affects these players. There was a lot of complications with his son's birth and things of that nature. I just think this was somebody that was trying to go through it in the middle of doing his job. And it's tough. I mean, I had my worst year teaching and coaching when I got divorced. So, I mean, these things happen. So I'm willing to let that go. And other teams, it just depended. In TGFBI, I think people saw me in the room and pushed up relievers even more than they normally would be. I ended up with Jordan Romano, and it's been a hodgepodge. I was lucky enough to get Helsley. I'm hoping the second half yields more safe situations for him instead of being in a closer by committee situation. I really don't have any teams that are searching for saves. So I wanted to eliminate, even though that's my specialty, I wanted to eliminate burning my fab money on the reliever of the week.
How about you, Doug?
Well, I'm a mixed bag. I did not want to pay the big price for relievers in NFBC. I mean, in auctions it's different, and I have some of those teams, so I did better in the auction leagues. The NFBC kind of scares me because if I lose like my 3rd round pick on a closer and then the closer does what closers do, then I'm not very happy. So I waited a little bit. I typically got Romano in my leagues. I thought he was priced pretty well. It's been worse than I had hoped from him. I thought he was going to be a lot better than he was. I thought he'd be one of the top 2 or 3. He hasn't really been that. But he's fine, and he's still closing, so I'm happy with that. And then the other one that I went down and got typically was Corey Knebel, which was terrible. Horrible pick. It hasn't worked out at all. So I've been scrambling for that second spot quite a bit throughout the year for a number of teams. I had Gallego, I think, on a team. Then that didn't work out very well either. My second closers haven't really worked out very well, but I still hold the idea that I can't spend a 3rd round pick on a closer. I just couldn't do it. So I don't know what I'm going to do next year. We'll see.
How about you, Mike? How'd it start and how's it going?
Well, similar to what both of these guys have said, I mean, they're both way smarter than I am, and I kind of adopted some of their philosophy on some of these things. But in TGFBI, my strategy was I really did not want to spend a 2nd or 3rd round pick on Hendricks or Hader, because with my luck, that's the 2nd week they go down with a UCL injury and then I'm done. So what I did this year was I kind of hedged my bets a little bit. I let the top couple guys go, and I was pretty content getting Edwin Diaz in the 4th round, 5th round in there. It's still a bit of an overpay for me, but at least I figured that I banked probably 30, maybe 35 saves there. And then with my second pick, I was really high on Taylor Rogers this year, and it ended up working out great because he got traded. Like 3 days after I got him, it made me look like I was a genius, which we all know that I'm not. And so that worked out really well. And then what I wanted to do was later on speculate on guys that I thought might get some opportunity in there. So the Tanner Rainey's of the world before he was injured. And that worked out really well in TGFBI. In Glarf, it did not work out as well because I tried to outsmart very smart people. It didn't really work out very well. I thought, well, if I get a combination of a good closer and Gallegos or something of that nature, that I would be pretty happy with it. I totally agree with what Doug says. I think auction's a totally different ballgame, but in Glarf, it did not go as well, and it's really hurt me because now I've been kind of trying to hunt for saves and the Colin Pochets of the world and the Brooks Rayleys of the world, and that's not a real good place to live. And you don't look like you're a bullpen expert if you're doing stuff like that. So it's been a climb in those leagues. In TGFBI, it's been pretty good though. I'm in the top 2 or 3 last I checked for saves there, so I've been pretty happy there. Other ones, it's been kind of hit or miss.
Well, you guys are very lucky because Justin has returned. So that's the end of me. But thanks for letting me sit in for a little bit.
It's always great to see you, my friend.
Of course.
I will be listening to the rest of the segment, though. So I'll be also taking some notes from you guys.
Thanks for all the secret insights on Justin that we had never heard before. That was
absolutely.
Awesome.
Oh, absolutely. That DM group trying to take him down has really worked out for a lot of people, I think, so far. All right, guys. Thanks so much. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Thanks, Danielle. You too.
And I'm back. I'm sure everybody is disappointed that my wife is no longer hosting, but I appreciate not just her giving me a few minutes off so I can go use the restroom, but also allowing me to do this again. It wouldn't be possible without her, and she's not able to listen as she runs into the house. So I get to say nice things before she starts listening again. All right. You guys already asked about how it's playing out, but what do you think the strategy will, or tell me if you guys already answered this, what do you think the strategy will be coming in next year? This has been a year where there hasn't been a lot of turnover in saves and closers to the extent that we're used to. Do you think that next year people are going to have a different strategy heading into drafts there, Greg?
I don't think the strategy will be different. I just think the prices will normalize a little more. The Hendricks and Hader, they've done well, but it hasn't been the dominance that people would have hoped for at that price point. And I think when you're adding in the new blood with the Julio Rodriguez of the world and other things, I think more hitters are going to push themselves up in the early draft. So I think the Hader and Hendricks and Edwin Diaz and that stuff, because as much as we don't want to admit it, it's very reactive as far as the closer market. And I think people will, be pushing up Diaz next year based on his dominance this season and things of that nature. So I just think it'll start being more in the middle of the third round rather than the middle of the second round, as we saw this year. I still think prices will get pushed up until more teams really go back to a traditional closer rule, which I don't know if that's going to be the case, especially when you see relievers. The chasm between reliever ERA and starter ERA this year is the largest I think it's been in the major league history. So, the importance of relievers and how teams structure them keeps changing on the fly. So I think that insulates the top tier. Again, I just think it's going to migrate back around. I don't know how the other two gentlemen feel.
Mike, what do you think?
I think it's a really great question, and I'm not 100% sure how to answer it yet, but I will say this. I think that people are going to follow the crowd, whatever they do, and I think a lot of people are going to shy away from the idea of taking a closer top tier. I just can't see, and I've said this a number of times on Twitter to other people too that have asked me, I don't know why they ask me for advice, but they do, that I cannot see missing a guy like Machado in the second round for taking a closer. I can't wrap my mind around it. And we write about bullpens that's our job, right? So I just don't see doing that. I see people maybe kind of sliding back a little bit off of that and saying, wait a minute, if I look at these guys that are the expert guys like you guys that are not going to do that, I think we kind of inadvertently sometimes help set that trend. I personally will not be drafting a closer in the top 3 rounds again.
What about you, Doug?
Well, I didn't this year, and it didn't really work out for me in a way. But I think I need to pay more attention to the teams themselves and what their philosophy is, and go for what San Diego has last year. Mark Melancon led the league in saves, and this year they got Taylor Rogers going nuts. And I just feel like maybe I want San Diego's closer, whoever it is, because of the way that they handle the role. I don't know. I sort of think that that's probably more important than anything else. I'm definitely not spending a top pick though, because I figure if I have any advantage over anyone in any of these kinds of leagues, it's knowing relief pitchers downstream, not the top guys. So it'd be wasting that if I did that.
I think that, and I mentioned this in a different context yesterday, but the industry as a whole has moved to covering the high stakes world a lot more in depth. And I really feel like that's had an overall effect on people being willing to take closer. So because that happens in the high stakes world so often. And I think as long as NFBC is pushed to the forefront for good reason, I love NFBC. And I think the competitive nature of their leagues are fantastic. But I think that drives a little bit of the price. And I think that's going to continue to happen, even though it probably should come back down to earth a little bit more, like Greg was mentioning. Let's talk about some closers who might get traded and who would benefit from that. I've got the Baltimore Orioles on the top of the list, but man, they just keep winning. So do they trade Jorge Lopez? And if he goes, who's the main beneficiary there, Mike?
That's a good question. I didn't put Lopez in my piece that came out this morning because I'm wondering if Baltimore is going to hedge their bets and hold on to him, even though I don't know that they should. I think they should probably sell high on him. I think most people would probably look at Bautista as being the guy that would be next in line. However, they also have Dylan Tate, and they've been wanting to use him in different roles for a long time, and maybe he gets an opportunity as well. However, to your point, Justin, if they keep winning, maybe they don't do anything. Maybe they add. I don't know that I would be in that position, but we never know. We speculate all the time on these things. We don't know what's going to happen exactly.
Doug, what do you think? Do you think Lopez gets traded? And if he does, who's the next guy up?
I don't think he does, but it's possible. I mean, here's what I think. I think the Orioles are in a great spot where they don't have to take, I got to get rid of a guy or get what I can get for a guy or whatever. So they're in a spot where they can just keep winning and not trade anybody. But if somebody really wants somebody on their bullpen, they got enough guys, enough depth that they could trade one. I don't know that if I were a team, I would be looking at Lopez more than Bautista. I'd be trying to get him, I think. I might pay a little more to get Bautista than I would to get Lopez. But I could easily see where they just stand pat because they're not getting the kind of offer they want for these guys because there's so many closers really on the market.
What do you think, Greg?
I think it's going to be a very intriguing trade deadline. I don't know that there's a lot of closers on the market, Doug. There's a lot of relievers. I don't know about a lot of closers.
That's correct. You're right about that. I guess that's what I mean.
Yeah, that's fine. And what I know, I get too laser focused, but anyways, everything that I read seems like the asking price is pretty high for Lopez, and I think that's for a reason. I don't think Baltimore really wants to mess with how their bullpen is structured. They like the fluidity of Tate and Bautista being able to do the 7th or 8th inning with Sinel Perez as the left-handed component there. I mean, these are all guys either from their farm system or off the scrap heap that they've been able to do. And Baltimore is setting the stage for 2023 and 2024. So I don't think they have to sell. I think the health issues that Lopez's son has had and how he's flourished this year, I know people keep saying he's going to get traded, but I am with Doug, and I think Mike even intimated at this as well. As I don't see this as a sell. Just like everything you read is whatever team's putting out their trade things is, we got to get Bednar, and I don't know that Pittsburgh's going to trade Bednar either. I think they learned the lesson from Holmes last year, and they're same deal. They've got to. These are the two teams we're speaking about have very robust farm systems. And they're a year or two away from hopefully being good, and that would be good for baseball. We need them competitive. So I think both of these teams are going to stand pat with those guys. Will they trade away Chris Stratton? Sure. Will they trade away one of these ancillary arms if they can get something for him? Sure. But I don't think they're going to be dipping into the top of their leverage ladder in a desperation to trade people because they need to. Neither one of these teams has to trade either of those guys.
Yeah, I just don't know that Lopez nets enough back to make sense for a team that is, somewhat competitive right now, and will be competitive in the future. I tend to agree with you guys. And the reason I didn't put Pittsburgh on the list is I don't think Bednar's going anywhere.
Yeah, I don't either.
I think they've made it pretty clear that they want to keep him around for a while.
I mean, the drop off there would be huge, right? I mean, even Will Crow, Stratton, it's like, come on, man. Like if they want to be better in a year or two, Bednar would be a guy to ride. He's not that old yet. So I would be surprised if they traded him. The other thing that I would add to that too is and this is a rhetorical question, I guess, more than anything, is what team that is in contention really needs a closer? Are you going to give them 3 prospects for Bednar? I mean, if you already have a guy that you're pretty confident in, I would say no.
Most of the contenders need setup guys. Like the Mets need depth. The Mets need a lot of depth. The Mets probably need to add 3 relievers, but I don't think they need to add anybody as a closer for obvious reasons.
Correct.
Although Diaz is in his walk year, so that would be the only reason a guy like Bednar or Lopez would be attracted to them, because they have team control through the next couple of years. But I don't see the Mets going that route. Them getting David Robertson to me makes sense. Or Robertson. I mean, there could be a bidding war between Philadelphia and the Mets for Robertson. There's going to be guys on the move, but tons of people always in my timeline are like, oh, what's going to happen when Lopez is traded? I'm like, I don't think anything.
I don't think he's
going. I can be wrong. I mean, both of them could get traded, but as of today, I don't think either one does.
Yeah, I completely agree. And I think a lot of these guys we're going to talk about here, they may not be getting traded to be closers. That's why I'm more concerned about what happens in their absence at their current team. Let's talk about the Oakland A's, because Lou Trevino likely will be traded. And that will leave an opening for potentially AJ Puck. Maybe he got his first save, but they also have other arms they could go with. Doug, why don't you start? Who do you think becomes next man up once Trevino is traded?
Oh, I think Oakland's trading everyone that's not bolted down if they can get away with it. I don't think that we could even say until the trade deadline's passed we have to look at who's left. I'm not saying Puck isn't getting traded. I think they all could get traded. I don't know who I want, though. Like, do I want Lou Trevino? I don't know. I mean, I wouldn't give much for him. Maybe if he were part of a bigger package and I'm getting, 5 guys or something like that, and he's part of that, I wouldn't mind him being thrown into it, but I wouldn't go out, aiming at him. I don't know what to think about Oakland, other than we got to see how the dust settles after they trade everything they can afford to trade and see what's left. But, if Trevino doesn't get traded, he stays as the closer. I mean, what does that mean? He has like 8 more appearances this year. I mean, who cares?
Right.
I mean, I think Trevino will get traded just so they can get the rest of that $3 million contract off the books. Like they may give him away for free, to be honest, just so they don't have to pay him whatever $1.3 million that's left for the year. Greg, what do you think? Do you think there's a next man up, or do we even care about Oakland?
Well, I think Doug's intimation about how many options are left. It's weird though. When they win, it's usually a close game, so they have a high conversion rate, at least of their wins being save situations. Now, I know Puck got his first save, but he was like the last man standing in the bullpen that day, and even in the save, he hit a batter, and then the batter he was supposed to get out, he hit with a pitch, and then he was lucky enough to get Marcus Semien to ground out to end the game. I watched that first time when he had the save opportunity and he threw the 2 wild pitches, and I was like, I just don't know if he has the constitution to be a closer. I hate saying something like that because he's an athlete and I am not right now. But no one talks about Zach Jackson, but he's been scoreless in 10 of his last 11 appearances. He got the save yesterday, and he's almost like Tanner Scott. When he throws strikes and attacks, he's okay, but there's also times where he nibbles too much and he creates traffic on the bases, which causes problems. So he's a bit of a high wire act. And as much as Domingo Acevedo tantalizes the other day, I think he had like 6 swinging strikes out of his 10 pitches. But they keep him in that 6th, 7th inning area. They like him as the pivot. They don't use him in the high leverage moments. So if Trevino does get traded and Danny Jimenez shoulder or issues with command linger, then I would probably say Zach Jackson. But again, you're looking at probably 4 to 5 saves.
All right, Mike, what do you think?
Well, I think those guys hit it right on the head. It wouldn't surprise me if the Athletics traded all of these guys. I mean, we know Billy Beane will trade relief pitchers, left-handed relief pitchers for your supply of Coca-Cola, as he did in Moneyball, right? So,
I think a smart team's going to get Sam Moll.
Yeah.
Somebody with a good scouting department is going to realize that he's actually been pretty good.
Yeah, to your point earlier, Greg, I think the guys that are going to be in demand are those bridge guys, right? The ones that can get you, the middle relief guys that can get you to the promised land down there in the 8th and 9th inning. Those guys are going to be in command, and I think Sam Moll is a really good example of that. He's not a closer, but a guy that can get key outs at key points of the game.
All right. What about the Arizona Diamondbacks? There's been a lot of people talking about maybe Melanson gets moved. He's on a 2-year deal, so they don't necessarily need to move him. Mike, do you think that there's any chance he gets moved?
Yeah, I wrote about it today, and I was mulling it over the course of the last week, sitting at the pool, living a hard life up in northern Michigan with no Wi-Fi for a few days. And I think what ends up happening with him, I mean, he's 37, he doesn't throw hard, he's not a closer on the top team. What role does he really serve then? I mean, this is a guy has historically always been a closer and has done a pretty good job in his career getting outs without having what we would call the great stuff that we anticipate closers having. So there might be some value for him, but I think it depends on what a team scouting department thinks about using him in a different role in a different part of the game. I mean, I don't see him getting traded to, say, someone like the Mets and closing, like we were talking about before. They need depth. They need some guys that can get outs. Could you use Melanson in a 6th or 7th inning role? Perhaps, but he's not done it. And that's the thing that concerns me about him going away. And I think Arizona is still a ways away from being good, although they've got some young talent there and some guys that are kind of up and coming. But, if they can get something for him, I think that they move him, which, leads to some questions about who's left there. Kennedy obviously was hurt. Joe Mantiply probably is going to get traded, I would imagine. He's got value. I would not be surprised if he moves. So could be a situation where Melanson is the last one standing there and the other guys all get traded around him because maybe teams don't see him as having a role in their bullpen.
What do you think, Greg?
Yeah, I think this is one of those issues where giving him a 2-year deal was odd. And I think that's the only reason he took it, because he went to Arizona knowing that this was one of the only situations where he would be a closer. So I don't know if a deal for him would work out with him not pitching late, but we'll see. They're going to trade Kennedy. They should, obviously. I think Mantiply's appearance in the All-Star game raised his trade stock appreciably, even though most of us know that he's been pitching very well this year. I'm intrigued by, and they've been using Caleb Smith more in 1-inning outings lately. I don't know if that's to build his trade value. He's almost like a Zach Britton light. He can throw hard and he does produce ground balls. I'm intrigued by Luke Weaver. He's turned in 6 consecutive scoreless outings as a reliever. Now, again, last night was a mop-up duty in a 7-2 game, but 15 pitches, 10 strikes, couple of swinging strikes. You know, I still think there's a Gosman in relief path back to maybe, you know, being decent again in the future for Weaver, but we could see him get a couple of sneaky saves in the second half if they decide to gut the entire leverage ladder.
Doug?
Yeah, I don't have a lot to add except I just really would focus on man supply. I think he's the guy to get. I think some team's going to get him. I would expect him to be one of the biggest targets out there from a relief pitcher standpoint, especially among contenders. I don't see. I mean, I wouldn't want Melanson for. I mean, it doesn't make any sense from a buying standpoint, you know. So I think man supply is the guy.
All right. One of the big names that's been out there as a potential closer that could be traded is David Robertson, who's done a really good job in Chicago. But again, he may end up on a team where he's not the closer. Could end up back in New York, could end up back in Philadelphia. The Mets have been mentioned already. Doug, where do you think that Robertson could end up, and who would be the next man up in Chicago, especially because they could trade Chris Martin and Michael Givens?
I think Robertson ends up in New York, and I don't know if it's the Mets or the Yankees, but one of those two teams, I think, and I think he's going to be in setup. He's not going to be closing anymore. So if you're counting on him for saves, you might be looking around right now yourself, in my view. As far as who's going to take over for him, I actually think Givens is much better than Wick. But I'm not sure the Cubs share that. I don't know what the Cubs do most days, so can't really predict for sure that it'll be Givens. But if I were in charge of the team, it would be.
What do you think, Greg?
But Givens is on a 1-year deal too. They signed Robertson and Givens for the exact reason that they were going to trade him if they weren't contending. I think both of those guys will get shipped out. Last year, after they traded Kimbrel, we were like, oh, it's time to add Wick. And then it was Cody Hewer. Then we added Cody Hewer, and then it was Rowan Wick. And it was like, then we were like, oh, then we'll add Wick. And then they had, like, Adam Morgan got a couple of saves last year in the second half, for Christ's sakes. I think it'll end up being some sort of a committee. I mean, Scott Efros is intriguing. He's got the weird release angle, and he has been pitching better of late. It's almost like there was a stretch there. Chris Martin was pitching pretty well, and I was like, oh, maybe Chris Martin won't get traded and they'll keep him to close. And then he gave up runs in like 3 straight outings, and then Efros resurfaced. It's like once we start to believe in one of these guys, they stumble and whatever. So intriguing wise, I don't want to run too long here. I would probably say Efros. Doug's talked in the past about Braylon Marquez. I don't even know if he's thrown a baseball yet. Otherwise the system's kind of bereft of me. And now they're starting to use Stephen Broughton leverage situations. So you could see Efros, Brault, and whoever's left standing between Martin, Robertson, and Givens being involved. But it might end up being a timeshare, not a primary role.
Mike?
Yeah, I think the only thing I would add is that I think Robertson and Givens are both going to get traded this week, and it'll be whoever they have standing there. I mean, I think David Ross has really, being in Chicago, I get to see both teams pretty often, and the bullpen management there has been a real head scratcher. I mean, there's not a lot of consistency there. So I personally would probably stay away. Rowan Wick is a name that gets thrown around, but he's been pretty shitty this year, truthfully. So I don't know that I would take a chance on anybody in this bullpen at this point.
What about Daniel Bard on the Colorado Rockies? I mean, you would think that they would try to move him for any sort of value. But do we even care about a Rockies closer, Mike?
No, the Rockies are going to Rocky, right? I mean, that's what they always do. They'll probably end up giving him a contract or something like that and not being smart about it.
That's the prevalent belief.
Yeah.
I
don't think that they're going to trade him.
3 different beat writers have written that they think they're going to extend Bard. They don't think they'll trade him. I mean, you would think they would say, hey, you know what? We're going to trade you for a couple of prospects and we'll just sign you at the end of the year the way the Yankees did with Chapman back in 2016. But the Rockies are very stubborn. So there's a very good chance that Bard just stays there, which I have 2 shares of him in different leagues. So I'm all for it. But
I think they're more likely to trade.
There's no value outside of being a closer.
I think they're more likely to trade Colomé than anybody in that bullpen at this point.
Yeah, he's on a
What do you think?
deal.
What do you think, Doug?
I think Bard's probably not going to get traded, and I mean, I can't imagine a team wanting Colomé. I just can't. who wants him? Not me.
Yeah, no, that's fair. Is there any other team, Greg, that might trade their closer and open up another spot that we're not thinking of right now, or at least that I didn't put on the rundown?
I mean, Cincinnati should trade Hunter Strickland since he's on a 1-year deal, but I don't know that they would put Alexis Diaz into the closer role because David Bell, as we all know, is just not into that sort of a thing. But if he's going to use Strickland in mostly ninth inning situations, Diaz pitched the other day against the heart of the order and looked very, very good in his last appearance. So, I mean, he used him as the highest leverage reliever. I think Bell recognizes that his best reliever right now is Diaz. So there's a chance at least he would get the primary share. So again, you're probably talking a handful of saves, but if he's a free agent in your league and you're desperate for them, I would think, Diaz, I would rather have Diaz than Efros or any of the Cubs pieces that could emerge possibly. And the other thing we don't know is who comes back for some of these guys in trades, because the closer for the Cubs could end up being somebody that comes back from one of the teams that they're trading with. So some of that's going to just be a little bit unknown. So once the dust settles, we have a better idea. But Alexis Diaz is an arm that I do like. Edwin's little brother that I think could emerge at least with the primary share after the trade deadline, because there's no reason for them to keep Strickland. Again, he's not going to be outside of the 6th or 7th inning on a contender, but in that role, he can be decent.
Yeah, I picked up Diaz in a number of high-stakes leagues and in tout wars just on the spec. My only fear is that the Reds are they're going after this committee situation they've been doing since trading Iglesias, and it's just going to be frustrating. And they're not going to be a team that, sorry, Doug, wins a lot of games to begin with, and then they're splitting their save opportunities as few as there are.
And there's
I think if they trade Strickland, there's going to be like a party on the streets. I mean, I don't think it's one of those things where they're really counting on trading Strickland. Lord, if they actually got anything for him, even like cash, I think that
I was worried about Doug the first couple weeks of the season. I safety checked him on Twitter a couple times privately just to make sure he was okay after the start that Cincinnati got off to.
Does anybody else have maybe a surprise closer you think might get traded?
Yeah,
well, go ahead.
Go ahead, guys. No, I'm talking enough. Go ahead.
I was going to say Detroit. I think Detroit has a lot of great arms, and they're like bottom feeder team. So, like, good Lord, if I were a team looking for people to help me bridge to my closer, Detroit would be my first call, because they got lefties, they got righties, they're all pretty good. The rest of the team, I don't know what the heck's going on, but they have plenty of relief pitchers, and you might be able to buy 2 or 3 from them if you do it right, and completely rebuild your bullpen and suddenly go to town.
My question with them is, if the market is not as robust as we might think it is, like if we don't think Bednar and Lopez are going to get traded, do you think this would be the year for them to entertain trading Soto?
Yes,
absolutely.
I mean, because we're talking Mantiply and we're talking this, that, and the other as far as left-handed relievers. But if you put Soto on the market, you're going to shift some of that, because Houston could definitely use a power left-handed reliever. There's a couple of teams. I mean, the Mets obviously could. The Mets were very interested in Taylor Rogers last year before his finger injury. They were in on him. They haven't been able to find a replacement for Loop this year. If you can get a bidding war between Houston, the Mets, and maybe another team for Gregory Soto, I think as the Tigers, you have to think about it, because you're rebuilding on the fly. And I know he's under team control for 3 more years, but at the same token, he might not have a better value than right now.
He's never going to have a better value.
I wouldn't be afraid of kicking $1 or $2 in the league for Alex Lang. I know some people are in on Joe Jimenez, but I still have whiplash on him from a couple of years ago.
Forget it.
And Justin, I want to ask you this one, because this is very intriguing, because the quotes from your manager and the things that around the Trevor Rosenthal signing are very, very
interesting,
very intriguing. For the fact for them to say that, and his contract is laden with the games finish clauses, which doesn't necessarily have to be a save. But if he's finishing games, he's pitching in the 9th inning. And if that's the escalators in his contract, I wouldn't be averse to putting $1 or $2 on Trevor Rosenthal this weekend in a lot of NFBC leagues, because if he's back in that 15 to 20 day window that the general manager indicated, you could be getting some save opportunities within the next month.
Yeah, I think it's harder to do in like an NFBC league where you don't have an IL, because 20 days that's a long time left in the season to be holding a dead roster spot, and it's not like most teams in NFBC right now. You've already got a dead spot on your reserve list,
it's been a tough weekend.
Yeah. So I mean, I think in NFBC that become harder to do. It's not a bad stash if you have the ability to do it. So if you are in a league, like for instance, Tout Wars has unlimited IL spots, right? If you're in that kind of format, I might throw a buck on Rosenthal, because that back end of the bullpen has been shaky. Like, right? There's just, and they seem to try to give it to a guy, whether it's Duvall or Leone. Obviously McKee is gone now, and he looked good in his first appearance in Milwaukee, but like they've tried to give it to a guy, and I think as much as Kapler gets a bad rap from his time in Philadelphia, I think he wants to have a set guy in the ninth. I just don't think they've found a guy that they can truly trust yet, and maybe it is Rosenthal. When healthy, he is an elite reliever.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see. I think the other team that could make some moves here is Kansas City. I mean, they're pretty far out of it. They've got some guys that, a resurgent Amir Garrett. Somebody's talking about power lefties. I don't trust him, but somebody else might. Stamont, Barley. I've been drinking beer all week. Barlow. Those are guys that I think might have some value to teams that are looking to win.
What about who's the next man up in Washington with Tanner Rainey done for the year? Is it Finnegan? And Finnegan, is reportedly on the block as well, or is there someone who's going to merge in Washington is worth picking up there, Greg?
I don't know. I got asked this the other day as well. Finnegan started hot last year, and then he struggled at the end. He's okay. I think he's a better setup reliever. I don't know that there's a closer ready to go. Even though Martinez has been good about it. I mean, I would think they're going to trade Chisak because he's on a 1-year deal. Maybe Carl Edwards Jr. would get a look if they trade Finnegan and Chisak. Harvey, his last couple of outings has given up a run on him. They were using Andres Machado a little bit in high leverage, and he imploded yesterday, giving up 4 earned runs. The cupboard's very bare there, and maybe Edwards Jr., but again, you're looking at a minimal amount of save opportunities probably over the last couple of months of the season.
Doug, you got any thoughts on the Washington situation?
Nothing to add. I actually think it's one of those like Oakland, whoever's left standing, you got to look and kind of see after. You can't really pick now. You have to wait and see what's left. I don't think there's anybody there that I would particularly go after and chase, but I do think that, and as I think Greg mentioned earlier, if somebody comes back to Washington, might end up being, he stinks on his team, but he might be the best they got in Washington. So he might end up getting those saves. So you just have to wait and see.
Because if the Yankees trade like a Ron Marinaccio, he can end up being a high leverage guy on one of these teams he goes back to. I mean, he's been very good this year. I just think he can end up being a trade chip because they're going to press the panic button losing Michael King. That's huge. I don't think people understand how he has a higher WPA than Clay Holmes. I mean, he did all the dirty work for that bullpen that Holmes did for him in the second half last year. And I'm sorry, but anybody, I think you had it on the notes, but I was all preseason saying avoid Aroldis Chapman, and I'm still on that train. I know he might be a free agent in some big leagues and whatever. There's a reason.
Yeah, there's no value.
You look, I saw Codify, and I respect the work that Codify does, but they tweeted a thing out about, his ERA, but I was like, what about his contact rate going up and his swinging strike rate going down and his walk percentage going up and his strikeout rate going down? I mean, those are the indicators that I'm looking at in high leverage. I don't care about ERA, especially when you're going back to 2017. That doesn't matter anymore with Chapman. And I live in New York. I hear the Yankee broadcasts all the time, and they're like, well, if they get Chapman and Loizaga back on track, we don't know if Loizaga's healthy, and I don't know if you can get Chapman back on track.
Yeah.
So the Yankees went from not having a lot of fires put out at the trade deadline to a bunch in a really fast rate. Could they get Barlow in a package with Benintendi? It's possible. I think that would be a very viable trade package for the Yankees in the upcoming days.
I think the only problem with that is, do you want to add Benintendi when you've got to go to Toronto a few times?
Well, I think they would probably require vaccine, because the Yankees are one of the only teams that had like no issues going up north, as we're seeing with St. Louis now. Arenado and Goldschmidt won't be going. So I mean, it's a game changer going up there. I think with all the bad pub that came back on the Royals and Benintendi, that if he's going to get traded to a contender, he probably gets a needle prick to make that a non-issue.
Yeah,
Or teams would stipulate on. I don't know. I'm not the front office. I mean, you would think they're going to say.
I mean, if I'm the Yankees, you gotta say, you have to be, because
our whole clubhouse says we're not going to bring you in.
Yeah, I mean, any American League team, right? I mean, National League teams probably should too, but every American League team, because the last thing you want to do is face Toronto in the playoffs, and your big midseason acquisition now can't go with you for half of that playoff series.
Right.
That just can't trade for a guy who can't travel to a city. So
to a potential opponent,
it's just just bad strategy. So I did have Will Aroldis Chapman get his job back, but I think we're all in agreement. It does not seem like he's getting his job back anytime soon.
I don't think so.
I'll ask, are we worried at all about Josh Hader? He had that huge blow up that absolutely torched my ratios in my main event right before against my team. So I'm rooting for it as a fan, but as a person who dropped $1,700 on a league, watching him put up a 30 ERA or whatever it was for that outing was absolutely brutal. Any worries there, Mike, about Josh Hader?
Not for me. I mean, there's been some speculation too in the Midwest that he might be for sale, that the Brewers are listening on him, which I don't think makes any sense whatsoever. I know that he's coming up to the end of a contract. He's going to cost them money. They might have some replacement with Devin Williams there potentially, but he's the best left-handed reliever in the game, maybe the best reliever in the game, period. I wouldn't be too worried about the blow up. It is inopportune for you, Justin, and I'm sorry for you in that regard. But it's always that double-edged sword, right? It's you're rooting for your team to win, but you also don't want to see your reliever get exploded either. I've been on that many, many times. So yeah, I'm not worried about Hader personally.
Yeah, it was the definition of a bittersweet moment, for sure. Doug, any worries about Hader?
None at all. I think one of the things I always find fascinating about him is his fly ball rate is so high. The thing is he strikes out so many batters that it doesn't matter. I mean, that's really what it is. I mean, if you were a mere mortal and you had that fly ball rate, you wouldn't be in the major leagues. But as long as he's striking people out at the crazy rates that he does, he's fine.
Greg, you concur?
Yeah, I'm just going to watch his release point. But I think sometimes we're like searching so hard to figure out what's wrong with him that I really, truly, and I think I said this when Danielle was here, I think there's a lot of personal things going on with him, with his son and those sorts of things that we can't quantify that were affecting. I mean, he didn't go to the All-Star games. He wanted to spend time with his family. And if you remember, he had 2 different bouts on paternity leave during her pregnancy. There was a lot of complications there. So I'm just hoping his son and family are healthy and he rebounds and is himself in the second half. If it's not physical, then I think he'll be back to normal.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. And we hope that he and his wife are doing well. I mean, we're not worried about Hader. Are we worried, and should we be worried about Craig Kimbrell? Because he has not looked himself, and the Dodgers are always going to be buyers at the deadline, Greg.
It's true, but I subscribed to the Los Angeles Times just to get a little more insight than what I get on The Athletic and a couple other places for the Dodgers. And people aren't sure that they're really going to make a splashy ad. Again, could they decide that they want to get enter the David Robertson sweepstakes so they have a guy with closer experience in case they need to replace Kimbrel. It's very possible. Blake Trinan is throwing and could be on a rehab assignment soon. So that'll be a big, that would almost be like a trade deadline acquisition right there, getting him back to fill into that HLR role that they crave so well. And Evan Phillips has been very good. So I don't know that they'll go super crazy, but also anytime that David Roberts is telling you that he sees a closer by committee, we just need to call bullshit, because he says it over and over and over, and he stays by whoever he has in the ninth inning, whether it was Kenley Jansen and his struggles, Craig Kimbrel this year. I think he's proven that fact. So whoever they add next year, we can let them keep giving us the song and dance and just speculate on who they're going to get for the ninth.
What do you think, Doug?
Well, it's interesting. I mean, I'm a well-known Kimbrel hater. So, I mean, years ago, I've been saying he's dead, put work in him and be done with him, and he's still around. And actually, he's put up very good skills numbers this year. I don't really have a problem with his skills numbers. It's just the consistency isn't there day to day for whatever reason. I think if he's focused in I'm making this up, but if he's focused and he can, have that consistency, he's as good as anybody. And I would, if I were the Dodgers, I probably wouldn't mess with it. You got plenty of depth. You got guys you can stick in there if you absolutely have to come playoff time. You just don't want him blowing up and at the penultimate moment in a game 6 or 7 or something, and you could easily see it happening. But what can you do? I mean, you got to use what you got. So I don't see him replacing him. They're not doing that. So yeah, I'm not that worried. I mean, and from a fantasy baseball standpoint, I'd be happy to have him, although I hate him. But I'd be happy.
Mike, your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, short of them doing something really, obscene and over the top, like the Dodgers have done in the past. I mean, I guess the question that comes to my mind is, who would they rather have in that role that's going to be available? I mean, the Sox stink. I've been pretty clear about that. And I don't think that they're going to move Hendricks. But I mean, if somebody came and blew them away, I could see them making a move like that. If they want to take all of our relievers and give us something back, that's good. That's fine. But I don't think short of that, I don't see Kimbrel really being at a loss. I think Greg touched on it really nicely. They've got a lot of depth there. They've got other guys that they can use to help fill in. And we know that Dave Roberts is full of shit when he says that he wants to use a committee. He doesn't want to use a committee. He never has. And so I would see Kimbrel sticking in that role unless something gigantic happens in the next week, which it's the Dodgers. You never know. They got more money than God. So.
And if history's taught us anything, you look at what happened with the White Sox last year and Craig Kimbrel. When he got moved out of that closer role, he really did not like it. As much as, I don't love the thought process, there's a closer mentality, guys. There's some guys who really do not like being messed around with, and they want to know when they're coming into the game. And Kimbrel's one of those guys, it apparently seems like he really, really struggled when he wasn't the go-to guy. So, yeah, I do think the Dodgers add something to that bullpen at some point, but I don't think it is as the closer. I think they're going to roll. I think Robertson would be a perfect guy, right? A guy who could close if Kimbrel is, trash can, but that they can also roll in the 6th, 7th, 8th innings if they need to, because he's just good wherever he is.
Let's say, can I cut in for a second while we get everybody here? It looks
Absolutely.
like Miami is on the precipice of changing their closer, with Tanner Scott struggling with his command lately and pitching in the 6th inning yesterday. Anthony Bass has been very, very good, but it seems like Mattingly wants to use him anywhere but the 9th inning after he used him there at the beginning of last year and he struggled. Do we see a committee, or are we going to see them? Are they building like a trade market for Bass? They're going to have him close a couple of games and then flip him. I mean, this is a very combustible bullpen right now with a very struggling offense. So I don't know how many saves are going to accumulate in the very near future. But while I got, Doug and Mike here, I wanted to get their thought process on this ahead of Sunday Night Fob. Should we be spending a couple of shills on Anthony Bass tonight, or are we just going to let the circumstances dictate how we handle it?
Boy, that's a tough bullpen, right? I mean, they've done a lot of different things in the last year and a half, and have had 4 different guys essentially get opportunities there. I'm wondering if, and I haven't read up, and Greg, appreciate the insight on Scott there. But Scott struggled the last couple of outings. I wonder if maybe they're just going to shift him into a lower leverage role for a little while and see if he can work it out. I mean, he'd actually been pretty good up until that point. I don't see them having a really great other option. I mean, I think Bass is a guy that could obviously get traded to a team that wants a middle relief guy who's been solid. He's clearly miscast as a closer, in my opinion, and he's done the job, but I don't know that he's a guy that you want to ride long term. They've got Sulser, who's done the job in Baltimore a little bit. They got Floro, who did the job for them last year, but none of those guys really seem to me to have the stuff to be the closer long term like Scott does. And Scott seems like he's been waiting a long time to have a real opportunity after getting out of Baltimore. So it's hard to say. I mean, I think you could make an argument of throwing a little bit of fab down on any of those guys, quite honestly. But
are we forgetting about Bender? I mean, he's on rehab assignment.
Correct. That was the last guy that I was going to add, is that when Bender comes back, he's going to get added to this mix too, if he's not moved. Who knows?
What do you think, Doug?
Well, I was hoping to escape this podcast without having to tell you what I'm going to do tonight, but
nobody's watching. Don't worry.
I think Floro's the guy. I think Scott, his command comes and goes, and when it's on, he's as good as any lefty in the league. And then when it goes, you can't even use him. And it seems like that's what's going on there. I think you're right about Bass. I think he's great. I think he's a guy that they are kind of using as their highest leverage and reliever guy if they are using one. And I think Floro has been pretty consistent. I mean, he's not superstar or anything, but they liked him last year. Same manager dealing with the same stuff. I'm sure that's who they're going to use. If Bender comes back, and he seems to be pitching pretty well on this rehab assignment, he had really great metrics before he got hurt. I mean, it'd be stupid not to use him, but I could see him setting up Floro again like he did last year because it seemed to quasi work. They're coming to town in Cincinnati this week, by the way. I'm going to their games. I'll let you know after that how I see it. Sitting in the stand.
We might have to see how they handle it, but
exactly.
But I think it's at a tipping point. So those with Scott might be wanting to hedge their bets tonight.
I'm spending money on Floro.
There you go.
I hope you're right on Floro, because I have a lot of Floro shares on the draft championship teams that would be heavily rewarded in the same way that I'm hoping that Kyle Finnegan is the guy in Washington because he's my most roster player. Because
what about Hunter Harvey in Washington, Justin? Ooh, no, I'm kidding.
No. Yeah. I feel bad for that guy because like he was such a prospect coming up and really thought he could if he could have stayed healthy, the career would have been a much different story. I think that arm was really something early on in his career. We need to give away a prize real quick and then get you guys out of here so I can bring in the next panel. The prize this hour is a Reliever Recon membership. Greg, why don't you tell people what they get? Because I honestly believe in this. I subscribe to Reliever Recon, have for a really, really long time. And I think this is probably the most underrated resource in all of fantasy. So go ahead and pump it and tell people what they're getting.
All right, so as I alluded to at the introduction, it's myself and 4 other contributors. I'm a bit of a workhorse, I guess. I update the closer charts every day. I update the leverage ladders, who might be the next guy up, and things of that nature. There's daily posts where I take what I do from the closer charts and I kind of try and sum it up. I've changed it to a new format with the good, the bad, and the ugly from the night before in high relief. And we just kind of try and keep you ahead of the competition the best that we can. My guy Aaron Pags behind the scenes, he does videos. He attaches them to the closer charts. So if you have access to the closer charts, you want to see what Liam Hendricks looked like yesterday, giving up 3 earned runs on 4 hits. You can click it and he has the video right there encapsulated for you. Or you want to watch the Brian Abreu save and you're upset because you had Ryan Presley on a paternity list. But however you want to handle it, we've got those there for you. I also have the Bullpen Guru. He does a daily streaming thing. So if you're in a league that does daily moves, he tries to project who might be a reliever that can come in and be what he calls the fruit, the first reliever out of the pen, to be a guy in Vulture wins. So, I don't play in a league that has a cap on roster moves, so I can't take advantage of his great work, but his the stuff he puts out on a day-to-day basis, if you're in a league that plays like that with daily moves, it's a terrific resource. Nate and Aaron do weekly podcasts, Nate Markham. And then we have Eric Samolsky contributing. He's only, winning every award going from the FSWA. And then he does some video work for us and other contributions as well. So for the $5 a month, I think you get, heck, I believe the closer charts alone would be worth the $5 a month investment, but then you get all of these other things. And Aaron's even been doing a trade deadline tab that he updates, I think, almost every day with, whatever beat writers are intimating how a team is going to approach the trade deadline. So just all those things. And then also in the closer charts, I update the SGP daily, so you can see how the relievers are doing. And then later today, I'm going to update the last 14 days, so you can even see the recent events and how guys are surging. So that Dan encapsulates most of it. And then and Justin can attest to this too, is the other day when the Tannerini injury hit, I had an article out saying proceed A, B, C, and D with replacing them. We try and get stuff ASAP, just all things high leverage.
Yeah, it's an absolute steal for $5. So definitely go and subscribe over there. And the winner is Brady Callahan. I will get him in touch with you, Greg, so that way you guys get that set up. Thank you guys so much for joining me. I want to give you an opportunity to plug all your work and remind people where you can reach on social media. So, Doug, go ahead and remind people where you're at and where what kind of work you do.
Yeah, Baseball HQ. I'm the bullpen writer there. I've been for years. You can reach me on Twitter at DougDennis41, or you can reach me through Baseball HQ.
And Greg, remind people where you reached.
And again, thank you for Doug for everything you do. And I hope I get to do a panel again with you up in First Pitch again in Arizona and see everybody in this little cubicle together up there again. At GJEWETT9. Weekly columns. It publishes Tuesday, and then usually the updates follow about 2 hours later when I have to send the updates of Pornando. And then all the day-to-day minutia that I do on Reliever Recon for our subscribers to do our best to keep you prepared.
There you go. And Mike, remind everybody where you reach and what you do.
Thanks, guys. Really appreciate being on with you guys. Doug and Greg are the two best guys doing this stuff, I feel. So I'm really happy to be on with you guys. And Justin, thank you for all that you do. You're an amazing guy in the community and have really brought a lot of people together in the last few years. Somebody who's been a fan for a long time, to be able to sit with you guys on this is pretty remarkable, as I'm in the middle of nowhere in Wisconsin in a conference room somewhere. Anyway, you can find me at MDRC0508. My DMs are always open for anybody who has questions about this stuff, but also for anybody who needs help with mental health resources. I would do that for a living. Worked as a special ed teacher and administrator for the last 28 years. And so I'm a big proponent of that. We need to talk about these things and not sweep them under the carpet. So that's my soapbox. Thank you guys for having me. I really appreciate being on with y'all.
Hey, thank you guys. I'm going to unceremoniously kick y'all out as I do every one, so that way I can bring in the next group of people. Just a reminder, we are raising money today for Big League Impact. Organization does a lot of good around the country and around the world. And every dollar you donate goes to them and gets you a raffle ticket to win some amazing prizes. Already up over, I think, $2,500. Yeah, up over $2,500 so far for the weekend. And for every $1,000 we do raise, I'm going to give away a TGFBI spot on top of all those amazing prizes that we've got. I'm going to bring in the next panel. I'm going to start with Brandon. Brandon, welcome to the show. How you doing, buddy? Oh, you're on mute.
You need me to unmute to be able to
talk. I do.
I think that's how it works. I'm learning these things. Doing well. Thanks so much for having me, Justin. Looking forward to this.
Absolutely. Remind everybody where you reach and what you do.
Yeah, so I work for Fantastics, InsiderBaseball.com. I'm also on SiriusXM Fantasy Sports Radio on Saturdays and Sundays during baseball season in the morning. But yeah, InsiderBaseball.com is where you'll find my work. You can also find me on Twitter at B_Cameraman. And yeah, we do all things fantasy baseball.
All right, and bringing in Corbin Young, my friend. Great to see you. I remind everybody where you reach and what you do.
What's up, Justin? Yeah, thanks for having me. I do some fantasy football and baseball content. We're focusing just on baseball. It's just at RotoWire and Baseball HQ. You can find me on Twitter at Corbin_Young21.
All right. Also bringing in Scott Chu. Scott, how you doing, my friend?
Never better. Never better. I mean, that's a lie, but I can say it now. I'm feeling great.
Remind everybody where you reached on social media and plug all your work.
Yeah, for sure. You can find me on Twitter at if the CHU fits. You can find my work over at Pitcher List pretty much exclusively now. I write the hitter list over there, so I rank the top 150 hitters. Plus, I've got a sort of a group of taxi squad guys that I kind of consider to add to that list at any time. And then I'm also doing the First Pitch podcast. In fact, I just finished recording it because I'm super late, but I just finished recording it and putting it out there. So I do the First Pitch podcast for Pitcher List twice a week.
There you go.
And I've got Hacks and Jacks. That's a baseball podcast. Fantasy FSWA nominated last year, which was cool, against good podcasts. So that was intimidating. But that was cool. We do that. That comes out on Wednesdays. We've had a 2-week break because of some things going on, but we will be back.
And it's your second nomination for a podcast because you were nominated for the Fantasy Curling podcast you used to do for Friends of Fantasy Benefits. Please bring that back. I'm going to say it every time you're on the air with me.
Oh my God. Yeah, no, I really want to. I even talked to, I reached out sort of to Colin on social media, Colin Hodgson, who is a pro curler, owns a curling apparel company up in Canada. He's awesome. So we got nominated, but it's only because he's really cool and had great content and I just let him talk.
And joining us as well is Brad. Brad, how you doing?
Hey, good, Justin. How you doing?
I'm doing well. Remind everybody where you can reach on social media and then plug all your work.
I can be reached at BRAD30, BERAD30 on Twitter, and you can see all my work at Rotoballer. I'm the news desk manager for both MLB and NFL. I handle the majority of player notes and do a lot of stuff behind the scenes, but the majority of my work can be found there, and you can also find my ECR rankings on Fantasy Pros.
I have brought together a bunch of hard hitters for this episode because this is the breakout hitters panel today. And they're such hard hitters that I'm actually going to take a break. And I'm going to turn things over to Scott, the host, for a while. And then I'll be back later. And I appreciate that, Scott, because I could use a little bit of time to walk around. So enjoy the panel, and I shall return at some point.
I like that, at some point. That's great. So yeah, we already went through the introductions for everybody, so we'll get right to the content. I kind of broke this out into some parts. And first, I just want to talk about strategy. The first question I sort of have, we'll start with Corbin. I like to say that BABIP is so 2015, right? That was like the first advanced stat a lot of us got used to was BABIP and how it fueled batting average. But now it's all about expected stats and StatCast, right? Everybody's using this tool. You can't listen to a podcast or read an article without someone citing something from StatCast. So while everyone's using it, I wanted to ask each of you, starting with Corbin, what's one tip, trick, or potential trap to look out for when you're messing around with StatCast data on Savant or Fangraphs or wherever you go to get it?
Yeah, I mean, I think usually my process starts with Fangraphs, Savant, of course. Just kind of, even if you don't know much about a player, you can get a quick view of like batted ball profile, play discipline, contact quality metrics. Those are kind of the main, 3 categories that I'll look at in terms of just checking out what's going on. I mean, sometimes I'll even look at like the Fangraphs lineup tool, like if there's a guy that maybe just kind of, just cracking the lineup to kind of see like, how many times a week they're playing. Occasionally I'll do kind of just like different splits. Like if I know somebody just came back from an injury or call up or whatever, just kind of, if they've been there for a good sample, kind of check some of that. I know Scott, you're big about the rolling graphs. Those are kind of good, charts to just kind of check out like, maybe this person's chase rate is terrible, but is it kind of trending up or downwards or whatever? If I can't find anything different in the player's profile, like Joey Gallo was kind of one of these weird guys, and he continues to be kind of these weird guys where I'm like, what the heck's going on? Sometimes I'll even look at just there, I think it's like the zones tab or whatever, and you can kind of look at like, you know, if they're struggling in different areas of the zone or whatever, kind of things like that. And that was a guy that kind of came to mind, where it's just like, you know, looking at like he struggled just like down the middle or high in the zone, high and inside, those kind of things, and just kind of looking at some of that a little deeper. But yeah, I mean, I think the traps are probably just like, you know, taking the whatever the blue sliders on the Savant page and being like, this player is good or bad, right? That's going to be the trap you're going to fall into, just kind of looking at that. And then I think, you know, as we know, the hardest part of fantasy baseball is just like taking those skills and being like, all right, is this person going to continue that, or is this going to be like, you know, something that's going to fade out?
Yeah, it's a really deductive process most of the time. And I think you did a good job explaining that. You're really starting, you just stare at the stat page. You're like, what's weird? Is anything here weird? Right? And you go down from there. Brandon, you know, is there any like one thing or tip or trick or anything you do to kind of help you analyze a player just off the bat?
Yeah, I mean, I think in general, what I like about, you know, doing fantasy baseball and, you know, analyzing it is kind of the investigative work that you get to do, as Corbin was kind of leading us down that road of, you know, this number, this stat looks off or something. What is the reason for it? And kind of going down the road. And I think you kind of have to use both Fangraphs and, you know, Baseball Savant StatCast for that. As for specifically the Baseball Savant page, and Corbin referenced this, I think it can be a danger to just look at the chart at the top, the percentile rankings, and just say, it's all blue, it's all red, you know, this means that, because there's more to the story than that. And sometimes, you know, I always find it interesting when you see a player whose average exit velocity, let's say, is blood red, but his hard hit rate is, you know, maybe middle of the road. And you'd think that they would be in line, but that tells you a little bit more about a player. So I think getting too focused on that chart at the top, it's great to open it up and get a quick idea, but don't just close it after that. You know, do a little bit more, look a little bit deeper into why these numbers and why those sliders are where they are.
Yeah, that's a great point. I mean, those sliders are great, but they only tell you about what's happened. They don't tell you about anything on how the player did it, right? They just tell you what the results were. Brad, anything you want to add about StatCast or Fangraphs, or really just when you're looking at stats, trying to get started?
No, Brandon and Corbin did an excellent job kind of going over that. That's kind of what I look at too. Just look at, first thing I would do is, like you said, open the Baseball Savant page, kind of look to see, okay, what's the percentile here in these specific statistics, and then take a little bit of a deep dive afterwards on Fangraphs and kind of see. But one of the things I factor into is probably WOBA and excess slugging percentage. But for the most part, I mean, like I said, it's just, I kind of got out of the hell there with that one. So it's kind of open up this StatCast, look at it, and then look into it further. Because, like you said, there's some doesn't always tell the story with the Reddit, so just got to look into it afterwards.
Yeah, I mean, I think if there's one takeaway from this question, it's please don't stop at the sliders, folks. Like, yeah, I mean, do that with like Yordan Alvarez, right? That's fine, right? It's all red. It's always going to be red. That's fine. But once you get past that, if you see the red or the blue and it doesn't make sense, find the next layer, right? That's really what this whole process was. Find the next layer. Like, oh, a guy is like, you can even keep going. Like, oh, he's swinging out of the zone a lot. You're not done, right? You could keep going. You can always keep going. I mean, you don't have to because it'll drive you insane, but it's just something to keep in mind. There's always more, and a result is never where to, like a simple result, like an average is never where you want to stop. So now I kind of want to stay on that a little bit, but I want to talk about minor leagues, right? So we're going to have a lot of players coming out of the minor leagues here in the second half. And what I really just want to ask is not necessarily the name of minor leaguers yet, but really just what are you looking at when you hear when you hear that a player is going to be called up and maybe you don't know a lot about them? What are you looking at in their stats? Because we don't have the same access to StatCast and things like that for minor leaguers. What are you looking at? And we'll start with you, Brad. What do you see?
Tool, definitely, you know, like look at the scouts. They kind of go through and kind of determine which who a player has the hit tools, a power rating, sprint speed. Those are the big things. Especially, I would focus mainly on hit tool and kind of go through, like the scouts kind of go through and they'll kind of tell you, and you can kind of look for yourself, and they kind of see how they perform in the minors and if they face a real competition. And so that would start off with like the kind of look at the scouts information and then kind of see where they can go from there. But I would say hit tool probably the biggest thing for me.
Oh, for sure. I'm a huge hit tool guy, right? Like that's the one tool that can sort of make up for everything else, right? Except for speed, right? You don't have a lot of power, but you
that's why I added sprint speed.
You might get power because you got such a great hit tool and you start hitting the ball like right on the barrel of the bat and things like that. So, Brandon, is there anything specifically you want to see from a minor leaguer before adding them to a fantasy roster?
Plate discipline is a factor, and especially if we're talking about in a redraft league and they're coming up this year, and dynasty wise, a guy can struggle to hit the ball, and that develops over time. I'm not as concerned if he's got elite hit tool, but if he is really struggling with plate discipline, he's got an 18% swinging strike rate, and they call him up, it's like you're not going to all of a sudden drop that to 12% in the major leagues. That's probably going to get a little worse, if not remain the same. So in a redraft league, I'm a little wary of the guys who are really struggling to make contact in the minor leagues and then come up. And again, I'm talking purely in a redraft league. I think it is important to note that guys can develop that. So don't write a guy off because he was struggling to make contact in the minor leagues if he's a great hitter. But in a redraft league, I would be a little bit concerned about, relying on one of those guys, this season if he gets called up.
Yeah, it's hard to stay up when you go like 0 for 10, right? Like teams get antsy too, just like fantasy managers. They send guys down if they're trying to win games. Corbin, anything you want to add, maybe like a certain stat or a site or a resource that you like to go to for minor leaguers?
Yeah, I think strikeout to walk rate, like this gets talked about already, it's hard to project, like we might look at the results of like home runs and stolen bases, but it's hard to project how that's going to fare in the major leagues, right? Like all the minor league parks have different environments and stuff, PCL, that stuff. I mean, even Asturi Ruiz or whatever, coming up here, it's like 60 stolen bases. It's like, how are we going to, he's probably going to, we'll see what turns out of that, right? So those kind of things are projecting that. In terms of resources, I'll definitely look at like different write-ups on Fangraphs or Prospect Lives, or kind of, they do these on the Patreon, do like the daily recaps and stuff. I don't get to read all of them, but like sometimes I'll scan through, and like if there's a player I'm looking for, and they do a lot like all levels of the minors. So there's guys grinding behind the scenes there where they're looking at like they're watching games or keeping track of the box scores of levels that I can't even fathom to pay attention to right now. But and then in terms of those kind of things, those are kind of the resources I'll go to. There's so many good like prospect evaluators out there, and you just kind of lean on those, especially for me, like that's on my expertise or anything. I'm kind of more like I'll wait till what shows up on Fangraphs and Savant in the major league level before Scott, I can really. Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry, Corbin. I didn't mean to jump in. I was going to just add one thing, but I'll let you finish. You go for it.
No, that's it. Yeah. I just kind of rely on some other people or resources for that.
Yeah, and Scott, if I could just jump in real quickly on that, I think it's important to remember that specifically with prospects and minor leaguers, it's also about what their organization thinks of them and how their organization values them, and of course, obviously, what's the makeup of the major league roster and where they fit in that. I'm a numbers guy. I'm a stats guy, but we can get caught up in the numbers and forget that, it's about roster spot and it's about playing time. It's about all of that, that we have to factor in. So, get familiar with beat writers of teams and even there's a lot of beat writers or teams, writers that cover the minor leagues and cover, the farm system for specific teams. I think it's important to do that too, because again, you want to get a feel for what the organization thinks of this player and what their timeline for this player is.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, it's funny, the more I get into stats and the more I get into analytics, the more I also get into the human element of baseball, right? But teams will do weird things. It's not unlike the closer thing that we've all run into, where the setup guy is a way better pitcher, but he's not the closer because the closer's some veteran that the managers, just really relies on. That's a real thing. Teams do that a lot. Frank Schwindel was a guy that never really showed much, but teams kept bringing him back. Like almost every team would let him go and then bring him back. Right? Like that meant something to me, and it hasn't been quite as good, but there's a reason these teams keep doing that, because there's plenty of other first base fish in the sea, right? But they stuck with it, and that mattered. And, it ended up being good for me last year, not so much this year, but,
And there are teams that tend to be okay with bringing guys up younger and maybe a little less experience in the minors. And then there are teams that want to bring a guy up after he's had 4 years in the minors and he's 23 years old, so I think, get to know those teams and kind of those organizations and who, what they tend to do over time to get a feel for how much they're going to rely on their young players.
Yeah, yeah. Like the Rockies have this cool history of screwing up every young player they've ever had, right? It's like it's one of these things you find patterns in organizations, you know. So that was great. I mean, we were really focusing on a bit of strategy there, nothing specific. We're going to go a little more specific now. So Brandon, I'll start with you. We'll get so specific. We'll talk about one player, but he's kind of two, right? We're going to talk about Shohei Ohtani right now. A lot of different auction calculators, value generators, things like that. They've got him as something like the number 15 hitter in fantasy. I really want to talk about just Shohei the hitter first. Like, where do you? I'll start with you, Brandon. Where do you rank like Shohei the hitter, or what do you think about Shohei the hitter? You can talk about like two-way Shohei too, which is like the more fun and better way. But there is one way Ohtani. He was taken at like 12.5 ADP in Yahoo leagues last year, where he is just one player. And how do you feel about that? I mean, it was right ahead of like Freddie Freeman and Kyle Tucker. Does that sound right, or do you think there's a value shift that needs to happen?
Yeah, and obviously you're referencing this. It depends a lot on what format you're in and how Shohei is used. I've got Shohei in a couple places where, and I think it's relatively standard in a lot of leagues, not all of them, like you mentioned, Yahoo, where you get to decide week by week whether he's a pitcher or hitter. And that can be frustrating too. Obviously, if it's a best ball league, man, Shohei's, almost as good as it gets, because then you just get to use him the best way that, he performs. So again, it depends on the league and what format you're in. As for like, you mentioned just as a hitter, I would have trouble with like the Kyle Tucker, Freddie Freeman. I think I would value them slightly above. I mean, we know that at this point, I think Shohei's batting average we're kind of looking at it. It's going to be 250s, most of the time. And I don't expect a huge jump there. His home runs are down this year. His stolen bases are down. They're still great. I mean, he's still going to end up probably close to 20 or 30-20, something along those lines. So obviously still fantastic. But he does have that low batting average, and low. It's league average, basically a little better than league average. So I think, when you're talking about guys, a guy like Freddie Freeman, who is going to hit probably 300, driving a ton of runs. I think I would value him slightly above just purely as a hitter. But at this point, I mean, the fact that you get the stolen bases along with, 30 to 40 home runs, you're not going to get a lot of guys that can do that for you. So to me, he is definitely a top 15 hitter. Just might put him at the end of that 15.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Brad, what do you think about Shohei? And you can talk about one-way Shohei, two-way. I know one question is like, is he the number one overall player in daily leagues or leagues where he's, pitcher and hitter? What do you think?
Daily leagues, I would say he's definitely up there. He's definitely a top two, because you can use him as, like you said, you can pick and choose your battles when you want to use him as a pitcher and a hitter. And you're going to get you're going to get 30 home runs. You're going to get 20 stolen bases. And then you're going to get great strikeout numbers and good ratios for one player. So for daily, it's like Brandon said, daily lineups and best ball, definitely could make a case for him being top overall, or at least top three. But like you said, the weekly lineups, like NFTC leagues, it's tough to pick and choose your battles there. So I would say I kind of think that you're right. Like I would probably prefer Freddie Freeman and Kyle Tucker, because I think they're just a little bit of an advantage as far as stats go. And I think, like I said, you got to make the decision. Do I want to use a pitcher? Do I want to use a hitter? What category do I need more? It's kind of have to make these decisions in the NFC league. So to me, I would, like I said, daily best ball and all about taking the top three in weekly leagues. It's kind of a little bit like the mid, below 15, like that 12 to 15 range sounds about right where it should go.
For sure. I mean, in daily leagues, the guy's like in best ball, he's like cheating, right? Like you pick two players at the same time. Like, I got him
7th overall in one of the Fantrax leagues I did, and it's just been he's been just flat out producing. It's just nice, like, oh, I can put him as a starter here. Oh, I can use him as a hitter here. It's such an advantage, especially in daily formats, just because you can just rack up so many stats from one player.
Yeah, I mean, you draft him first and you feel like he should have been taken earlier, right?
Oh, yeah.
Like, that's just how good he is. Corbin, anything you want to add about Shohei Ohtani? I mean, if it was me, I would just be telling everyone that I wouldn't be shocked if he retires as the best player to ever live. But, I'm a little aggressive. That's me. Corbin, what do you think about Shohei?
No, I think there's definitely an argument for him to go number one overall. But yeah, I think the hard part is, like, when I think about this, right, we could combine Ohtani's like pitching and hitting value, right? But it's also like, if he's only one player, then you're going to have a hard time like gaining the value at the same time, right? Unless, I mean, maybe Fantrax can do this, but unless you have a site where it's like Yahoo, where it's 2 players, or somehow they're able to account for both counting stats on the days he's pitching and hitting. I mean, you're better off like going with like, a guy with power and speed in the first round and getting a, ace or whatever in the second round, right? Kind of just combining that, and you kind of have both right there, and you don't have the headache of like, do I start him as a pitcher this week, or do I start him as a hitter this week? I mean, I would guess most people are probably starting him as a hitter, but he also, can be really good on the mound. So I've never really like drafted him just because he either goes earlier than I expect, or there's like, I have a hard time like figuring out like what is his value, right? Or how do I maximize his value if he's one player? Like, I think that would be an ongoing headache for me. I'm sure he would hit like 4 home runs 1 week, and then I put him in a starting pitcher spot and he throws a dud, those kind of things. So
yeah, and that's fair. I mean, number one, it's about your own play style, right? Like if you don't like that level of management, like he's not the player for you, right? But for everyone else, he's probably the player for you, right? Like he's great. I know I have him in an NFC league, and the toughest thing about it is, it's a cool positional flexibility. I had some pitchers get hurt, so I just moved him down, right? And could find a utility player to put in. But at the same time, like the 2 weeks that I did that, he stole like 3 bases and hit 4 home runs. I actually should have, I probably wanted those. The starts were great, right? But like, I probably should have streamed the starts and tried to get something similar and kept him a hitter. It's a hard thing to manage. So it's a big deal. And quite frankly, I don't think we ever talk about Shohei enough, because what he's doing is amazing. But we'll move on. We'll talk about maybe a larger group of players. Corbin, I want to start with you. We're going to keep it real open. Just tell me about 1 or 2 first half stars that performed really well, and what you think for them in the second half. Even if you think they'll be good, you think they'll be bad, you think they'll be the same, whatever.
Yeah, we had a list of guys. Let me go with the guy that's just been Matt Carpenter. Like just the guy that like everybody's just been talking about over Twitter. I mean, I don't think I have Matt Carpenter anywhere except like maybe one OBP league, obviously as a waiver wire pickup. But I mean, this guy's doing like what Anthony Rizzo's doing, just elevating the ball, career high level, 58% fly ball rate, just a, ridiculous home run to fly ball, which is probably going to regress. But he's one of those guys that, always has an elite chase rate, play discipline in that small sample right now and just throughout his career. Best barrel rate. I mean, the dude is absolutely destroying fastballs and breaking pitches. I was looking at this last night. Over 900 slug against fastball and breaking pitches. Over 550 wOBA on both those type pitches. I mean, that's just I don't even know if anybody can touch that right now. So I mean, those things are going to kind of cool off. I think when we're talking about rest of the season, in terms of like just different hot hitters and stuff like that in the first half, I think he does have that lovely combination of play discipline and contact quality. I think my tiebreaker is probably like how much does he play moving forward, right? Like if they acquire another bat. The Yankees don't have a ton of left-handed bats, so I mean, I can see that he stays in there, gets platoon, but that'll just be my guess of like, or a tiebreaker of like, I would be a little more skeptical about Carpenter's playing time, if things cool down or bad, another left-handed bat, those kind of things. In terms of whether someone's legit, moving forward, but I'll let other people chime in. But I just have to chime in about how ridiculous Matt Carpenter has been.
I mean, it really is. I mean, it's not even video game numbers, because I'm not as good at that at video games, right? Like he's unstoppable right now, and I can't help but wonder, like, if what I would love to see is the Yankees say, you know what, Josh Donaldson, how about you be the bench guy, and Matt Carpenter, you be the DH, right? That would be great, right? Then he's an easy, like, oh, second half, it doesn't matter if he's as good, he'll get volume, he'll be useful. But they haven't done that yet. They've still got Josh Donaldson in there. So Brandon, what do you think? Well, who's a first half star, and what do you think about them for the second half?
Yeah, I got a couple players that I was kind of looking at. One guy that I think is quietly having a really, really good season is Jose Altuve. And I mean, I know it's like a guy we've talked about for years, but his stolen bases had kind of disappeared in recent years, and his batting average is no longer like that 320, 330 it was earlier. So I think some people kind of, dropped in ADP certainly over the last couple seasons. But he's hitting home runs. The stolen bases are not back to where they were during his elite seasons, but he's bound to have another 12 to 15 stolen base season and should hit 30 home runs or get close to it this year. Now he's cheating, which is normal at this age. He's pulling, cheating. I know I'm talking about Jose Altuve cheating.
Careful.
Brings up a different story there. No, but I just mean he's cheating at the plate, meaning he's pulling the ball just a ridiculous amount, which it makes sense. I mean, look, we know how diminutive Jose Altuve is, and so it's never like he's going to have the type of power that can just be hitting home runs all over the field, but particularly these last couple seasons, he has been pulling the ball to left a ton, but it works for him. It gets him the home runs. Yeah, that batting average again, it's not going to get back to the 330 it was when he was spraying the ball around the field. But he's got the home runs. He's hitting a good enough batting average, again, hitting at the top of that lineup, scoring a lot of runs. I think there's going to be a little bit of regression coming, but I still think, you're getting the value regardless of where you drafted him, because you're getting those stolen bases back, and hitting plenty of home runs. So he'd be one guy. The other guy is my favorite player is Luis Arias. He's a guy who has just been everything you wanted from him and more. We were talking about expected batting average or expected stats on Baseball Savant. His expected batting average is 292. He's hitting 50 points higher than that in real life. This is where I think StatCast expected numbers can be a little bit, it shouldn't be considered dogma. I'll say that. He is so dynamic and his hit tool is so versatile that for one, he's nearly impossible to game plan for. There's no real pitch. There's no right approach as a pitcher against him. And there's no defensive, makeup. There's no shift. There's no any way to, sort of organize your defense against Arias. So in terms of when you're talking about expected hits, which is essentially what leads to expected batting average, what is an expected hit for the average major leaguer is not necessarily an expected hit or not an expected hit for Arias. So I think the 292 expected batting average, while good, I don't think that means that his batting average is going to drop to 292 the rest of the way. I still think he's a well above 300 hitter. And, he's chipped in 5 home runs this year, scoring a ton of runs. So, Arias is and he's playing multiple positions. It's been awesome.
Yeah, 5 home runs, a career high for Luis Arias. A fun fact about StatCast, I'm glad you brought that up. There's a lot of holes in StatCast, a lot of articles and podcasts have come out about that. But, for one thing, it doesn't factor in directionality, what way the ball went. And with Arias, it's literally everywhere. Like his spray chart is silly, right? It looks like a league average, sort of like this weird non-existent league average where it's everywhere, right? It's really cool. And I'm glad to see him hit more doubles. A fun fact, though, he has a higher hard hit rate than Jose Altuve this season by like 5 points, because hard hit rate doesn't tell you about home runs. It tells you about exit velocity, right? That's it. And he hits a lot of really, really hard balls that'll never be home runs because they're line drives about a foot above somebody's head, right? He does that a ton. And it's why I think he continues to beat a lot of the expectations, because he's got this weird ability to hit the ball where they aim, right? Doesn't matter where you put guys, he'll go around them. So love Luis Arias. Glad there's more lovers out there, even if the home runs have been, 5 home runs is more than I thought he'd hit like all season, right? Every home run he hits from now on, like it's just bonus. You already got all the home runs you should have gotten, right? So that's great. Brad, anything you want to add about some first half stars and what you think about the second half?
Brendan Drury to the list. He's having a career year right now, hitting 274, 18 homers, 54 RBIs. Kind of came out of nowhere. I know he was pretty solid back in 2016, but then that's the last time we've heard of him. And then he just his career was kind of derailed by injuries. And all of a sudden he just bounced with the Cincinnati Reds and is just having a monster season and is eligible everywhere, almost first, second, third outfield in multiple leagues. And he's basically been free. Like in free agency, if you picked him up like early winter in this hot stretch, you got a guy who's contributed in all versatile and contributing everywhere, except speed, because he only has 2 stolen bases. But the other thing I wanted to mention too about Drury is that just showed absolutely no signs of slowing down. His max exit velocity is still in 80, is still in red. His barrel percentage is still in red, and he's just the only thing that I can see him, and he still is on the top of the order at a pretty decent lineup with the Reds. The only problem I can see is that if he does get traded, that because that could kind of derail a little bit of his momentum. So, but that's like the one thing. But Drury is one guy. If he stays in Cincinnati, because I know he's been a trade candidate in the upcoming weeks, I like him for the rest of the year. If he gets traded, it kind of depends where he lands. But Brandon Drury is one player that I want to bring up.
Oh, yeah. I mean, he's one of these guys that all season, all I can do when I'm doing rankings is just kind of shrug and be like, oh, well, it's one of those things where we talk about trying to find out why a guy's better. And he's been one where it's just like, well, he's just better now. He's just better than he used to be. So, really interesting about Brandon Drury. And I think you got to, I think especially as long as he's still red, gets to hit in Great American Ballpark, a.k.a. Great American Small Park, I think you keep those home run totals high. And it's a great situation for him because they got to play him every day. Everyone else is struggling. So, that's awesome stuff. Really appreciate it. And Brad, I'm actually going to come back to you with sort of the last question of this little section, which has been sort of about analysis and projecting, barring any major injury, where do you think Julio Rodriguez should be drafted next season? Right now, depending on your format, depending on what kind of calculator you're using, he's been a top 10 to 15 player. We all saw the home run derby and saw that, there's more power in that bat than maybe we thought initially. Tell me what you think about Julio Rodriguez.
Absolutely fantastic rookie campaign. And it's just, right now you could argue he could be a top 3 next year. He's already have 16 homers, 21 stolen bases since getting called up. He's got a little bit, he's got some wrist soreness right now, but I don't think it's anything to be concerned about. But based on, you talk about a guy you can get potentially put up a 40-40 season if everything works out. So, if you're looking at that, I would say first overall, if he continues to steal and rack up the hits. But top 3, I would say if everything keeps playing out, at least a top 3 pick.
I dig it. Brandon, what do you think?
I got him top 5. I'm not quite there to say top 3, but I'll say top 5. I'm always a little cautious about sophomore slumps. I think that can be, maybe I shoot myself in the foot too often with that. Pitchers having kind of a full season on a guy and all the numbers on a guy. But I really think maybe that becomes the second half of this season, which is where I kind of want to see if there's any adjustments pitchers make against him based on for a full first half now of information. That being said, he's so talented and his skill set is so incredibly high. We know the power's there. We know the speed is there. And not to mention the Mariners have become pretty good and their lineup should continue to be pretty good. And it's going to probably even get better next year. So that means a lot of overall counting stats. How many guys are almost a certain 2020? I think less so than people realize. And he is, as long as he stays healthy, he's a certainty for 2020. I'm talking about next season. We know this season he's going to get there. And I just think that, you get that, you get a bunch of other counting stats. And I think his batting average should be pretty good. It's been much better, obviously, over the last few months. So, I think top 5 for sure. I put him probably around 5.
Yeah, I love it. I'm glad you mentioned adjustments. That's really the next thing, right? That's the next step. Pitchers for now have been working their own game plan against Julio Rodriguez, what they like to do. And now they're going to start going, okay, what does Julio Rodriguez not like? I need to start doing that because he hits everything else. So I think that's a huge step. And I think that, that will really be the difference, I think, between top 3, top 5, and top 15. How well he makes that adjustment. If you look at the rolling charts for strikeout rate, it's one of my favorite ones because it just goes down. Like it just comes down. He's gotten a lot better with that. So I want to see if that continues. Corbin, tell me what you think about Julio Rodriguez.
Yeah, I promise this isn't my Mariners homerism coming in here, but yeah, definitely top 5 player. I've major FOMO with him. I only have him 1 dynasty league. I think, he's clearly outperformed any expectations I had entering the season. He's probably going to be, one of those guys that could put up like 25, 30, 30 season. Similar to Justin's boy, Cedric Mullins, but better, exit velocity metrics and, prospect pedigree. And that, one could argue he's running a high BABIP, but he's kind of done that throughout the minors, has a speed to kind of, run some of those. We see that a lot with some of these young hitters, too many ground balls or whatever. But he's already got the exit velocity data. 40% power rate, 15 best EV on fly ball and line drives. I think of him. He doesn't have the same plate discipline, but wherever we're drafting Juan Soto, we should probably be drafting Julio Rodriguez. But Julio Rodriguez has 30-30 season there. So yeah, I think he's somebody might even he might come next year, and depending on how he finishes the season, he might even jump to like number 1 overall, even over some of the guys that have the better track record, whether it's Trey Turner or some guys like that, right? So.
Oh yeah, I mean the upside is monstrous. I like that fantasy comp, right? In terms of where we value a player, because I think you're right. I think the second half for both Julio Rodriguez and Juan Soto are going to kind of tell us where we should draft them, and if they both do what they can and the things that they're capable of, it's probably going to be right next to each other in terms of overall production. Of course, depending on the type of league you play in, right? His value in roto is obviously higher because the steals matter. In a lot of points leagues, it's lower, whatever. He's good everywhere. So, obviously we're all huge fans. Corbin, I was hoping you'd lean into that a little more, bud. Call him top 2. It's fine. It's fine. we love it. And that it's just so exciting to see young players. We had such a string of young players that couldn't quite live up to expectations, including in Seattle, right? Jared Kelenic, who's doing a lot better in AAA right now, wasn't the guy we hoped for when he came out. We had to, ever since we had Tatis and all these other guys come out in like 2019 and 2018 and just be so amazing. We loved these prospect call-ups, and then they started looking like normal prospect call-ups for like the last 3 years. Julio Rodriguez is breaking that a little, and I just love to see it. I think we all do. So that's great. I'm going to transition now a little bit to, we're going to talk about like the trades and the trade deadline, things like that. A lot of us are in leagues where we can trade and we need to make some trades. Brandon, I want to start with you. Do you have any specific targets that if you're in a league where you need maybe some power, some speed, or some ratios, are there any specific targets you're going after that you think are maybe available for less than market rate or anything like that?
Yeah, I think that's kind of where I was looking at this is not necessarily the obvious guys that are going to cost an arm and a leg for. So in terms of power, the guy I kind of targeted or recognized is Jock Peterson. The Giants are just using him really well. Obviously, we know that he's able to just crush righties, and that's where they're, kind of putting him in. And he's absolutely crushing the ball this year. Career best exit velocity, should be good for another 12 to 15 home runs the rest of the way. So you can get that without having to break the bank for him. So that's a guy who I would target for power and homers. For speed, I was looking at Thairo Estrada or Nico Horner, a couple middle infield guys who, again, I don't think, you're going to have to trade everything for. Both good speed, both smart base runners. It's not like they're elite speed guys, but they don't get caught stealing a lot, so they get a little more leeway there. So I like both of them, and they're not going to hurt you in a lot of other categories. And then ratios is Jose Abreu. The home runs are down this year for Abreu, but the plate discipline is actually a little bit better. He's hitting 304 after a miserable start to the season. He's going to help with runs and RBIs. He always does, but he should be a consistent batting average in the high 290s, low 300s. And again, I think some people have maybe kind of ignored Jose Abreu because, again, he did start off really slow, and he doesn't have the power he's had in recent seasons.
I think those are all great. I mean, I love Nico Horner, and the Cubs are letting him run. He's got 4 stolen bases already this month. And I like the call out of Jock Peterson because right now he's slumping badly, but that's just Jock, right? If you look at rolling charts, if you've been doing this for a while, that's just Jock. He runs hot and cold. It's not about splits. It's not about a thing. He has to make an adjustment, but he always does, right? This is just what happens. There's probably, based on history, there's probably another hot streak coming, and this is the time to jump in, right? Don't wait till it starts. This is the time. So love those. Brad, what do you think, man? Who are you targeting for power, speed, ratio, or just even a player who you think isn't being valued enough right now that you need on your team?
Yeah, I was going to say, bring up a couple of names, kind of recent names. Leo Tavares from the Rangers, who's kind of got called up and done very, very well. He was a huge sleeper last year because of his speed, and then he kind of just never got it going and just kind of spent most of the time in the minors. This year, he's been up recently, and he's already got 5 stolen. He's already got more than 5 home runs, 9 stolen bases, and he's got sprint speed's up in the red right now. I mean, he's just one guy that I'm definitely targeting. He's probably picked up in the majority of leagues by now, but he definitely could, he's still available in some leagues, can hopefully make a run or maybe not have to give up as much to get him. Another prospect I want to bring up too is the kid Ruiz from the Padres, 60 stolen bases in the minors. He's got a ton of speed. Another player that probably could get that. He's probably available in free agency in most leagues, but if he gets the playing time, he's definitely can help you in that category. And as far as power goes, I think I'm going to go with. I've been kind of, since he came back from injury, Tyler O'Neill. I mean, he's only 6 home runs. I know he has been injured, but last year the guy was the second half MVP pretty much, and he finished with 31 home runs last year. And you're going to get a guy who people are probably not as high on because he hasn't done much up until, he started hit a homer yesterday, so it was a good sign right off the bat. But somebody who's not, people are kind of sour, to a rough start of the season, then went on the IL, and now he's finally healthy back, and I think he's a guy you could probably buy low at this point.
Yeah, I think what I really like about those particular recommendations is that there's going to be people in your league that think they're selling high, right? I mean, a great example of Tyler O'Neill. He had a combo meal yesterday showing us everything he can do. There's going to be owners or managers that have been really frustrated with Tyler O'Neill this season. He's only got that 1 year. There's going to be people that think they're selling high. And I agree with you. They're not, right? The high is later, right? All of the juice is coming for Tyler O'Neill. And I think you can get him for a lot cheaper than what he's going to be. I really like those. And even a guy like Esteury Ruiz, who is, might end up in a bit of a roster crunch for the Padres. If you've got deeper benches or in deeper leagues and you need steals, there are few players with his kind of speed, right? Just very few. And people are going to be looking to unload him once they realize he might get sent down soon. And you can get him for way less than you could have 3 weeks ago, right? It's crazy how different people feel about him now after just 2 weeks of almost nothing. Right? Almost nothing has changed about Esteury Ruiz, but people's opinions have changed. So I think that's a great place to go after it. Corbin, what do you think, man? Close us out with these.
Yeah, no, Brad Sowine, Tyler O'Neill, Harrison Bader, these guys that are like coming back from injury or just came back would be kind of 2 guys that hopefully give us some power and speed. In terms of like power, I'm usually probably just looking at like some skill-based metrics. So I'll look at like maybe Patrick Wisdom, although he strikes out a little bit. Christian Walker's my dude. I'll go for Christian Walker in almost any league. Speed-wise, I mean, Christopher Morel is a guy that I kind of wasn't buying into, but I kind of like what I'm seeing there. Brad hit on Tavares. I typed in here my notes Jonathan VR, but then I think he just got DFA'd. So maybe that doesn't matter anymore. I mean, there's a lot of guys that like in the kind of batting average range that they're probably going to, kind of hurt you in other categories. But I'd be willing to I think Seiya Suzuki's kind of heated up here. I'd be willing to kind of buy high there. Other guys that are kind of more hit to guys like Jeff McNeil, Jose Iglesias kind of thing. Like those guys are probably going to be a little maybe cheaper. Benintendi, but it kind of depends where he lands there, But again, he's just kind of been empty this year. I know there's been some rumors about him moving to the Yankees or whatever, but there's also been the vaccination thing. But man, I just keep thinking about like, what if Benintendi turns into like Anthony Rizzo and just like elevates fly balls and pulls the heck out of it? Like he could easily hit like 15 home runs over there. But yeah, so I mean, it's just kind of looking at like what your team needs or what your team, other team has access in, and be willing to kind of trade from strength, hopefully, and kind of boost that up.
Yeah, I mean, I know one guy I've been looking at who had a lot of hype when he got called up, but has been a little slow. I really like what I see from Vinny Pasquantino, because despite the lack of results on the batted ball contact, his plate discipline stayed strong. He's still seeing the ball well. I think that there's another layer in there where he's learning to hit at the major league level. He's been a bit better lately. He's doing that without sacrificing really one of his hallmarks, which was that Joey Votto-like plate discipline of double-digit walk, double-digit strikeout, below 15% really on both. I really like seeing that, and I think one of the keys about making these trades isn't waiting for a guy to be hot for 15 days. I think one of the biggest mistakes people do when they're looking at waiver wire or trades is they look for someone who's been hot for 15 days and try to figure out if they're going to, keep doing that. that's a common thing, and you can do it and you can do it well. But the better thing is to find out how do I catch them before they show up on the 15-day leaderboard, right? Because a lot of leagues let you sort by last 15 days. You want to catch guys before they hit that, because by the time they're on that, all the juice might be gone. All the production might be over. So, I mean, a lot of these guys are ones where you can look and try to look beyond the current rank or how they've been lately. Like a Jock Peterson. Yeah, he's slumping, but I know he's going to come out of it. He's a cyclical hitter. That's just the way he is. There's an upswing coming. A lot of people are just going to see that last month and say, oh, he stinks now. So those are, I think, really the places to find your trade targets. So with that, we'll move on now to, we'll start with Corbin. This is a question I get a lot, in I do an AMA on Reddit. I have the hitter list. I get asked a lot about trading a hitter for a pitcher. I'm not going to ask you about specific trades, but I just want to say, how do you even start? How do you value a hitter versus a pitcher? It sounds simple, but when you start breaking it down, it's hard.
Yeah, I'm a low volume trader, especially if it's someone that I bought into, in the preseason or on, I picked them up and I like their skills. Like, even if the production's not there, I might just kind of like hold, that's probably a detriment because I'll probably just wait for, Hunter Dozier to come back and he never comes back or something. Right. But I might glance in some rankings. But really, like I kind of mentioned this earlier, I think it starts with just like looking at like what you have or what needs you have and seeing if there's another team in the standing that can provide those needs, right? Like if you need starting pitchers, you're going to look at maybe, like Frankie Montas or something, just kind of some of these guys that like maybe could provide that. I think communication is key. Some of the best kind of trade partners I've ever had, dynasty and redraft is like communicating with the manager somehow. Instead of just like blindly sending offers, over and over again until one of them sticks. I think you'll often find that, Brad and I are in the league, we'll communicate about a player and then kind of make a trade that way. Right. I think, it just kind of makes it just better, for current trade discussions and future trade discussions. Like even if you don't make a trade with that person, at least it starts that flow of conversation. But I think it's hard to look at like rankings and be like, oh, this player is hitter, 50, and then be like, well, this pitcher is like, pitcher 40 or whatever, right? And kind of trade that way because, that pitcher hitter might not have what you need, right? So I think it's just kind of based on what you need, assuming you're playing in some kind of categories or rotisserie league. If you're trading, you might have to bite the bullet and trade, a closer for speed if you really need that, right? And just kind of going through that process. And just kind of trading from hopefully strength and just based on need. I think it's hard to look at a list and be like, or a trade calculator and be like, oh, it looks fair in my end, because it doesn't really know like your team or needs, league context in that.
That's such an important point because, as someone who does rankings are supposed to be done in a vacuum, but it's July 24th. There is no vacuum, right? We all are in very specific league contexts. And all trades have to happen in there. It's not about whether a trade is fair necessarily. That's not what this is about. Is can you get them to agree to it? Will they do it? Yeah, you might have to overpay, but that's an overpay in a vacuum. Your league has a very limited number of assets that are available. There's only so many managers willing to trade speed, only so many willing to trade power. Find them and see what they want. You don't have to do it, but it's important not just, a ranking might give you some idea, but again, those rankings aren't for your league or any league. They exist in this weird space that's constantly in pre-draft mode where you're trying to imagine, well, if all things are equal, but they're not. We all have different needs. Brad is someone who's in, someone who has probably made a trade or two. What are some tips or what are some things you try to avoid? How do you make that move?
Or hit on a lot of great points. The first thing I would do is, just don't send random offers. That'd be the first thing. Just kind of talk with the manager if there's a certain player interested. And I think it's based on category need. If you're in a category league, I think you got to look to see what you need. And like you mentioned at birth, you got to overpay or something where you got to give speed for power or speed. It really it's how you build your team. And if you feel like this player greatly, helps you out in one category and you're not getting burnt in others, I think that's kind of the way to go. And if you're in dynasty leagues, I think you got to know when you're selling and when you're not. That's one of the big things too, is if you're mid-July right now and you're kind of in the middle of the pack and you don't think you're going to go anywhere, I think now's the time to unload some of those players and get, value in return. So I just wanted to mention that as well. But me, yeah, it's all on need for me. And same, like for points leagues, then it comes down to what pitchers are probably more valuable in that format. So I would say pitching would be something I would be really heavily invested in. But for the most part, it's all based on need and just doing what's best for your team.
I'm glad you mentioned points leagues because I find that to be the hardest league to trade in because y'all have the same need and it's points, right? You all just need points. Doesn't matter how you get them, right? And that really just turns into a projection game. Am I better at projecting this player's future point total than you are, right? Or sometimes you have a hitter for the pitcher trade, but it never equals out, right? Pitchers are almost always more valuable, but how valuable are they compared to their peers? It's a hard calculation to make. Brandon, how do you handle trades, maybe in particular that hitter for a pitcher trade, but really just in general, how do you make that move?
Well, I really like what you were saying. I want to clip what you said about fairness and that it's not always about fair. And I want that to be played for every fantasy manager that I play with. Because, everybody always, any trade, people are always, people get passionate about fantasy and that's a good thing. But sometimes, it's like, oh, how did they make that trade? What is it? Well, it's all about evaluating your team. And sometimes there are trades that look maybe a little one-sided, but if you really look into it, it's not that one-sided, and it's about evaluating your team. If you have a, gluttony of third baseman, let's say, which is a, position that, sometimes can be a little bit scarce, especially these days. That's where you make a deal and maybe you end up getting better value because somebody needs a third baseman. And then obviously if you're in a dynasty league and there's a little bit of playing for, future, all that stuff. I mean, just like in real life, there's a lot of factors go in, but I think kind of like Brad was saying is like, you have to look at your team. You have to evaluate your team. And that is the most important thing. It's not really about what you're doing for the other team. It's about what makes your team better. And if that means I'm going to trade maybe a slightly better hitter than if we want to just like, again, go off rankings list and say this hitter is better than this pitcher. But yet you just don't need that hitter and he just doesn't factor into your team's plans and you need a pitcher, then, it doesn't matter if even if you made the other team better, because ultimately, like, you can't be playing that deep into your mindset of like, oh, well, what if I face this team in the playoffs, or what if I'm battling with this team? It's like, you got to make your team better. That's, I think, the biggest thing.
Yeah. And I think one of the things I see a lot, even this time of year, Twitter's going to be covered with polls, right? Pick a side A, side B, right? And that's great. If you win that, that's great. You win the poll, that's great. But it's not worth a single ranking point, right? Not one. And also, it's worth noting that if a guy's on your bench, you know what he's worth to your, currently what he's worth to your team. If you look at a player and say, I don't know when they get in the lineup, or you got to make really extravagant scenarios for how this player makes it into your starting rotation or whatever. I think that's when you start saying, like, I will sell them for less than their rank or whatever, because this guy's not worth as much to me as much as that player, right? It's all about how do I move up in the standings, not about did I get the best value? Will everyone on Twitter be impressed with my trade? Right? I think if nothing else, I just wanted to do this to break this habit of folks to think they have to win trade. You don't win trades, you win leagues. No one cares about winning a trade. No one keeps that. You win leagues. Don't worry about that. So I mean, don't go overboard and do really weird stuff, but don't worry too much, right? And I think the last thing, I'll ask a real quick question just for everyone. Oh, never mind. Just
no, sorry. Unfortunately, we're at that time where I got to come in, take over the show. I really appreciate you, Scott, hosting for the hour, and appreciate all you guys for coming on. But I need to give away a prize. There are prizes to give away. That's one of the reasons people are here. And we have a free subscription of the 50 grade tier variety to the Toolshed Podcast Patreon that I need to give away. We are currently at $2,592 raised for the weekend. Really appreciate everybody who's donated money. And the winner of that fantastic prize, if I can find my randomizer, is John Wilder. So I will get you in touch with Eric Cross over at the Toolshed Podcast to make sure we get you that prize. And keep donating, right? We have a ton of prizes. Just got a cool prize that's been offered up by Michael Govian for exclusive access to his Patreon and Discord channel, as well as co-host a show with him. We'll be giving away that later. And a bunch of other amazing prizes, including TGFBI spots for next year. Before I boot you guys all out, I want to give you a chance to remind everybody where you can reach on social media and plug all of your work. So, Scott, why don't you lead us off with that?
Yeah, for sure. If you want to find me on social media, if you're looking at the screen, you'll see my handle there. It's If the Shoe Fits on Twitter. If you want to find my work, it's all over at Pitcher List. I do the First Pitch podcast. Comes out on Thursdays and Sundays. Well, my version does. And then the Hitter List, which comes out on Wednesdays, and also on Reddit. I do an AMA over on Reddit every Friday with the rest of the Pitcher List staff. It starts at noon. So if you got random questions and you just want to ask them because your spouse is tired of it, we're here for you.
You're a braver man than me to venture into Reddit AMAs. Corbin, remind everybody where you can reach and plug all that you do.
Yeah, you can find me on Twitter at Corbin_Young21. Fantasy baseball and football content all over the place. So RotoWire, Baseball HQ, RotoViz. Just joined the 33rd team football there with a bunch of cool people there. So yeah, appreciate you having me on, Justin, and thanks.
Thank you. Brandon, remind everybody where you can reach and plug all you do.
Yeah, you see my Twitter handle there as well, at B_Cameraman. I'm at InsiderBaseball.com and at Fantastics. And yeah, I appreciate this, Justin, always, every year, everything you do for the fantasy community. Thank you.
I appreciate you guys coming on and dropping the knowledge. Brad, take us out.
Everybody else, my Twitter handle can be found at BRAD30, BERAD30. And I can find most of my work at Rotoballer. Like I said, I manage the news desk, so you'll see my name on a bunch of player notes. And I pitch in a few articles here and there. And I also wanted to say thank you, Justin, for everything you've done. And we appreciate everything.
I appreciate you guys. I'm going to unceremoniously remove you from the stream as I do for everyone. So that way I can begin to move in the next crowd. Of course, Scott is being more difficult. And there it is. I got Scott out of there. Really appreciate Scott and all the other people who've stepped in, whether it's briefly or for an entire hour. So that way I can actually get a little bit of a break. We have a fantastic panel coming up that's going to be talking fab strategy. It is Sunday. It's fab time. People have a few more hours to get those fab bids in. So hopefully we can help improve that strategy. But just a reminder, like, we're raising money right now for Big League Impact. Every dollar you donate goes to them, and every dollar you donate gets you a raffle ticket to win these amazing prizes we've been giving out all weekend long. We still got a ton of prizes to give out, including subscriptions, some baseball cards, including like a signed Aaron Ashby one. It's got to go up in value because he just signed a long-term contract. RotoWare donated a $69 gift card to their online store. And RotoWare, I'm wearing RotoWare stuff right now, as I always do. Justin Mason stuff. Justin Mason faces are on RotoWare. So definitely appreciate them supporting, and everybody who's supported Podapallooza this year, whether it's by watching, by being on a panel, by donating prizes. Really, really appreciate it. But let's bring in our next panel. We're going to start with my buddy Schwebzy. Schwebzy, how you doing?
Hi, friends. How you doing, Justin? I'm good.
Remind everybody where you can reach on social media and talk about what you do.
So I can be reached, as seen below, at Schwebzy. I have a podcast at Pitcher List called In the Deep, where we deal with deep and sort of dynasty-focused fantasy leagues, AL only, NL only, that sort of thing. Every week we do a deep dive on up to 4 different players, and then do like a whole honorable mentions list of a dozen or more other players that are fantasy considerations for that week. Everything 20% or less.
There we go. Also from the Pitcher List realm, we have Kevin Hazen, former TGFBI winner, overall winner. Kevin Hastings, how you doing, my friend?
I'm doing great, Justin. Thank you so much for having me, and thank you for doing this. As always, it's you always are doing a lot to help out some great causes.
I appreciate you and you coming on sharing your fab knowledge. Remind everybody where you can reach on social media and talk about what you do.
Yeah, I'm on Twitter at Hasting Kevin, and as you mentioned, like Schwebzy, I am over at Pitcher List. I do the On the Wire podcast with my co-host Adam Howe. Drops every Sunday morning, so hopefully people had a chance to check that out this morning before Podapallooza got started. And I also put out an article at Pitcher List that comes out each Sunday afternoon. Just got that submitted a few minutes ago for tonight's Fab period, and I have begun helping out with the First Pitch podcast. I do each Wednesday morning of the First Pitch podcast for Pitcher List as well.
All right. Joining us as well is Mike Gianella. Mike, I don't see you, but I hope you're there. Oh, there he is. How you doing, buddy? May have an issue real quick with Mike. Hopefully, are you there? All right, I'm going to try to...
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Oh, I can hear you now. There we go.
There we are. Okay. Hey, how you doing, Justin?
I'm doing well. Remind everybody where you can reach on social media and plug all your work. I think we're still having an issue, so I'm going to just remove him right now, and hopefully when he comes back, we'll have a little bit better connection with him. Mike is a fantastic analyst over at Baseball Prospectus. So hopefully he'll be able to join back with us here in a minute or two in order to kind of get his knowledge as well, because one of my favorite people in the industry. And it's been way too long since I've had a chance to sit down and talk with him, because I haven't been able to go to New York for Tout Wars and we haven't been able to connect for a pod. So hopefully Mike turns back around. But until then, why don't we just get started and kind of discuss some of this Fab stuff. So Kevin, I'm going to start with you on this one. What was your Fab approach this season, and has it worked so far?
Well, you had a panel yesterday, the NFBC panel with Jenny and Toby, Todd, and I'm forgetting who the fourth person was. I'm so sorry. and I was nodding the entire time. The four of them were talking. I am one in agreement with what they were saying. I try to spread my money throughout the year. I try to save money early. It seems to have worked so far. I have increased my bids a little bit this season as opposed to in the past, but I still have close to, if not over $300 left in $1,000 Fab leagues for the remainder of the season. And I don't like to go too big on any one player. I like to spread it out. And I think so far that's worked.
Yeah. You're richer than me, that is for sure, because I have not done that, and it may come back to bite me as we come down the home stretch. Mike, want to remind people where you can reach on social media, plug all your work, and then I'll ask you what your Fab strategy was for this season.
Sure. So I'm at Prospectus.com. I think you asked me here because I do a Fab column. I actually do like a TGFBI rundown once a week, and then I kind of have a free form column. And when I do podcasts, you can find me at Flags Fly Forever.
Absolutely. So what has been your Fab strategy this year, and has it worked well for you?
Well, I've heard the tail end of what Kevin said. It's very similar. I think the most I've done in TGFBI or like an NFBC type league is like, 100, 150. I haven't really gone bigger than that. I've mostly tried to spread the wealth. I do like to occasionally make the big splash, on a double-digit bid. I don't like going through 400, in a $100 league, even more so. I think you want to be careful not to, unless it's an only league, and maybe Christopher addressed this. You don't really want to put down 80 or 90% of your budget early, because you're really going to need that money. I know there's $0 bids, but that can still for a loop if you're not careful.
What about you, Chris? Have you been aggressive in Fab, or have you tried to spread the wealth as well, and is it working for you?
I think I actually fall around where Mike is. I bid $100+ on 3 players this year: George Kirby, Nolan Gorman, Roansy Contreras. And those are players that I feel pretty confident in to produce produce what I expect them to over a season. And that's kind of my strategy is I'm not going big unless I feel like incredibly confident. And you're just not going to catch me ever like trying to catch lightning in a bottle with like a $350 bid on someone. I don't think it's just so incredibly uncommon for a rookie to come up or just someone to be on the waiver wires who's going to be worth that much of your fab.
Yeah, and I talked about this a little bit yesterday during that NFBC panel that Kevin was kind of referencing. Is I have been more aggressive this year and made bigger bids, and it hasn't hurt me as much as maybe people who've put $500 bids out there, but it's definitely hurt me. It's left me in a position where in the last couple months of the season, I have $100 or less in a lot of leagues where I could have used some of that money that I maybe overspent on early on in the season, and it's going to be a learning lesson for me this year, unfortunately. So let's talk about what's been your best fab pickup before we get to the regretful ones. Mike, what's been your best fab pickup this season?
I haven't had any really great ones. Getting David Robertson early in a couple leagues was pretty big. I think some people didn't think he'd be the closer, and I put in like a modest bid. It wasn't like a big bid, probably 5% of my budget in one league, 7% in the other. And I mean, not a ton of saves. He's the Cubs closer, but he's been really good. I like the deeper, like 15 team mixed and onlys I play, and that's really paid off.
Yeah, that would be a huge one. Danielle drafted him in TGFBI, and I've just been watching her 26th round draft pick rack up way too many saves, and shoot her up over me in the overall. Chris, what about you? What's been your best fab pickup of the year?
I'm sure this is going to ruffle some feathers because he's a little bit of a lightning rod, but Jorge Mateo has been like, look, I don't want to hear about the 210 batting average. I don't want to hear about it. It's got 23 steals, 7 home runs, and that's like I think I paid like $35 for him in fab in week 1. He has been well worth that investment.
Yeah, I got Mateo in a few leagues myself. And yeah, I know the batting average sucks and there's not much in terms of like RBIs and things like that, but the stolen bases are so hard to find, and getting 20 plus off the waiver wire is so huge. Kevin, what about you? What's been your best fab pickup this year?
I don't think it's too early to say Matt Carpenter. I grabbed him everywhere I could a couple of weeks ago. I wrote that this isn't funny anymore, and it would be negligent to ignore this. And it's come to bear over the past couple of weeks. He's continued to produce, and I'm going to ride him as long as I can.
You got it, right? Hopefully the Yankees don't bring in someone that's going to take any sort of playing time away from him, but you got to love a guy you've picked up off the waiver wire has had such a huge impact like that and eligible at multiple positions. So yeah, Matt Carp. I'm bummed that I did not jump on board when he started hitting, and it's proven to be a pretty big mistake. Kevin, why don't you double dip here? Tell me what your worst fab pickup of the year has been.
Well, my biggest mistake isn't necessarily a pickup, I don't think, but I'm in the Texas region of the Earth Leagues in TARF, and we do our fab runs a couple hours later than the other NFBC leagues. And the 1 week I thought I was taking advantage of that, I saw how the bids were lower than I expected on the guys I was after that week, so I dropped them for TARF. Well, either the guys in the TARF league were higher on those players, or they had done the same thing and saw that I had went for a higher amount on some of these guys, and I ended up missing out when I dropped my bids. So I only did that 1 week. I haven't paid attention to what has went on in other leagues and adjusted bids for the later run since then.
What about you, Chris? What's been your worst fab pickup?
Picking up Mitch Keller as many times as humanly possible. If that man is on free agents, I'm picking him up. I don't know why. It's just a compulsion. I can't stop myself. Honestly, this year at TGFBI is the only NFC league I play in. It's been kind of a panic for me. So because I've been dealing with Shane Buzz, Jake DeGrom, Fernando Tatis all year, so I've been playing with a short bench all year. and it's just been a constant patching of holes rather than strategizing, and it's led to a lot of mistakes. But I like it's felt like this year, like streaming pitchers has been particularly risky. It's like I strongly remember a week where I picked up Josh Fleming in a really strong 2-start week, and he just got annihilated, just completely obliterated against 2 weak lineups. And I'd say that have caught the constant 2-start pickups this week have been rough for me this year.
What about you, Mike? What's been the worst fab pickup this year?
Matt Brash in Tout Wars, and that's 15 mixed draft Tout Wars I'm in, especially because, full disclosure, I finished last in the AL last year. It is, if anyone here who plays Tout knows, so I go all out as a percentage of my budget, and as you know, he just didn't work out. And I think we all get it, right? Like if Brash had paid off, it would have been a great pick. You have him all year. I think we all believe in the skills in him long term. But right now, that obviously was not a good move. What's funny is that Scott White of CBS in that league with me, and he outbid me on like everybody else. And I think it was the right process of like bidding big or relatively big early for like a few key players. I happened to get Brash, I think, by like 8 over his bid, and it just obviously did not work.
Yeah, I'll cop to my worst one. And that was on, I believe it was June 5th. I thought I'd take a shot on a guy who was working his way back from the IL with a lot of talent that had been dropped in Eduardo Rodriguez, and I spent, I think, $82 on him. And then the next day, the announcement that he was away from the team dropped. And so that was, I now have $85 left in that league. I could really use that $82 back. Unfortunately, that's not how it works. So that is easily been my most regrettable fab move of the year. And of course, now he's working his way back, and I'm not going to take the gamble a second time. I've already been burned. Mike, how do you approach fab with a trade deadline approaching? Are there certain guys you're looking to target because they might move, or other guys in front of them might move? What are you doing right now with a trade deadline about a week away?
I'm just looking at closers. So I mentioned Robertson before. That's a situation where I'm already thinking I'm going to have to replace him. And yes, I know he might not get traded, or he might wind up, getting traded. I think it's unlikely, but somewhere he closes. That's my biggest piece. Is I'm looking at players who, closers in particular, who could lose their jobs, and opportunities to pick some folks up. I think if you don't do that, particularly in a deeper league, and particularly with a lot of reserve or extra slots, it's almost negligent. You don't want to get caught behind like a week or two on potential saves. And a lot of these players, like the Cubs backups, for example, you get them now for a two. If you wait until after the deadline, you're going to get hosed.
What about you, Chris? Was there anything in particular you're looking to do right now before the trade deadline so you can take advantage of that during fab?
So closers tend to be a particularly shaken up position at the trade deadline. And David Robertson is an interesting one, because you would think you just go next in line, right? Michael Givens, but he's a potential trade candidate too. So honestly, the Cubs are kind of a crapshoot. Probably my favorite closer at this point is Yerry De Los Santos. If when David Bednar gets moved. But no, this is actually the kind of stuff that my co-host Jordan and I love at In the Deep. There's just looking down the teams and the trade deadlines. We're going to do an episode on this coming up. But if Boston winds up selling, this could finally be Tristan Casas' time. We've been waiting for him for a while. It feels like there's Andrew Benintendi possibly on the move. That might open up time for Kyle Isbell, Edward Olivares. There's a lot of fun stash candidates. Honestly, I would go pull up a column of who's on the move, who's the most likely trade candidates, and just think next level down. If he gets traded, who does this open up time for? The Royals are actually going to be a really fun one, I think.
They absolutely could. They could be a seller. Speaking of Royals, I think Kevin's a Royals guy, right? So what is your fab approach at this time of year with the trade deadline approaching?
Yeah, both of these guys have mentioned one, the Royals. There's going to be some guys on the move. That makes Nick Prado more interesting to me tonight than he would be if it looked like he was going to be headed back down when Olivares comes off the IL. So he's more appealing than he would have been. We don't know which Royals are going to move. We think several of them are, and we'll wait and see what happens. But that definitely makes Prado appealing this evening for me. And with relievers, I'm looking at Detroit. I think Doug brought it up when you had the reliever panel on earlier. Several Detroit Tigers, I think, could be on the move. And if he's not one of them, Joe Jimenez, I think, has a shot at taking over that spot in Detroit. So I got him stashed in a couple spots as well.
Yeah, I think right now is the time to really go through. And if you're looking specifically for closers, go back and listen to the relief pitching episode or panel I just did a few hours ago with Doug Dennis, Greg Jewett, and Mike Carter, because they're really locked into those closers and had a lot of great advice. But now's the time, right? Go stash them now before all the moves happen. So that way, hopefully, you're much cheaper bids now as opposed to paying full freight after the deadline or the weekend before the deadline. So, how does your strategy change as the season winds down in terms of fab? I think people sometimes kind of stick with the same strategy all season long. Some people like to kind of vary it up as the season kind of comes down the wire. So, Chris, why don't you lead us off on this?
I mean, scoreboard watching always becomes more of a concern as the season goes on, and that can change how you want to reallocate your fab dollars. I mean, it's unlikely that you're going to be so far ahead in a category that you can kind of forget about it. So, but it does mean, like, I might be more likely to, throw fab dollars at a Nolan Gorman type prospect that comes up versus I'm blanking on the guy from San Diego that just came up, the stolen base prodigy.
Ruiz.
Yes, Ruiz. Like, I'm more likely to throw money at a power guy than a Ruiz if if that's a weakness in my team right now. So I'm definitely paying a lot more attention to the standings at this point and where my strengths and weaknesses are.
That's really good advice. Kevin, where are you at on this?
Yeah, I think one of the things that is important all year long, but as the season progresses, early in the year, we're looking at what we think guys can do for the season or long term. And as the season progresses, it's more and more. Vlad Sedler says it all the time. We're playing 27 1-week contests and then accumulating the scores. So team schedules, opportunities, lineup position, keeping a really close eye on that movement becomes even more important as the season progresses.
Absolutely. Mike, what about you? What do you look for strategy-wise as the season winds down?
Justin, I think I heard you and Paul Sporer say this on one of your recent podcasts. I might have been Paul, but the idea that people stop paying attention and in certain leagues because of football, not everybody, but there's some people who they've got other stuff going on. There's some of them are in this industry and sports. So something I'm looking at are teams that are like not making as many moves. Maybe they're in a category. There's a category I didn't think I could get where it's like, maybe there's a point or two in home runs that looked unattainable that all of a sudden I can kind of go after. That's the kind of thing it really matters on the margins, because if I'm not looking at that, I'm like, I'm 50 home runs behind this team or whatever. I can't them, and then all of a sudden it's like, maybe that's a point that's achievable that I shouldn't just let go. So that's the sort of stuff I want to look at on the margins and make sure that I'm not missing out on opportunity to gain points that I'm not necessarily strategizing or bidding for.
I think that's a really good point. When two of the things that I do to really help me out, towards the end of the season in fab is I do a lot of tracking of the standings, and I also do a lot of tracking of people's fab bids, right? How much are people bidding in fab each week? Is that changing relative to previous weeks? How many players are they picking up? Are people missing weeks entirely in fab? like all that, adding all that into your calculus can give you a better idea of, hey, how much do I need to spend on this particular player, comparatively speaking, because my league is more active or less active than maybe a different league. So it's spreadsheets are your friends. Like I really, really implore you, if you're not very good at spreadsheets, it's definitely something to work on, because I think it can be really, really beneficial to have all that information when you go to place your fab bids on Sunday. Are you more aggressive with your cuts later on in the season, Mike? I mean, is this a time where you have to make decisions on cutting guys that you probably wouldn't have entertained cutting earlier on in the season?
Yeah, I think you have to be, and particularly, so there's some players, I think, we mentioned, I think heard someone before, I think it was Chris mentioned Jacob deGrom, like someone like that you've been hanging on to all year. You're gonna, keep someone like Fernando Tatis. I think if you hung on to him this long, you're hanging in there. But it's those mid-tier players like Tyler Stevenson, gets hurt. I think it's a pretty good time, to maybe move on from him, and you should have like, it's all rules dependent, right? So if you have like unlimited IL or deep reserve, sure, hang on. But in a TGFBI NFBC format, this is the time to say, hey, I really need those reserve spots. It's kind of a waste to just, leave someone like that on reserve for, 3 or 4 weeks when I could be churning through players and maximizing lineups. And that's another good point, that, Vlad made that was also invoked, which is it's a weekly contest. And as we get into the nitty gritty now, it really is even more so. You can't just say, oh, I'm going to give this week up. Like that's the road to like third place, even if you're doing well.
Absolutely. What do you think, Kevin?
Yeah, I agree. I think what we forget sometimes is if we cut somebody, we can be the ones that add them back later. We kind of just assume they're gone for good. A lot of people in the 15-team league started adding Gene Segura back last week. He's 72% rostered going into tonight in the main event leagues, but he's available in 3/4 of 12-teamers. I fully expect that number to skyrocket this evening as he's heading out on a rehab assignment this week. But the people that dropped him are in the running to get him back as well. So I think that's something we forget. And I try to remind myself when I let somebody go, doesn't mean he's gone forever. I can be the one to grab it back.
What do you think, Chris?
I'm definitely more aggressive as the season goes on. Like I said earlier, I dealt with like our army of injuries earlier this year. And it led to me cutting guys like Muncy and now Boz. Well, Boz was an obvious one. But recently, dealing with a short bench, Harrison Bader got hurt. And Harrison Bader is dealing with plantar fasciitis. I think that means his foot is now in 2 pieces. I don't know. I can't spell plantar fasciitis. I don't know what it is. But I'm way ahead in stolen bases in my league, and then like in the overall, I'm like 6th or something. So tying back into the previous question with the scoreboard watching, and they had originally said that Bader was due back like maybe at the end of his 10 days, maybe later. It's kind of wishy-washy. So I cut him. Like it's uncertain. His biggest strength is something that my team does well. So yeah, it's a cut that I wouldn't have made with a full bench, but sometimes the situation and the league and the timing demands it.
Yeah, I think one of the things I've tried to become much better at is being more aggressive with my cuts. And it's something I really learned from the 2020 season, right? We only had 60 games and we had to be a lot more reactive because there just was so little time to make mistakes and then recover from them. And so I made very, very quick decisions. And it's something I've tried to carry on into 2021 and 2022. I think it's been very beneficial. I think one of the worst mistakes that fantasy players often make is just being too passive and being too afraid to put someone on the wire that isn't performing. Now, you don't want to cut, a first or second round pick in the first month of the season, but especially with injured guys, like, in this time of year, like, I think you have to be aggressive. Like, if I see a red suitcase on my lineup or, one of those red pluses, I take a pretty hard look at whether or not they're going to be productive the rest of the way for me. And even if it's a big name, you got to let it go.
Yeah, I mean, you guys all know Yancey Eaton, I'm sure. He's like my fantasy baseball guide, and he's constantly yelling at me to cut more players because I just habitually hold on to these guys because I feel I'll get 2 months of production out of them. It just doesn't always work out that way.
And I think obviously your format plays into that, right? Like, in Tout Wars, we have unlimited IL. So, like, you don't need to make those cuts when guys are injured, right? But if you're playing in a place like ESPN or Yahoo, where you may only have like 3 IL spots, or if you're playing on NFBC where you have no IL spots, it can actively hurt you to try to hold those guys for a really, really long time because it's not like that's going to be your last injury. And it's not like other things aren't going to pop up during the season. I was talking about this yesterday as well. In NFBC, I had Brian Reynolds go on the IL on the same day that the Royals announced that a third of their team wasn't traveling to Canada. And I was like, oh, well, now I don't have Benintendi and I don't have Reynolds, so I don't have enough outfielders to start a full active lineup on my main event team. And that's painful when that happens. So not inviting any more trouble onto your team by rostering guys that are going to be out for a really long time or don't have real concrete timetables is often a mistake.
Yeah, and Justin, we may have a similar situation this week. I doubt they have 10 players that go to the restricted list, but Detroit making their first trip to Toronto for a 4-game series, not just a 2-game series like St. Louis is, and we won't know until after our fab runs tonight. So having a couple extra guys, if you have Tigers typically in your lineup, just in case for next weekend, will be a smart move.
Absolutely. That's a really, really good point. We already know that for that 2-game series, Arenado and Goldschmidt won't be there. And that's a bummer, but it's the ones that we don't know about, right? Like we know about all the AL East teams now because they've all been there, but there's going to be these other teams that play in Toronto and are going to have an effect. Like, it may just end up being like a nothing reliever or two, or a starting pitcher that can, move his start around. But if it's, a star hitter, that's harder to replace. And so having the ability to switch your guys in and out because you have a full bench is a really, really big benefit. All right, let's see. And I lost my sheet. There we go. What do you look for in a starting pitcher streamer? I mean, often one of the first things I know I look for when I am, first I look at injuries, right? Do I have an injured guy? Do I need to replace them, right? But the next thing I look for is, hey, what starting pitchers are available with good matchups this week? So, Mike, tell me what you look for in an SP streamer.
Yeah, that's a lot of it is matchups, and I think some of it are the old Lima numbers. I don't think much has changed. Like you still want strikeouts. You still want somebody not walking a lot of batters. You still want somebody not going to give up a lot of home. I think beyond that boilerplate, the other thing I'm looking at as part of this conversation, this is obviously league or format dependent. I want somebody that might have a chance to stay on my team or lineup for more than just a week, because really. We talk about how valuable some of these like lineup or roster spots are. Many of us with injuries or, with vaccinations or players who aren't vaccinated don't have the luxury of just taking a spot and running a starter in and running a starter out. It's nice if you have had the injury luck where you're able to do that. But what I really want is I want to find somebody who can stick on my team like week in and week out. So I'm looking for a player who can help me this week, but I think would I want him on my team like a month from now? The one thing I'll say is that when you get to September, that kind of changes. That's where it's like, okay, like we're really reaching nitty gritty. Now I can stream a pitcher, run him in, run him out. But I think that roster stability is something that kind of matters as part of this discussion as well.
What do you think, Chris?
What I look for in a streamer is, are they Mitch Keller? And if they are Mitch Keller, then I pick them up. No, I feel this one's like, I feel like if you ask like 100 fantasy analysts, you're going to get the same answer from like, I don't know, 75 of them. It's like we look at the matchups. Injuries help. If you have a lineup like say the Mets, who are normally a strong lineup, but last week they were down McNeil and Marte, and they suddenly become like a much, much less imposing lineup. There's a lot of lineups out there that are, quote, strong lineups that are really, they only go like 5 or 6 deep. And if 1 or 2 of those guys are out, then they suddenly are way less scary. And it's good to pay attention to that kind of thing too, because the Angels aren't the Angels when Trout is hurt. The Angels aren't the Angels when, Ward is hurt and it's literally just 2 guys. So it helps to also pay attention to the current lineup and not just how they've been doing all season long.
Absolutely. Kevin, what are your thoughts on this?
Yeah, the first thing I look at is matchups. And I think sometimes we get too caught up in looking for the 2 starts when we're looking at matchups. I think Braxton Garrett's a perfect example. Last week, 1 great matchup against Pittsburgh, and he had just had a dominating outing against them. So he's a good example of looking for a guy with a single nice matchup for the week. This week he's got to go to Cincinnati. Not going to use him, but I'm probably holding on to him because the following week he gets Cincinnati back in Miami and also the Cubs. So it's definitely matchups for me, but I think sometimes we get too caught up in looking for 2 good matchups when we really should be looking for 1.
I think that's a really, really good point. Also, again, this is something I think we're going to continue to hammer in throughout this entire segment, is knowing what you need in your standings, right? Like what's more important to your team right now? Is it strikeouts? Is it wins? If you're in quality starts, is it quality starts? Or is it ratios? Because usually when you're picking up a guy off the waiver wire, he's not going to hit all of those at the same time, right? Like some guys are pretty decent ratio stabilizers with a good matchup, but they're not strikeout guys, right? Or you might have the guy like Mitch Keller who can get a bunch of strikeouts, but he might torch ratios a little bit. And some guys are going to qualify for wins or quality starts, and other guys aren't, right? I'm looking at you, Zach. So, knowing what you actually need and not, sometimes the best matchup on paper is not the best matchup for your fantasy team. It's something similar to, I think, what Scott said in terms of trading in the last panel, which was you want to win the league, not the trade. When you're streaming, you're trying to improve your team in the standings, not necessarily get the best matchup on paper all the time. Sometimes those things are the same, but they're not always, especially late in the season when certain categorical needs take precedence over others. What about streaming hitters? This is something that, for years I didn't really do, but it's become more prevalently talked about in the industry. So, Kevin, is streaming hitters a good idea? Is it something that you like to do, and how do you do it?
Oh, definitely. First of all, it comes down to looking ahead at schedules and lineup opportunities, definitely. But, if you pick out a guy that you think has good matchups that can steal a base, just one in the upcoming week, that's a 26 stolen base guy for the season, if you can do that each week. The easy guy to pick on right now is Noah Syndergaard. The Royals get Syndergaard on Monday. If Nicky Lopez gets on base, he's going to steal a base. And he's available in a lot of leagues. He's been kind of underwhelming, hasn't done what some hoped he would do this season. His average is lower than last season, hasn't stolen as many bases. But if he gets on base on Monday, he's stealing a base against Syndergaard. You're already 1 ahead for the week, and you got the rest of the week to go. So that's the kind of thing I look at. You realize, 1 home run in a week, that's a 26 home run hitter for the season that you can get at a time. So looking for the lineup opportunities and a nice schedule with a lot of games where they're going to play. I think we have to do that these days. I don't think we can just stick with a 14 hitter lineup in 2 catcher 15 team leagues and let it sit, even if they're all healthy. I think we can find matchups where some of our guys are replaceable each week.
I love how you just broke that down as like all you need is 1 a week from that streaming, and you're getting a 26 home run hitter or a 26 stolen base guy. That's not something I necessarily thought about previously to that statement. And I love that. That's a really good way of looking at it, because you're absolutely right. Mike, what do you think about streaming hitters?
Do it, but I pick my spots. I think one thing I've done this year is I have CJ Crone in a couple of mixed leagues, and I bench him almost every week on the road. And I know that might sound counterintuitive or weird, but if you look at his home run road splits, unless you're really deep league or an only league where you have to use him, I mean, it's a good opportunity to get some better stats in there. And yes, I missed a home run this week from him, but generally speaking, it works really well. And then the other thing I like to look at are Giants hitters. I feel like there's a lot of opportunities in there. They're 12-team mixed and shallower leagues to get a really good hitter. Like, I know everybody talked about Austin Slater as a potential add this week in the short week, but there's just multiple chances to kind of cycle players in. The Rays are tougher. Like the Rays are a team that would seem to be good with it, but there often isn't rhyme or reason. So I will look there, but it's not as fruitful. So those are the big things I'm looking at. Are Rockies who might have some opportunity to bench them. I know that sounds weird. Or players on teams sitting out there in shallower leagues.
What about you, Schwebzy? What are you doing with streaming hitters?
This is another thing that we hit on constantly in the deep. Platoon, oftentimes in deep leagues, it's about maximizing playing time, and maximizing playing time is all about paying attention to matchups, paying attention to platoon guys. If you've got a Rafael Ortega in your lineup, who is, if you're not in deep leagues, you're like, why would anyone roster Rafael Ortega? But if Rafael Ortega, if the Cubs are facing, 6 right-handers in a week, Rafael Ortega there's a good chance he's going to put up a strong week. And same thing goes for, like Mike said, the Giants. If Darren Ruff, if the Giants get to face a few lefties, Darren Ruff is due for a bunch of playing time, and he's had an underwhelming year, worse than I had hoped. We were really big on Darren Ruff coming into the year, but still very strong against lefties. He's actually gone into a full platoon now, sadly for me, but he's back to just brutalizing lefties. And, the Giants have a bunch of players like that. Identifying the teams that platoon a lot is step one. And then just paying attention to the lineups is really the entire rest of the equation.
Yeah, the Giants are the biggest example of a team that really maximizes those righty-lefty splits. Austin Slater, another one of those guys that just does damage against lefties. He's been better against righties this year as well. But I've picked him up in a few leagues just to kind of maximize when they're going up against 3 Dodger lefties in a row or something like that. There are certain teams that are either very right-handed on the pitching side or very left-handed. When you see series of teams coming up against them, that's a good time to maximize those kind of opportunities. How do you attack one category players, stolen bases, or power to make up deficits, or are you still trying to stay balanced still there, Schwebzy?
This kind of ties back into the earlier thing about scoreboard watching. Yes, I'm going to try, but John Birdie isn't walking through that door generally. Generally at this time of year, it's not really viable to target certain categories. You're not going to make up a big deficit in stolen bases if you start today, probably. And if you do, you're probably going to be cutting people you don't want to cut, or it might be a net negative. I'm not cutting a Hunter Dozier. Hunter Dozier's not a great player, but he's a solid deep league guy because you can just kind of forget about him. But I'm not cutting him to chase I don't know, an injured John Birdie. No, Birdie's a bad example because Birdie might steal another 20 bases this year.
But a Jesus Sanchez, who's probably available on a lot of wires and has a lot of power, but will actively hurt you in other categories.
Right. I'm not going to drop him for a Vidal Brujan,
Mm-hmm. Okay. Makes a lot of sense. What about you, Mike? Are you more apt at this point of the season to start chasing those one category potential difference makers, even though they may actively hurt you somewhere else?
It's a little early, so probably not. So the one thing I'll say about this, we're calling them one category guys, but what I would look at, so for the steals players, do they also score a good amount of runs? Like, where are they in the lineup? Like, are they hitting at the top of the lineup or the bottom of the lineup? Because that makes a difference. Like, if you're talking about someone who's like Miles Straw right now, not that he's available in a lot of places, but is batting 8th or 9th, he's really a one category guy. And even if he starts running a lot more, it would be a big boost. If it's a steals player like Birdie who winds up getting elevated in the lineup, then you're looking at 2 categories. Power is similar. Like if you're talking about a home run hitter who's on a bad team, he's popping a lot of homers, but there are a lot of solo shots. Not really so much. But if it's somebody who is going to bat 4th or 5th, or 6th in a lineup of a good team, okay, well suddenly I'm kind of interested. Like this was part of the Matt Carpenter, calculus for me. I added him a couple leagues. It wasn't even having to do with believing in him necessarily keeping this up. It was more, well, he's on a good team. It looks like he's going to move up in the lineup. Like this is more than an opportunity to add home runs. This is an opportunity to actually add, somebody who's going to contribute in a bunch of places. And it worked out much better than I ever could have anticipated. But it was that thinking that led me to, adding Carpenter as opposed to saying, you know what, I'll just leave him on the wire.
What do you think, Kevin?
Yeah, I think it depends on the league, and that can sound like a cop-out answer, but it really depends on what's going on, where you are in different categories, and how things are looking. Sometimes I might take a chance on a so-called one category guy if I like his matchups, if I like his spot in the lineup, if it looks like I have a realistic. I think that's the one thing we overlook sometimes. What we're trying to do realistic? Is it fairly likely to actually happen when we're looking at this? Otherwise, I like some of the balanced guys. A guy like Luis Rengifo is hitting in the top 4 spots in the lineup since Mike Trout's been out. The Angels have a 7-game week. They get to face Royals and Rangers pitching all week long. So somebody like that, yeah. The Bad X only has him projected for 5 home runs and 4 stolen bases the rest of the year. There's a good chance one of each of those could come this week when he's hitting in the top part of the lineup, now that we know Trout's out for at least a few more days. So, it's not exciting. 5 home runs and 4 stolen bases projected for the next 2 months. But if he's going to be at the top of the lineup, I think I'd rather have a guy like that than looking for a single category guy.
We got a question in the chat that I think is a really interesting and good one, and probably should have had on the rundown to begin with. So I'm going to ask you guys real quick. Yancey Eaton asking, you guys talk about deciding on a hitter with a 3-game weekend versus a hitter with a 2. I'm going to actually expand it a little bit, and talk about how do you do the math in terms of maybe a guy has a 5-game week, but is a much better hitter than a guy with a 7-game week. Or and you can also talk about in NFBC, you've got guys who are going to have 2-game, first half of the week versus 4, or a 2-game versus 3 in the second half. Kevin, how do you weigh that out for yourself, making decisions based on, this guy may be more talented, but he's going to play less games?
Yeah, in NFBC formats for the first half of the week, when there's 4 or even 5 games, if there's a doubleheader involved for some guys and someone else is only playing 2, that's easy for me. Even superstars, I'll sit them in that 2-game half week, because you're talking about potential of at least double plate appearances, and you double in just about anybody's numbers, and the counting stats are going to be more. Sure, we miss out on some things once in a while. I remember a couple of years ago sitting Fernando Tatis late in the year when he had two games, and first at bat on Tuesday night gets on base and steals a base, and I'm like, oh, great. But that's all he did for the entire week. It ended up working out. It's not always going to work out. It's like Mike mentioned with sitting CJ Cron. I've been doing that for the past couple of months. Miss out on a home run once in a while, but on the road, he's a 20 home run hitter over an entire season. So it's the right move. Not always going to work, but it's the right move.
What do you think, Schwebsy? How do you weigh it out?
I mean, this comes purely down to quality of player for me. There is no world in which I would ever bench Aaron Judge, even if it is a 5-game week versus a 7-game week, if my other option is, for example, Rafael Ortega. Like, even if Ortega got to go against 7 righties, I'm still taking Aaron Judge in those 5 games. As for the weekend, I mean, if you're talking a superstar versus a platoon bat, if the platoon bat has 3 strong side matchups in the week, I might have to think about it. But generally, if you're talking a mid-range player versus a low-end player, and it's 2 games for the mid-range, 3 games for the low end, the number of plate appearances will probably wind up coming in your favor. And the production will probably wind up in your favor if you go with the low-end guy with more plate appearances, because the players get closer together as you get further down in the player pool. But generally, I want to play my stars even if they don't have as many games, unless specific statistics come into play, like if I am scoreboard watching and if I'm benching Aaron Judge to play a stolen base threat, then that might change my mental math. But yeah, generally I want to get those extra games if it makes sense.
What do you think, Mike?
Yeah, I think that all makes sense. What both my co-panelists said. Generally, if it's a superstar, you want to play him even if it's a 5-game week. I know that it sometimes seems counterintuitive, like versus the 7-game week, but like doing the quick back of the napkin like valuation, like a $30 player in 5 games is going to be slightly better than a $8 player. And then when you hit the mid tier, I think you're really going for the volume there. So unless there's something in the matchups where you've got a lefty who is right-handers and he's facing all right-handers, and it's a bottom of the barrel pitching staff, or a great home venue, then sure, you go with the hit with volume. But I think in most instances, unless you're at the top tier super, you want to play the volume game and not get too wrapped up in I'm really going to miss out by sitting a good player over maybe an average or slightly above average one. And then the final piece on this is that really in shallower leagues, like your worst, or standard mix, like your worst player really isn't that bad, which it's pretty important to go with the volume in those instances.
Nice. Mike, what do you think about, like, when is it time to punt a category in order to make up ground in another? I did this unsuccessfully in a main event last year. It almost worked out. I was buried in stolen bases, or I wasn't being able to find stolen bases on the wire. And so I went, why am I rostering Miles Straw? Even though he's getting me stolen bases, I can't catch up. I need to just go get some power and try. And it almost got me into 3rd place, but didn't quite get there. At what point in the season do you start looking that way?
Well, I mean, you could really have been looking already, depending on how your team's going. But if you're talking about like right now, like right after the All-Star break, I think unless you're like in or like near the bottom of a category, it's worth hanging on, because you never know. Like based on what I was saying earlier about things change, like a team might stop paying attention, there might be an injury, a closer might get out of the league. You're thinking, I'm like 4th to last in saves and can't move up, and then all of a sudden, you have a chance for 3 or 4 points that you didn't think you had a week or 2 ago. So I like to try to hang on as long as possible. I'd say with it's about 4 to 6 weeks left on average where I might start looking at the standings and going, okay, like realistically, trade deadlines are over in leagues with trades, or they're about over. I can't really do anything else here. Like this is really a good time to kind of just go after this one category. And then the final piece of it is that if you have a competitor that you can steal a point from directly, it's a 2-point swing in a category, and then dumping that other category doesn't have an impact, I'm perfectly fine with that.
What do you think, Schwebzy?
Yeah, at this point in the year, we have 2 major checkpoints left. We have the trade deadline, we have September call-ups. I think those are the times of year that you need to sit down and have a serious, man-to-man talk with your fantasy teams, or woman-to-woman, depending. At the trade deadline, that's your chance to make big season swinging acquisitions, right? Whether it's an NL only league where you suddenly have a new pool of players to choose from, or if, just suddenly new jobs open up. This is your chance to get new full-time players. This is your chance to get new roles, new categories, whatever. And after the dust settles there, if you're looking at your team and you're still like, I just have no chance to make up ground in home runs, stolen bases, whatever, that's the time when you can say, yeah, it's okay to punt these. It like September 15th isn't the time. It's too late. It's these major league shakeups are your final chances to kind of like really make something happen, outside of trades. So yeah, those are the times when I would say you need to make those evaluations. And yeah, those are like the times that I would do it personally.
Kevin, what about you?
I think in leagues that don't have an overall component, the earlier the better, if you think that's a decision you're going to end up making later anyway. You got to embrace the punt is the way I like to phrase it. And I've actually done it in my main event qualifier this season. 2 months ago, I started punting saves. I just fallen way behind already, and I was dead last in wins and strikeouts because I was trying to play 3 guys that might get me a save each week that weren't actual closers, but I was just hoping. So I was falling way behind. I'm already mid-pack in both wins and strikeouts now. And so that's making up. I've already made up what going all the way from last to first in saves would get me. And I still have, 2 more months of gaining ground in wins and strikeouts, hopefully, to go. So it's worked very well so far. And I don't think it would have worked as well if I'd have waited. I'm very glad I made that decision early on. It's harder to do in some instances. It goes back to being realistic. When you're looking at your categories, what can I realistically do? If I can realistically only gain a couple of points in a category, but if I just let it go, I can gain several in a couple of others, then it's the move to make.
I think it goes back to what Schwebzy was just talking about in terms of like sitting down and having a heart-to-heart with your team, with yourself, and being honest, right? Like being honest with yourself, like and going also back to what I was talking about, spreadsheeting things out. Like I put a spreadsheet together for each one of my league standings, and I go, okay, where can I gain points, and where is it going to be really difficult for me to gain points? And I've got to make an honest assessment. Hey, if I can only really theoretically gain 1 point in stolen bases, then why am I chasing them? Or if I can only really gain, 1, or 2 points in saves, like, unless I can get something at the trade deadline that really busts me up there, why am I continuing to chase that? Why don't I just try to go dominate the other categories and gain as many points as I can? But also be careful. Like standings are still moving. For me, in a bad way. In one of my main events, I was in first place like 2 weeks ago, and I'm in 11th right now. So but knowing that I can drop 30 points in 2 weeks also means that I could probably gain those 30 points back. And so just because we're at a point in the season where we've accumulated stats doesn't mean, especially in Roto, like that you can't get those back. So this is why it's important to kind of really take a look at your standings and go, okay, where can I conceivably gain points, and what's the best kind of foot forward? Unfortunately, we're running out of time here. Kevin, you're giving away an amazing prize right now, so why don't you give everybody a rundown of what it is?
I co-host On the Wire with Adam Howe, and we did listener leagues on the NFBC platform this season. We have 5 12-team leagues, basically the same rules as the online championship 12-team leagues without an overall component. And they were $50 entry fee. So we're going to give away an entry into one of those leagues next season. I believe our payout is $400 for first, $100 for second, $50 for third. So somebody will get a free entry into one of those listener leagues for next season.
Steve Cozzolino, congratulations. You have won that entry into that league. I will get you in touch with Kevin. So that way you can get that all set up for next season. Steve's a good dude. He was at First Pitch Arizona with us this last year. So it's great to see him win that, and hopefully he can take down one of those listener leagues, win a nice little payday right there. Before I kick you guys out and move on to the next crew, I really want to thank you for all your amazing knowledge and coming on and sharing with us. And I also want to give you an opportunity to promote all your work and remind people where they can reach you on social media. So, Mike, why don't you lead us off with that?
Once again, I'm at Baseball Prospectus, baseballprospectus.com, and my Twitter handle, I stupidly forgot, but it's right there. It's at Mike Gianella, all one word.
There you go. And Schwebzy, run us down what you're doing and where can people reach you?
Yep. So I do a podcast for Pitcher List called In the Deep with my much savvier, smarter, and better looking co-host, Jordan White. And you can find me on Twitter at Schwebzy, SHWEBSI.
I love Jordan too. Remind everybody where you can reach Kevin and plug all your work.
Yeah, I'm at Hasting Kevin on Twitter, and I'm at Pitcher List as well. On the Wire podcast with Adam Howe each Sunday morning. My Fab article comes out mid-afternoon on Sundays, and I'm doing the First Pitch podcast on Wednesday mornings at Pitcher List. Come hang out in the Pitcher List Discord if you haven't checked that out yet. It's a good time. We have over 1,000 members in there.
Yeah, there's quite a few people in there. I'm not in there like super active or anything like that. I like the plaid version or the plaid channel, which is a Pitcher List After Dark, where you can come in and swear, which is I just like rocking the boat a little bit. But you guys, I mean, I don't know that I've ever been a part of a Discord with as many channels as the Pitcher List Discord. So I'm hoping my other co-hosts are going to be joining, but I have not yet seen any of them. There we go. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to just let you guys go, send you off into the deep. I appreciate you guys coming on, sharing all your knowledge. And I'm going to unceremoniously remove you, and as I always do, so that way I can start bringing on the next panel here. It's going to be a fun one with some really great personalities and some really great information as well. But just want to remind everybody that we are raising money for Big League Impact, which is an organization that was founded by Adam Wainwright to support causes all around the country and around the world. And every dollar that you donate goes to them and also gets you a raffle ticket to win some amazing prizes over the course of this weekend. And we're starting to run out of time, right? This is the home stretch. We're in the last, I think, 3 hours of Podapallooza for the year. And so get those donations in. We right now currently just under $2,600 for the weekend. Love to get to $3,000 for every $1,000 that are donated. I'm going to give away a TGFBI spot as well. And we still have some amazing prizes that we're going to give out over the course of the next few hours, including RotoWare t-shirts, copies of The Process that were donated by Tanner Bell and Jeff Zimmerman. Bobblehead is going to be given out, some memberships to some different organizations, an Aaron Ashby auto card, and a couple really cool guest spots on other podcasts, including Baseball HQ Radio and Michael Govier's podcast. It's going to be awesome. So please continue to donate. You can donate via PayPal, justinmasonfantasy@gmail.com, or on Venmo @Justin Salinger. But let's bring in this next panel. Like I said, it's full of a bunch of really, really smart people, including Todd Zola. Todd, how you doing, my friend? Oh, I can't hear you.
Okay, maybe now you can.
There we go.
I said, yeah, don't waste your time on me. Get to the smart and funny people.
No, that's why I brought you on first, because you're the smartest and the funniest.
Wow, that doesn't say much for the rest. No, I appreciate that. Donate. You get a Masters Ball subscription in the list. And, let's hear from the rest of the guys.
Well, the next guy we're bringing on is another one of those smartest and funniest guys, and that's Michael Govier. How you doing?
What up, Doe? Live from Detroit, uncensored. Actually, I'm from Metro Detroit. To say I'm from actual Detroit would be a lie, and some people would take great offense to that in the local area. But we're all in this together, so whether you donate from Detroit, Metro Detroit, the state of Michigan, Zola Land, it all makes a difference. And that'll be the last time I'll be serious for this period.
Absolutely. Remind everybody where you could reach Michael and plug all your work.
Well, Jesse, you could reach me at MJ Govier. That's MJGOV as in Victor IER. Palazzo Podcast, 2 L's, 2 Z's on Twitter. We got a Discord that's free. You said that the Pitcher List Discord blew your mind. We are going to challenge Pitcher List for channel supremacy. I think we have about 60 channels. It's really out of control. We have one channel that's dedicated to Heat, the movie, only. That's it. So
That's a good thing? That's a good thing?
That's something.
Okay.
That's something.
All right. Okay. I'm old. I'll trust you.
You never saw Heat, Todd? Come on. That was 95. You've been around.
The last movie, it was probably around that time. The last movie I saw in the theater was Tommy Boy.
Well, that was right around that same period.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
So we chose Tommy Boy over Heat.
That was not a bad decision. I love Tommy Boy. It's a great movie. Todd, I forgot to ask you where you can reach on social media, and then remind you to plug all your work.
We have time. At social media at Todd Zola. It should be on the screen for those that are watching. TUDDZOLA. I write for RotoWire, for ESPN and Masters Ball. Do some work with a couple different podcasts out there, but that's primarily it at this point. RotoWire and ESPN and Masters Ball is home base.
All right, and I thought I saw Nicholas Gott in the waiting room. He is not, and then he disappeared. So
come on, Nick.
And we're also waiting on Kev, the roto surgeon, as well. But we can't wait for them forever. Oh, but we can bring Nicholas Gott in. Nicholas, welcome to the show.
Howdy, gentlemen. Thanks for having me.
Absolutely. It's always great to see your face and your Not Burt Reynolds t-shirt. It's fantastic. So
we all had breakfast
together.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah. That's correct. This is a Ron Swanson. It's just a different mustache, but just as good, if not better. Remind people where people can reach you on social media and plug all that you do.
So you can find me on Twitter at Not Burt Reynolds. That's NT_Burt Reynolds. And I write at a couple different sites. Justin has to suffer my presence at Fangraphs. And Kev, who will be joining later, has to suffer my presence at rotoballer.com. And Todd and Michael do not have to suffer my presence, which is nice for them.
Just for this hour.
Yeah, we did have breakfast at first pitch. I remember that. What did you have that day? I don't remember.
Everything. Biscuits and gravy, probably bacon if available. Of course, any meal where bacon is available, I will generally take that. So pretty good guess.
All right. Well, joining us as well is I'm gonna attempt to pronounce it. I'm gonna pronounce it correctly. Kev Maserzaran.
You got to take a note from Michael Govier. He is the master of pronunciation.
Boss Air Edjon.
There you go.
Boss Air Edjon.
There it is.
You know what? I apologize because I should have it down by now. This is
You should.
this
It's a
is
damn
embarrassing.
shame.
It is. It's
I've
embarrassing.
had you on my podcast. You had me on yours.
Yeah. No,
Justin,
there's no excuse for this behavior. I apologize. But Kev, why don't you remind everybody where you can reach on social media and then plug all that you do?
Well, down here at Roto Surgeon, you can go follow me on Twitter. That's where most of my content goes nowadays because I just spend way too much time there. As Nick mentioned, you'll suffer, but it is a fun suffering. We're suffering together. Nonetheless, I write at Rotoballer, and my podcast, The Operator Room, is on there. We're not really doing fantasy baseball stuff right now, but fantasy football is coming up. So if you guys partake in that, make sure to go subscribe to The Operator Room. But Justin, thank you for having me. It's a pleasure to be on Podapallooza again.
Absolutely. It's always great to talk to you. And this is going to be a very, very fun panel. We are talking about kind of our hits and misses. And this was your topic Kev, when I asked people, hey, what do you guys want to talk about? Some people said, I'll talk about anything. But Kev's like, I want to talk about this. So why don't we start with you, Kev, since this is your topic. What was your draft strategy coming into drafts this year, and how has it worked?
How has it worked? Can we talk about how it hasn't worked? It's been an awful year for me. I've had a miserable fantasy baseball season for the most part. I have a couple leagues where I do have a decent chance at winning, but most, if not all of the ones with like decent money. I mean, I have one DC that I could win. I failed miserably, and I targeted hitters early, which I always do. I always target hitters early, and that wasn't really the issue. It was more so the middle rounds and the middle round pitching that's really bit me in the ass. And I'm usually really good at that. But for some reason, like Ian Anderson, if you're watching Ian Anderson today, miserable start. That's been the story of his entire year. Jose Barrios, miserable season. I expected much better of him. Second year into the Toronto saga for him. And then Yusei Kikuchi, another Toronto starter I invested heavily in, failed me. And so it's been just misery after misery after misery with my middle round pitching. My hitters have been fine. My homers have been it's weird. This is the last thing I'll say on this before we go to someone else. My hitting categories, average, runs, RBI, fantastic. Home runs, oddly enough, are where I'm struggling, whereas everything else is good. So I'm just having an odd year. I'm gonna take a mulligan on 2022.
It happens. I'm still trying to pull myself back up as well. So keep grinding, though. I'm sure you can salvage something. Todd, what about you? What has been your draft strategy, or what was your draft strategy coming in the year, and how's it working out so far?
Well, I try to draft good players.
That's always a good strategy.
I didn't do so well. I was one also that wasn't buying in on the early pitching, especially early closers. I've got some teams that are doing well, some teams that aren't. I think everybody's probably going to say that. As far as hits and misses go, I'm going to kind of be the old fogey. I don't like thinking in terms of hits and misses because I think it puts too much focus on a project. People can see me. I don't do air quotes. They can see the quotes on a projection. I think was our projection right? And I don't think we should think in those terms. All right. So I don't do projections. I just kind of willy-nilly, I use, touch and feel. So you're saying you guessed right. I don't know. I understand hits and misses are jumping off point to talk about players. And I think that's the important part about it. But I don't think we should get too married to, I'm going to tell some guys that I missed. Zola blew this guy. Zola, nailed this guy. Wow, those things have more than one meaning. Rick Wolf will be proud.
It's getting hot here, Todd.
Rick Wolf will be proud. Zola, those mean more than one thing. But anyway, that was a total accident. I wish I planned that. Half my jokes are total accidents. But anyway. But so I have names that I hit and that I missed. But let's not get granularly married to the names. It's about the process and it's about the overall picture.
All right, Michael, what about you?
Well, Todd, I respect you and I appreciate what you have to say there. But I think yes. However, it's about expectation. So I'll play the game here that we're playing. And my expectations are what I chose for this segment we are doing. Hits and misses. I thought there would be a lot of pitching depth. So I waited and I thought I could score big on starting pitching depth. And I'm always going to stay true to the relievers can be picked up later. Daniel Bard is one of the guys I have the most shares of in my NFBC leagues. And he's been huge. He was undrafted essentially. And he's been a big saves bonus. So put Josh Hader up against Daniel Bard's stats right now. I know Josh Hader strikes out a lot more guys, but it's not that far off. And I could wait way later. So I don't really regret that strategy of picking up saves later on. The Lou Trevinos of the world, players like that. And now he's not very good. So that was a bad example.
You may want to choose better players for your examples.
Yeah. In fact, I expect Daniel.
I overstep my bounds here or anything, but
no, your bounds are everywhere, Todd.
I'm gonna try Todd's strategy of drafting good players next year. Maybe it'll work out. Like this year, not so much, but maybe next year. Todd, I'm gonna take a note from you on that.
So you're saying you're plagiarizing my strategy?
I would like to say I'm more so regurgitating your strategy, if that's a better way to phrase it. I'm so sorry. I don't mean to plagiarize.
All right, I'll make a joke for 3 people to laugh. I don't care.
There you go.
Hey!
I mean, you got four. You got 4
as long
guys.
as I
here
get
who are
3,
gonna
that's
laugh
all
at
that matters.
Nick.
I want to say one other thing. Finish up there. So you and I, Justin, are in the same main event league. So you and I have seen each other's experience. We drafted together back in Vegas with Spore and Zimmerman and Jenstad, bunch of people. It was awesome. So in that league, like many other leagues, I'm really far down in Ks and wins. That's been my big bugaboo for like almost all of my roto teams. Strikeouts and victories. I'm way, way down. So that's been the mistake, or at least the draft hole that I've noticed now that we're in late July.
Yeah, and that is going to be a really, really competitive league all the rest of the year. I mean, this is one people have heard me reference all throughout the weekend, where I've dropped about 30 points in the last 2 weeks, but that means I can get those 30 points back a lot easier than I think in most leagues that you can gain 30 points in remaining season. Nicholas, why don't you tell us what your draft strategy was coming into the season, how it's working?
Well, my fantasy season has been filled with misery and woe. So
this is a great panel.
Isn't this terrific? Things were looking so bright earlier in the year, and then I have plenty of misses that we'll get to shortly. But I've got the Justin Mason injury curse this year. My teams are hilariously red. I have DCs where I have 30 guys on the IL currently, and I'm, my best chance of putting out a full lineup is maybe Kevin Smith gets called up this week. And a lot of situations like that. So, my strategy going in, like other people have mentioned, I'm confident in getting my pitching later. Kind of getting under the radar pitching is, I call it my original fantasy skill. So I hammered hitters. The only early pitchers I really took was Max Scherzer and Lance Lynn, which has either been hurt or disaster, and Luke Giolito, who's recently become even more of a disaster. So, but pitching, honestly, my pitching has been fine. I've gotten plenty off the wire. I've had some big hits on some later round guys. It's just my hitting is absolutely miserable. Just running a lot of jokers out there, but that's how it crumbles. It's I think that the guys I picked that are healthy are still doing pretty good, but you just eventually you can only get so much off the wire.
All right, well, let's jump into some of these hits. We'll start with the hits. That way we can, if we run out of time, we don't have to talk about too many of the misses. And so let's start, Nicholas, with your first hit. What was one of your really good calls so far this year?
We'll start with one of the bigger name guys. Is Paul Goldschmidt is my top rostered first baseman by far. I have the St. Louis homerism, of course, but part of it was just how drafts were going, because I have Vlad in one league, but I didn't really want to take a first baseman early. And I knew that I liked guys like CJ Crone and Josh Bell and Votto, who's been a disappointment, but there was that large group of guys like after ADP 100 or so that I knew a lot of analysts were in on, and that if I was playing with people in the know, like there'd be a lot of fighting over those guys late. And Goldsmith just kept falling to me, and I really liked the batting average base. I like building batting average early so I can take chances later on disasters like Joey Gallo. So we can talk about later. But Goldsmith has, he's been a top 5 fantasy hitter all year, and a lot of I thought people were, I don't go off just projections and just that, but I take into account more about how I think drafts will go and where I think will be, what the general consensus for other people are and how they're going to be drafting. And I just saw him as very undervalued because every projection I looked at I thought was very, very low on batting average. And he was just an automatic 300 guy for me. And he's at 330, I think, right now. So that's worked out nice. But there's zero complaints about Goldsmith anchoring my team.
What about you, Kev? What has been your best hit so far this year?
I guess Pablo Lopez. I have Pablo Lopez in about every league, and that's my one middle pitcher that like he's been carrying me all season. And aside from that, it's just so rough because I have like a lot of Kyle Hendricks who tanked me, and then guys who I want to say I got right later, like Reed Detmers looks really good now. Mitch Keller looks pretty good now, but I got them. I was starting them when they were bad. So it's like, those aren't really hits, but I think I go back to what Zola said, where it's like, we can't go by hits and misses. I think there has to be some like weighted magnitude of a hit or a miss and how much it can affect you. Like an early miss is obviously way worse than a late miss. Like I'd say I hit on Gavin Lux, but Gavin Lux having 4 home runs and 5 steals isn't really going to, make my team too much better, despite like a 300 average. It's really good. And the runs, which are top 20-ish. Nevertheless, I think I have to figure out a better strategy to weight how I plan on hitting and missing, quote unquote, later in drafts, because, a hit like Pablo Lopez is offset by a miss like Trent Grisham, let's say, who I drafted around the same range at like a turn pick. So I don't know. I've had a weird year, and a lot of my guys are just returning from injury or just starting to perform well, like a Yohan Moncada, an Eloy Jimenez, a whomever else. Like I said, Reed Detmers. It's just too little, too late for a lot of my guys. But yeah, it's a weird season for me.
Todd, what about you?
Alec Manoah, now go sit down your ass, bitch. No, I still don't understand what that was all about yesterday. But Alec Manoah, and I thought it was all about the innings. I did not expect the skills to be where they are. I did think he was a bulldog. I thought he would pitch a lot. And when you're waiting on pitching, like it sounds like we all do, don't you try to find somebody that has ace potential in the second and third round? That's kind of one of the tricks. I thought Manoah did. I thought that, and I still think there is some strikeout upside. He hasn't tapped into it yet, but the 6 innings approach has, so we're getting some volume. So waiting on pitching a little bit and snagging Manoah has not been the reason why my pitching isn't as good as it should be.
Michael?
Those are coming up.
Yeah, we'll get there. Go ahead, Michael.
Well, we're talking hits in a positive light, but let's talk about hits of players we avoided. Is that a hit? I mean,
sure.
I'm going that route. And for me, it was just the easiest call ever. It was Sal Perez, because it was so good last year. You just can't do what he did last year back to back. It was legendary. So in a way, that's an easy call. And I know he's gotten hurt, and we could remove injury from this, which I think we should. Kev, Todd, you guys are talking about where we are now. We are only on July 24th, so Joey Votto has hit 2 home runs over the weekend. I think, Nicholas, you mentioned him, so he might end up looking really good, and he's been a second-half performer. So I think there's a lot of variables and context we could take into this, and I think injury is also very important to that. I'm not gonna focus on an injured player, but I think we had enough from Sal Perez already to show you that he wasn't going to meet his original ADP or the value or the projection that a lot of people had for him in 2022. That's how I see it.
All right. We're going to continue on with these hits before we get to those misses, but you're going to miss me for a few minutes because I'm going to turn things over to the wife to host for a little bit so I can go run, use the restroom, grab a bite to eat real quick, and then I'll be back. So miss me for a little bit, but here's Danielle, who I'm sure you guys who will be a better hit than I am.
Haha.
Wally Pipp.
That was good. That was good.
That was hilarious. The jokes on the show are top notch.
Wally Pipp.
Hi, Danielle.
Hello, fellas.
Danielle.
Justin missed an opportunity to make a Mrs. D joke there, but whatever.
Can't win them all.
Well, now we have the funny Salinger, so we're good.
Oh, thank God. You guys are blessed to be here just because of me, I know. So we're talking about victory laps right now, right? That's what you guys are doing a little bit here, bragging about yourselves.
I guess so. Yeah.
Not real. We're doing the opposite of that. We're shitting on ourselves.
Oh, so just like every other day. Oh, very good. I love that all of you are self-deprecating just like myself. It's a good quality to have. So I know
it's like Twitter come to life.
No, I'm not. No, I'm not.
Todd, you are the exception, you bragging son of a bitch. I love it. All right, so what are your guys' next group of misses? Kev, I think we're on to you. So hits. What else did you hit on this season?
Logan Gilbert.
Who else?
Logan Gilbert. That's my my go-to other star. Like, again, I mentioned Pablo Lopez. I didn't believe the shoulder strain stuff was going to affect him too much into the season. I was like, if I could get a 150 innings pitch, I'll be happy. But Logan Gilbert, that was my Todd mentioned Manoah. I think Gilbert, he was going 40, 50 picks later. He was my second year guy.
Yep.
I really bought into. The peripherals were better than Manoah's, but Manoah's been, I think, better. But overall, like, I got him at a better value. Sophomores are tough. I prefer to buy sophomores who somewhat struggled and showed the peripheral stuff to be successful the next year, rather than the sophomore who had a great rookie season like a Manoah, who, you have that fear of regression somewhat. And maybe I didn't see the skills being that much better than a Gilbert. And honestly, Gilbert's been, again, like, that's the only reason I'm somewhat in the middle of my ratios and wins and Ks. It's a Gilbert Lopez combo, just starting them weekly. Because other than that, like, my late guys like a Greinke or a Hendricks that I've mentioned already, they tank me so much that, like, it all balances out to average. So shout out Logan Gilbert. You're the GOAT.
Yeah.
Nice. Nicholas, how about you? What's next on your list of hits?
So I'm going to go with Jeremy Pena, who is one of my most rostered hitters. And, I'm not going to pretend to be a prospect guy anymore. It's, as time has went on, I've kind of had to farm some of that knowledge out to focus on guys in the pros. But going into the year, like, the numbers were always already good. He a balanced, high average, high speed guy coming up. And then in AAA last year, the power showed up. So that was all fine. Like, scouting numbers fine, but really this was more of a case of believing the Astros that they know what they're doing, because this was a big year free agent crop wise for shortstops, including their homegrown guy Carlos Correa, and they didn't sniff. They were never involved in those big names, and it was just. It was Jeremy Pena. It was Jeremy Pena. I started drafting him in December, and it's just the whole time. It's like I'm just hoping, like, all right, Houston, don't get involved in any of these other guys. Don't, and the more they didn't sign people, the more I drafted Pena. So, and then as we got closer to spring, like, and it became more apparent that he was going to be able to probably get the job, like, his draft price rose, but I have a lot of posts like 300 ADP Jeremy Pena that have kept me alive. So that's been a nice little one, but just, it's sometimes, I'll talk about this later with one of my other hits, but sometimes you trust the team, and I was trusting Houston on that if they had World Series aspirations going into this year, and if they're not signing a shortstop to replace their big name shortstop, then I kind of figured that they knew they had something.
Nice. Todd, how about you? Go ahead and show us some of that bragging for your next hit.
Oh, yeah, that's right. All right. I'll stay with the same team, the Astros. I do a draft with our buddy Derek Van Riper that literally starts the last weekend of the season. We call it the Premature Draftulation League. It's an NFBC satellite, and we literally start drafting the final weekend of the season. In round 4, we were talking players, and I said something to DVR like, man, I wish Alvarez wasn't DH only. He's like, wait, stop. He's outfield eligible. I'm like, really? I would have been mentioning him in the second round. We need to take him now. So, once, Bozo realized Alvarez outfield only, I can't believe we're getting him here. And sure enough, his ADP was second round come main event time. Now, some of this has to do with what he did to the Red Sox in the playoffs last year. And around Boston, what I said was, if you want to wear a scary costume at Halloween, dress up like Jordan Alvarez, because he's scaring everybody right now. I think so there's some recency bias, but it's been borne out. He's been hurt a little bit, but the guy can hit. And if you can design a strategy not to have, to pick up steals later, Alvarez, deserves the same breath as Guerrero and some of these power-only non-speed guys.
How about you, Michael? What have you got coming up next?
Oh, hello, Danielle. How are you? Is your sex life good?
This is not the podcast for that, I can promise you.
Ah, damn it. Okay, fine.
It would take too long, unlike my sex life. Ba-dum-bum.
Hey!
You're welcome. You're welcome,
It's good to
everyone.
see you. I hope that
We're
you're-
going to get to the misses in a bit. Thanks. Can we move on to that?
All right.
We're talking hits now.
That's true. We are talking hits. Yeah, there's so many I wrote down because my world, I look at, hey, that guy, he did what I asked him to do. So I have lots of guys that I like that I thought met several parameters. And the old man, Justin Verlander, has done that. I admit freely, heavily Detroit biased, even though he's been an Astro for a while. He's won a World Series with the Astros. He's been gone from here in what was a horrible, just another awful example of the tenure of Al Alvala as the GM here. Just a terrible trade. Justin Verlander's still an elite pitcher. I know he's 39 years old, but you just gave him away for nothing. I know he was old, but you got to get something for this guy. Anyways, Verlander's been a badass, and he might slip a little bit in the second half, but he's been absolutely worth where you took him. What you've gotten out of him already this season has been stellar, and it's just some of the most beautiful mechanics I've ever seen in a pitcher. It's Verlander. He needs to be emulated and replicated in future generations. Do what he does, and if you could do that, you're going to have a great career in MLB.
All right, we are about halfway through the hour, and I really want to hear you guys get to your misses so that you can make me feel better about what I've done so far with my teams this year, my 2 teams, compared to how many I know you guys all have. So, Kev, why don't you round out the hits that you've had this year? Give us another one.
I'm going to give you a twofer right now just to get it over with because I forgot about this guy. This is a guy I wasn't going to mention. I forgot because he's hurt right now, but John Birdie, steals savant. What he did this year is hands down the only reason I might cash in a couple leagues. John Birdie put up nearly 30 steals in a 60 game space. He didn't even play every day. He was a part-time player to start. And then over the last 2 months, he put up just an absurd amount of steals. So shout out to John Birdie. He's hurt right now. I don't know what to expect when he returns from injury, but the guy I was actually going to mention, Andrew Vaughn, really took that step up this year. He is the second year hitter of the Lux, Bohm, Vaughn trio that was going in the 200-ish range that really took off. 10 home runs, nearly 300 average, 50-ish RBIs. Vaughn's been a stud. He's the only reason the White Sox are competent this year. So, and the only reason my fantasy hitting is competent. So Vaughn, big time jump up. I expect even more in year 3.
Nice. Nicholas, how about you? What do you got to bring it all home here for your hits?
So my guy, Mustache Flow, born in 1994, Nestor Cortez, my highest owned player by far. I think I took him for the first time out in FPAS last year in that early league we did, and I was so convinced that everyone was going to be all over him that I was like, I'm going to get him, and took him at 200, and then realized in later drafts that maybe I could have waited around 100 picks, but. Part of this is about talent, and I've written about him a few times, but the stuff isn't overwhelming, but the way it works together, and my favorite topic of utilizing seam shifted wake to really fool some hitters into making poor contact, even though the peripherals aren't always great. It's just a very slippery pitch mix that he can live in the zone with. And the other thing that I liked about him was that, kind of going back to what I was talking about with Paney with the Astros is I think there was concern that, he had a great year last year finishing up, but would he even be in the rotation? But once again, the Yankees didn't get into the big starting pitcher pool. And even though they, Tyon was going to miss time at the beginning, and they had the always injured Luis Severino that they were counting on, and they still didn't sign a giant name guy, and it just made me feel like they were comfortable using Cortez in the rotation, which once I'm gonna trust the more analytically minded, smarter teams, and one of those teams believes in a guy that I always believe, or I already believed in. Like, yeah, I'm gonna make that confirmation bias sandwich and just sail it into the future, and it has worked so far.
I gotta admit, I know there was a lot of really good information there, but once you said he was born in 1994 and I graduated high school in 1994, I blacked out for just a little bit there. So thanks for that, Nicholas.
I was born in 1994. What's wrong? What's wrong with 1994?
Oh my God, the pain!
It
so
obviously
much pain
produces
right
great
now.
mustaches.
Todd, how about you? What have you got for your next one?
Then I was well past high school at that point. All right. Anyway, I was going to talk about Pena, but pretty much nailed it. I will add one quick thing before I made up another guy. Best shape of the life. We hear it all the time. But the narrative where he basically took the pandemic season, didn't play baseball, just worked out to reshape his body. That kind of did catch my attention. And then he showed some of the success in 2021. So now I add in what was being said as far as trusting the Astros. I think he was, if you believe in safety early, take your chances late, he was the perfect guy to choose. All right, so I'm going to swerve a bit and kind of tie it back to what I was talking about with my don't get married to projections. Dansby Swanson, I'm not going to say I thought he was the 8th best player in fantasy over the first half, but I thought he was getting downgraded a little too much because he's going to hit lower in the order. That kind of feeds into the, let's think about other, pathways to success. Projection is an outcome. There was some better outcomes or weighted average of outcomes. What if he did hit second? I didn't know Albie was going to get hurt, but Albie was hitting cleanup. Swanson was batting second even before Albie's got hurt. So I thought there was a buying opportunity there where, all right, the arithmetic projections have him in the 8th or 9th round. You can grab him in the 7th or 6th, and he's not going to be a bust because worst case scenario is he does what he does, bats low and it's an 8th rounder. But if he bats higher in the order and has a good year, well, that's what we have. So I'm going to go Dansby Swanson because I didn't avoid, but I didn't get some of the star shortstop. And wasn't he kind of that line where if you don't get Swanson, even though the shortstops are really good, the ones below Swanson, there's kind of a drop off.
Yeah.
So I thought
I like Torres. I felt like Torres was like that Swanson. I felt like they were in like the similar boat, but yeah, Swanson would have been way better.
Yeah. So I'm gonna call the process of upping Swanson a round or two a hit.
All right, Michael, like a band from the 80s, give me your last hit.
Hey, round and round, rat style. Swanson, he's going to tank in the second half. I'm not buying this. I'm calling it now. You're going down, Swanson. I'm rooting against you just because it has to work out that way for my life to be better. That's the kind of guy I am. And as far as my hit, I'll give you my most shared player in NFBC. Tied at 9. I had 2 guys at 9, 70% of my leagues. One was Carson Kelly, and I'm telling you, Carson Kelly, he's coming. He's
get to it,
and he's
man.
going to finish
There's
strong.
no suspense here. Just do it. Come on.
Hey, this is called entertainment, Todd. You got to stretch it out.
Do I look entertained?
Patient, okay? You do not. I've never seen you look entertained. You have the same face no matter what time it is. It's incredible. I wish I had more of your consistency, frankly. But I'm an
It's hard to smile with all these chins.
Did you plan that joke or did you just run into that one?
I just made it. You know what? I'll do the first pitches. Half my jokes I'll make it just happen on the spot, and then I won't do it the next one. And Ron will come. He goes, "Why didn't you do that joke?" I'm like, "Which joke?" It was the one. So he has to do that the next time too. Anyway,
the funny one, yeah.
We'll have to have a comedy competition amongst the fantasy analysts at some point, right?
Oh god!
Are you guys coming with your good jokes? No. All right, Michael. Give us this.
I'm not a good joke teller. But my other guy next to Carson Kelly at 9 shares was Andres Jimenez, and he has been able to make much better contact, more consistent contact, and he hasn't nearly stolen enough bases that I thought he would. I thought he'd get a lot of steals and maybe we get a little bit of a boost in contact, but that's been much, much more impressive, especially against left-handers too. So I'm very, very grateful for Andres Gimenez and what he's been able to do. You know, you could get him, usually you got him anywhere past like pick 220-ish and on, and you could fill him in as a middle infielder, and he's been mostly productive throughout the season.
Nice. All right, guys. Now on to my favorite part, which is the misses. I've had so many misses in my life, I could be a stormtrooper. So, Kev, hit us with your miss.
That's good.
Austin Meadows. I had like Austin Meadows in every league. And
you poor bastard.
I had him in like DCs, 50s, where you can't drop these players. So, I mean, I drafted him when he was on the Rays, and I really didn't mind the trade to the Tigers because I was like, I guess they'll just play him every day and they'll line up with maybe Baez and Torkelson and eventually Green. I was like, it could be okay. What the hell happened to Austin Meadows, man? Like, he had vertigo. Now his both Achilles tendons are sore. Whatever's going on, he's not even running.
Wait, you have more than one Achilles tendon?
Apparently he has two. So shout out to Cam Akers who tore his and whatever. But beyond that, I missed on Austin Meadows big time. I drafted him literally everywhere because I was like, he's a little undervalued right now, and he was underperforming his X stats to start the season. And I was like, okay, the power is going to come. The average is good. Then he just completely fell off. So whatever.
I wonder what's going on with that vertigo too, by the way. I can't prove this, but there's always nefarious things going on, and the fact that he's still not playing, I don't know. It's very bizarre. You throw in the fact that Eduardo Rodriguez disappeared from the Tigers and suddenly he just showed up again. It's a bizarre year here, dudes. I feel for you on that one.
Yeah. There's got to be some sort of chat group somewhere for fantasy baseball conspiracy theories, right? Because I'd like in on that. If you guys are holding out on me, I'm going to be real mad. Okay, and as sad as I know you will all be about this, I have to go throw some water bombs at my kids right now. So Justin is back. I'm going to go play in the water. Have a great rest of your panel, guys. Thanks for letting me sit in with you for a little while. Bye.
Boo! Boo!
Yeah, I figured that was going to be coming because there's no better time than when I'm not in front of the camera and the mic. And I know everybody loves Danielle.
Justin hears that every night in bed anyway, so boo.
It doesn't last that long, so the boos aren't as long. So we don't have to worry about that quite as much. I believe was who was last there on the on misses? Was it was it Kev? All right, so why don't we go to Nicholas? Who is one of your misses?
Oh, well, I already mentioned him once, but my guy Pico de Gallo has been, as enumerated by, the entire fantasy world, an absolute disaster. And I don't even care about, I do care about the, 160 batting average or whatever, but I knew what I was getting. Like, I knew the batting average would be terrible. It's just, I was willing to eat that. Like I said earlier, I built my drafts early with batting average so I could take chances on guys like that and not have to worry too much about it. But the counting stats haven't been there. The terrible power output, the strangest profile because he still has a really good walk rate, but K rate is even worse than usual. Chase rate even worse than usual. I just kind of looked at it as, I know I'm going to eat the average, but he's playing in a part kind of built for his swing and on what I thought was going to be a really great Yankees team. And I thought the floor of what I was going to get, if you're going into it accepting the batting average sink, I thought the floor and what I was going to get elsewhere would be acceptable to make up for that. And that's kind of how I try to draft balance. And I left drafts fine with my balance, and then but Gallo's just lack of power output, lack of everything has obviously been atrocious. But I'm going to go ahead and plant my flag. Oh, not plant my flag, that's dumb. But I'm going to go ahead and say he's going to be a great bounce back player next year. They're going to ban the shift, and I'm going to say he's going to bat upwards of 190. It's going to be amazing. He's going to absolutely slay. And I just can't wait to pick him past ADP 200 next year. It's going to be awesome.
Yeah, I mean, it's a pretty low bar for a bounce back on Mr. Gallo, unfortunately. Michael, what about you?
Well, there's plenty to choose from. Javi Baez shout out. Boy, that was a mistake. But I'm going to go with, I think, Zach Wheeler. I really thought that the big inning output he had last year, I just hadn't seen it from him before, and it did give me pause to take a guy that high after 212 innings last year. It was like, whoa, that is unheard of these days, pretty rare. But he has basically shown that whatever he does now, however he handles himself, his business is about staying healthy. And there'll be a few blow-ups. Everybody has blow-ups. It happens. But he's got an ERA under 3, and he's over 100 innings pitched already. He's still striking guys out. Everything looks like he is the ace. Nola's not the ace. Wheeler is the ace of the Phillies staff. And I got to give him credit for that. I think I was living too much with a little bit of PTSD because I've known him for so long. I mean, he goes all the way back to the Giants, as you know, Justin. And he came to the Mets, and he had those injuries. But we all know the Mets, they kill everybody. They make people injured. And if they are injured without them, they make it worse. So I think I got to give Wheeler credit. I was wrong on you. My bad.
Yeah, I mean, I was really high on Wheeler coming into draft season, and then he had a shoulder issue or something like that.
Yes.
And it completely scared me off, and I wish I had not been so scared off. Because
that's a good point. That was a part of it. Thanks for saying that.
Yeah. Todd, what about you?
He was mentioned as a hit, but for me, he's a miss, and that's Justin Verlander. I'm taking the L, which is why he's Verlander. I get everything that was said. Career, whatever. You just don't come back from Tommy John at that age and do what he's done. You just don't do it. All right, nothing has ever been done till it happens for the first time. And if anybody can do it, it's Justin Verlander. Even so, I'm still amazed at what he's done post TJS at his age, knowing what we know about his workout regimen and everything else. It was just fantastic. And I was avoiding him. I was avoiding him at the cost. And people that have him are looking. There they are in the standings.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. I think with Verlander, it's been 2 years, I believe, since this Tommy John. So he had like the extra time to recover. So I think that is something I missed on as well. So that's like the big thing about Justin, where it's not like he was a year removed, he was 2 years removed, so he had the full time to recover. And
well,
I mean,
all right,
he's the guy.
If you want to use that as narrative, he didn't have a team. He couldn't legally work out with a trainer this past off season.
Yeah,
but yet he did this on his own.
That's true.
He's rich as shit, so like he could afford any type of
yeah. And I've been told he's got a decent workout partner.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I get where you're going with that.
Yeah.
That's good.
But
that's
even
good.
so, even with all that narrative, what he's done is just mind blowing.
It's still impressive. Yes.
And because I'm right there with you guys, because I completely missed on Verlander too. I still stand by the process, right? I mean,
the next time a 39-year-old guy with a Hall of Fame career has TJS, we have to remember that Verlander did it. I mean, anyway.
But at the same time, I'm not going to beat myself up. Good on the people, or not necessarily good on. Congrats to the people who went the opposite direction, and great for Verlander, because I think he's great for the sport. I hope he does pitch till he's 45. And become probably the last person to ever win 300 games. But I stand by my process in fading him, because no one had ever done it before. And it's so rare for guys to come back in their first full season back and be this dominant. And so, it is what it is. You're gonna hit more than you miss when you work from a good process. This is one where, it was not a hit.
Hit more than you. Well, all right. I'm sorry. Never mind. Pretend I
but
didn't.
Then
say
you look
that.
at look at what happened with Sale.
Out and edit.
But compare Sale, who's been like how many years removed from Tommy John, and obviously he had a finger thing that happened, but he hasn't been able to stay.
But that's a fluke thing. I think the better comps are like Clevenger and Syndergaard. Syndergaard's come back, but he hasn't been what we thought he was going to be. Clevenger has struggled to stay healthy. I think those are kind of better example and more likely outcomes for these kind of returns.
Verlander doesn't have an injury history. Like, it's just, I mean, it's not really like Sale has started to build one up beyond this one, and even Clevenger has. Clevenger's always hurt. Verlander is very unique in really a history of baseball when it comes to staying healthy for the long haul.
He has the body type. He's like 6'5", 240 or something. So he has
mechanics,
like, man. It's the bulldog kind of like size too.
He also had that thing where he was like reworking his mechanics so he could last longer in his career right before he got hurt. So like there was another like red flag where it was like I wasn't going to be willing to take the gamble on it. But like I said, I missed. Like talking about a high swing strike rate in that corner, I've got it pretty high. So. Todd, why don't you go ahead and give us another one?
All right. I'm gonna Miles Straw's the guy. I guess I'll name the guy. Now, I'm not saying I was championing draft power than draft Miles Straw. All right. That was, plan C. But what I was saying is if you are forced into that hole, he will help you out. He will bat lead off and steal some bases. So I didn't, and I'm not going to say I missed on the strategy. I missed on Straw. He's playing defense, so he's in the lineup. I thought he would get on base more and be able to stay at the leadoff and steal enough to make it worthwhile. I obviously was clearly wrong there. He's staying in the lineup, hitting ninth, not running.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. In the exact same thing where I didn't want to be forced into it, but I was on occasion. And thought he would bail me out. It has not worked out super well. What about you, Kev? What's your next miss?
Where do I start, man? I got so many to go through right now. It's not even funny. And it's unfortunate because there were a lot of players. I mean, look, what do you do about Alex Kirilloff? He's okay now, but I drafted him. He had the wrist issue. He was in AAA. And now he's back and he's performing well. But that's someone I heavily invested in the top 200 that is now returning okay value. That it just is that a miss technically?
He was hurt though.
Well, but the question is he still on most of your teams? Like obviously in your DC teams he's still there, but I think for a lot of people, if they drafted him in a regular fab league,
I don't think you're losing your leagues because you drafted Kirilloff. There are probably other reasons why you're losing your leagues.
Mm-hmm.
There are a lot of reasons I'm losing my leagues, but Kirilloff is someone I was like high average, power should be better, but then his wrist issue continued, and now he's fine, but that's still a miss in my book.
Okay,
that's fair. Nicholas, what about you?
Oh, let's see. Like Kev, I have many options, but I will go with Yasmani Grandal, who part of why he ended up on a lot of my teams was once again just like the rest of us, play a lot of 2-catcher leagues and had no interest in Salvador Perez, didn't want to pay the price for Real Muto or Will Smith. So it just ended up with, at that, around 100 to 120, just ended up with a lot of Grandal. And he was, he was hurt in 2021, but had a big time power output when he was there, and it was backed by some legitimate increases in his exit velocities and other various StatCat numbers. And just, I looked at him as a very safe pick. Which is what I wanted for my first catcher, was just someone, I don't need him to be a top 3 catcher. I just need him to not be terrible. And unfortunately he has been terrible or hurt or a combination of both. And all the exit velocity numbers have dropped significantly. That most of that whole White Sox team is a mess. So it has been my entire catcher position has kind of been a miss, because the amount of DCs where my first 3 catchers are Grandal, Tyler Stevenson, and Roberto Perez is infinite. So you can kind of imagine what my catcher position looks like on those teams. So Grandal was just the biggest whiff.
Yeah, I'm right there with you in a number of leagues. Michael, why don't you give us your next one?
Oh boy, there's so many here, and I love thinking about the context between, hey, do you want to focus on the bigger top 100s, or is it a miss if you didn't take a guy who was ADP 280, but he ended up being a big part of the season. I find that discussion interesting. I'm not going to give myself trouble for Jesus Luzardo or Tyler Stevenson. They both got hurt. There was something there when they performed, so I'm going to dismiss myself with those. But Chris Sale, drafting Chris Sale, even knowing that he was hurt, was stupid. Holding him in my main event all the way until he came back, and then he looks great. He has a 5-inning outing against Tampa. Looks really good. I'm like, all right, this was worth it. It was totally worth it. And then 5 days later, he has his pinky exploded by Aaron Hicks. And that's it. So that was a wasted roster space for pretty much all year in a 7-bench league, a main event league where you pay a lot of money to be in that thing. So I think I got to take the Chris Sale because I did that a couple times too. I also did that with Fernando Tatis. That's incomplete still, but that's dragging out farther and farther too. And it's an important lesson for me to make sure. Some of the elders told me this in Vegas. A lot of the old timers, the guys who've been through this, they have won the overall. They're like, don't waste roster space. It's not worth it. Don't take zeros even on your bench. So there you
go. All right. We've got just a few minutes left, so we're going to do a lightning round for this last one before we give away a prize and get you guys out of here. So, Michael, why don't you do lightning round version of your last one?
Okay, I was wrong about Kevin Gausman. I thought he would not work out in Toronto. I thought it was a joke. I thought it was a fraudulent move, and he has definitely been much, much better than I thought he was, and I avoided him entirely. Good for you, Kevin Gausman.
There you go. Todd, go ahead and give us your last one.
These guys are like bird magic. It's Giolito and Berrios. Both of them, they're infinite floors, right? With a potential ceiling. They had balsa wood floors this year.
Yeah, Giolito was my first round pick in one of my main events. So yeah, I know that feeling. And then pairing him up with Trevor Rogers was
so it's good. Fun. Getting Gausman, being on Manoah, that's great. Pairing them up with Giolito and or Berrios and some mid pack. Anyway.
Yeah. Kev, what about you?
Okay, 2 battles that I was on the wrong side of. Alcantara, Flaherty. I like that Flaherty had strikeouts. I like that Flaherty's peripherals were better. I didn't believe in Alcantara long term. I thought he'd go back to like a high 3 ERA guy. He's been arguably the 3rd or 4th best pitcher in baseball this year, and shout out to him. I was very wrong. Prioritizing workhorse pitchers who are in very good ballparks and generate ground balls and all that. Like, I'm going to value that over strikeouts next year. Obviously, injury came into Flaherty's play, but nevertheless, Wander Franco, Bobby Witt Jr., I was on the wrong side of. I went on Wander Franco. He's had injuries kind of derail his season. He had the hamstring, then now he has the broken hamate, whatever. But Bobby Witt, I was fading completely wrong on that. Missed big time because his tools are just playing regardless of park, regardless of lineup, and it's just buying that elite talent and not worrying about everything else going forward. And, the strikeouts aren't even that big of an issue. So I was very wrong on a lot of important things. And those are the hits that would have elevated me beyond my misses. So going back to what Zola said, not just going by hits and misses, but just like weighting it and being like, this is what can win your league and all that. Like, that's what I have to look at next year.
Absolutely. And Nicholas, go ahead and finish this out for this one.
So I'm going to be stubborn and not quite throwing the towel yet on him, but I probably should. But Ranger Suarez was probably my second highest owned pitcher after Nestor Cortez. I don't like if I take a pitcher after 150, I'm probably not going to be too stressed about if they don't work out because I'm going to do a lot of streaming and like I can generally find pitching late. But I had a lot of Ranger. I immediately got worried when I always stress about when sometimes pitchers can be delicate little flowers on their routine. And when I knew he was going to miss spring training, I was already just being full of woe. But the stuff hasn't been as good. He needs to pitch in a certain way. His four-seamer's been trash. Not that it was elite last year, but it's kind of like Cortez or Lance Lynn in previous years. Like it's being able to live in the zone with a variety of fastballs that are all kind of slippery, utilizing some of that seam-sifted wake. And it has just been a disaster. But, pitching is, pitching misses are easier to deal with. Not early guys. Like I have a couple of Lucas Giolitos and Jose Berrios that have just been absolutely tanking my teams. But Ranger hasn't hurt me that much because I stopped starting him. So it's just like I've held on to him on a lot of teams where I have him on DC, so he's just sitting there. But like, don't be stubborn forever on pitchers, and just sit him. So my bank stats on him haven't been atrocious, probably, but it's been a hole in my life not having a good Ranger.
I just picked him up.
Ranger second half. I'm not giving up on him.
I'm not giving up. He just destroyed Miami in elite offense. So we obviously proved himself against the Marlins. So we're looking up.
All right. We got to give away a prize, and Todd has graciously donated a prize to give away. So why don't you yes, you win the opportunity to tell people what you donated.
I donated a Masters Ball subscription, but it comes with a caveat. You cannot complain the Sunday after the All-Star break that I have not updated rest of season projections when there have been 2 games played per team since I put the last set out. Make that promise, and you can, I updated them after there's been 2. I usually do it Sunday. There's been 2 games, guys. Come on. Anyway, I will have them out, but for tomorrow, I'm waiting for 3 games to be played. But yes, Masters Ball subscription for 2023, the full platinum subscription.
And the winner is Jenny Butler. I'm sure
I should have said it. I know.
Doesn't need any help.
Well,
maybe she'll decide
she's
to
a subscriber already.
Oh, if she's a subscriber already, then
no, she gets it free.
All right, there you go. Perfect. That worked out well.
She gets it free.
Yeah, let's do that. Okay. All right. So we need to wrap it up. I want to give you guys an opportunity to plug yourself one more time and remind people where you can reach on social media. So, Michael, remind everybody where you can reach and plug all your work.
Hey, are you giving away my prizes later, or how are we doing that?
I am. I'm going to give away.
Okay, good. I just want to make sure. Yeah.
Justin, I have a last-minute prize that I did not announce as well.
Oh,
so
okay. Please do.
Ooh.
Well,
He gets to shave his beard.
No, you do not. My wife would come fight you.
I would randomly win that prize, by the way.
Well, you're going to want this one. I held off because, selfishly, it's something very important. It is a 1-of-1 elite edition framed photo of Burt Reynolds signed by Burt Reynolds. So you're not going to find that anywhere, folks. Not on eBay, not at your garage sales, nowhere, because obviously no one would get rid of this. But it's a prize for one lucky person, but not Jenny, because he just won something.
All right, sounds good. Michael, why don't you remind people where you can reach and what you're working on?
Well, as always, Michael Govier, MJ Govier on Twitter. Hit me up. Talk about anything. DM me about anything in your life at any given moment, at any hour of the day. At Palooza Podcast, 2 L's, 2 Z's. We got the Palooza Discord. It's absolutely free. It's pinned at the top. You want to take it an extra mile, we got the Patreon starting at $3. We got daily updates, Govier's guys. I give you streamers. I give you all the crap you want, and it's probably worth it. Also, fantraxhq.com. I write the weekly Fantasy Baseball Confidential. It's a big, long thing about the week that was and the week that's coming, and there's a lot of talented writers there at fantraxhq.com.
All right, Todd, your turn.
Don't DM me. I won't answer. You post it on the Masters Ball forum. I will answer. All right. So, RotoWire, ESPN, and what I failed to mention at the beginning, there is still fantasy baseball on the radio on MLB Network Radio every Saturday, either at 1, 4, or 7, depending upon what they're broadcasting that day. Myself and Eric Halterman from RotoWire next week with some kid named Jeff Erickson is filling in for Eric. But so it's only an hour, but it's an hour every week on MLB Network Radio, along with my work at ESPN and RotoWire. And again, if you want me to answer questions, post them on the Masters Ball forum, and you get your ansers.
There you go. I think I know that Jeff Erickson guy. I think I've heard of him before.
We vetted him.
Yeah, he's a young and upcoming talent. Kev, go ahead and remind people.
Yeah, lovely. So Kev Mosseredge on at RotoSurgeon on Twitter. That's again where most of my stuff goes. It's just stream of consciousness at this point. Follow me on there for just nonsense and chatting with my friends.
Fantasy Sheriff, dude. That's you, man. I respect the hell out of you. Keep it going.
We like to have fun around here, but overall, yeah, writing over at Rotoballer, podcast, The Operating Room. Make sure to go rate, review, subscribe, whatever. Apple Podcast, Spotify, wherever podcasts are available. Again, Twitter is mostly where it's at. I have my fantasy football projections coming out, and fantasy football season is coming up. So whoever partakes, that's again where most of my content goes.
All right, Nicholas, go ahead and wrap us up.
All right, I am Nicholas Gaunt. It's not gout; it rhymes with caught. And I am on Twitter at @NotBurtReynolds, and I write at rotoballer.com, at fangraphs.com, putting out weekly stuff on a variety of subjects, and that's about it.
There we go. I've got to unceremoniously boot you all out so I can bring in the next crew. Thank you guys so much. Really, really appreciate it. We are raising money for Big League Impact. Still got a ton of prizes to give out. JustinMasonFantasy@gmail.com is the PayPal, and at Justin Salinger is the Venmo. And if you donate, every dollar you donate gets you a raffle ticket to win those amazing prizes. But we need to move on into that next panel. Joining me right now is Andrew Dewhurst. Andrew, how you doing, my friend?
I'm doing well, Justin. How are you today?
I'm doing well. Remind everybody where you can reach and what you do.
Sure. You can find me at Andrew K. Dewhurst. Right now, I'm writing a weekly outfield article at Fantasy Alarm. And that's mostly what I'm doing until hockey comes back around. And then I'll be doing DFS content, projections, podcasts, you name it.
There you go. Andrew is my go-to hockey guide. So if you are into hockey or want to get into it, definitely make sure you follow him on Twitter and follow him over to Fantasy Alarm. Joining us as well is Dave Swan. Dave, how you doing, my friend?
Hey, Justin, what's going on? Doing good.
Hey. Remind everybody where you can reach and what you do.
Twitter handle is @Davithius, DAVITHIUS. And I just do a couple weekly columns at Pitcher List.
All right. And joining us as well as Lucas Bieri. How you doing, Lucas?
I'm doing great. How are you guys doing today?
Fantastic. Remind everybody where you can reach and what you do in the industry.
Yes, you can feel free to find me on Twitter at LucasBeery33. Right now, we're doing a weekly waiver wire podcast. My co-host Lou Landers and I called the Lucas Baseball Podcast, and we also do some content for drroto.com. I'm doing twice a week DFS articles over there on Tuesdays and Saturdays.
All right. And so we are talking about first half pitcher disappointments today. And I'm hoping that I'm bringing up the right rundown, and I am. So let's start with what we're doing with kind of whether or not you're stashing kind of injured studs that are on the wire. I mean, this has been a hard year in terms of injuries on both the hitting and the pitching side, but especially the pitching side. Are you stashing injured studs like Walker Buehler, Freddie Peralta, Chris Sale, and Eduardo Rodriguez there, Dave?
Me personally, no. I'm not a big fan of stashing injured players. Typically, I give people like 2 weeks, even if they're injured. So I think these guys aren't going to be effective in 2 weeks.
All right. What about you, Andrew? Are these guys worth stashing, or are you just moving on for something better right now?
I think it's situational. So if I'm near, if I think I'm close to the top of my league, I mean, I hope I know if I am or not, but then I think, stashing some of these guys for September, or one of these guys, probably pick one you'd like, Walker Buehler, I'm looking at you here, and run with it for the next month, right? Like, keep an eye on the reports, see what happens. If you're trying to climb up, though, you need every last roster spot you can get. So I wouldn't waste that space. But if you're pretty comfortable with where you are, and you can comfortably keep somebody like this on your roster, I would definitely be doing it.
What are you doing, Lucas?
So with Sale, I did have him stashed in a few places. Once that broken pinky happened, it was 4 to 6 weeks at least, and it's like that's just not going to work anymore. With Buehler, you're expecting a kind of a September comeback, and it might be in just a few inning role. I think Freddie Peralta is the one to stash, though. He was throwing he's been throwing for about 3 or 4 weeks now, and he's got a rehab game today. I think he could be back within about 2 weeks. And, as far as 10, 11 K9, I mean, you can't find that on waivers. So yeah, it does hurt to stash, but that's pure upside on the strikeout department.
Yeah, I've tried to be a lot more aggressive about my cuts this year. And while I don't mind stashing a guy here and there, like you really can only stash one. And it depends on your format, right? Like, I mentioned this on different panels. Like if you're playing a league like Tout Wars where you have unlimited IL, stash whoever you want, right? But if you're playing Yahoo ESPN where you only get usually about 3 IL spots, those are usually filled at this point of the year with guys that you are expecting to be back soon. And unless you have that big lead, like Andrew said, like it's really hard to kind of hold on to these guys, especially if they've got uncertain timetables. 4 to 6 weeks for Chris Sale could end up being the end of the season, or the entire season, if the Red Sox fall out of it, right? And then we also don't know what these guys' workloads are going to look like when they come back. Are they going to be full-fledged starters? Are they going to be able to go deep enough into games to qualify for wins? Like, those are big question marks. Maybe a guy like Freddie Peralta comes back, but he's only a 3-inning guy. The Brewers have done that in the past. Remember when everybody was like just upset that Corbin Burns would never go more than like 3 or 4 innings or come in as a follower. So I worry about that. I think you can take a calculated gamble here and there, but definitely don't compile any issues because you just never know when other injuries are going to pop up or you're going to need that roster spot. What do we expect? Speaking of guys who's been stashed on people's ILs, Jacob deGrom is going to come make his return pretty soon. Lucas, what do you expect from deGrom when he comes back? Is he just going to be a stud right out the gate?
I think so. I mean, I never really was interested in deGrom this year just because the injury history is just insurmountable. And I think that's really the big risk. If he, something bad happens again, that's really the main risk. He's never had, a bad performance over the past 3-4 years. So I think we can probably expect the same since he's mowing down in his rehab assignment.
Dave, is he just going to come in and save people's fantasy seasons?
Until he's bad, you got to go with thinking he's going to be great. Projection systems love him, and he's looking pretty good from everything we've seen. So it's hard not to trust it.
Andrew, where are you at on deGrom? You got to believe, right? You're on mute.
Their button not working when I click it. Yeah, I mean, you don't have a reason not to believe other than like you should probably believe he might get hurt again. But yeah, I mean, the performance has always been there, so you should expect it until it's not there.
All right, so we're all in agreement there. We expect him to be great when he comes back, but is that enough to make him a first-round pick next year, Andrew?
No, not for me. I mean, there's certainly hundreds of thousands of fantasy players who are more aggressive than I am. So like taking somebody with that kind of injury history in the first round at his age is probably playing with quite a bit of fire. I mean, probably till we're all about 70 years old reference like, well, Nelson Cruz was great till he was 38 years old. So maybe this guy can do it too. And maybe deGrom is that guy. If he can stay healthy, or maybe they change his role, maybe he can be like John Smoltz. Maybe he needs to spend some time in the bullpen for a few years and then come back. I don't know, but I'm not taking that much risk in the first round next year.
What about you, Dave?
It would be contest dependent a little bit. If it's something with an overall, sky's the limits, maybe smaller. I mean, 15s, I'm probably not, but like an OC or 12-teamer, I guess I'd take the upside risk, and I could always find some replacement, but like the boom aspect is, unworldly.
Yeah. Lucas?
I mean, the injury history is becoming Strasburg level in terms of just different ailments and constant, first round pick. You want a rock that you can depend on in a floor, and he's pretty much the opposite of that. So not interested.
Strasburg level, some fighting words right there.
Well, it's true.
Yeah. Speaking of things that have been broken, got fixed, and are now broken again, what is going on with Lucas Giolito there, Dave? Like, he was a first-round pick for me in one of my mains. it's pretty much just helped tank my entire season in that league. Is Lucas Giolito broken?
Absolutely. I have the same feeling of disdain that you have for taking an early Giolito and feeling so good about it, thinking this would be a really nice little, SP1 that you snuck in a little bit later than the others. But I mean, we're seeing an obvious velocity dip, and he wasn't a guy who was really pumping, crazy hard fastballs to begin with. So now it's really come down for that fastball. And what's really killing him is that the changeup is just not there. And that's just a big part of his arsenal. Now he's a 2-pitch pitcher with lower fastball velocity. It's just leading to all these blowups, and I don't even know when to start him anymore. Is he a stream? I mean, everything feels bad. How do you not put him in? And then he looks bad.
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure he's going to Colorado this week, so that's not good either. So, Andrew, Lucas Giolito, is there any hope?
Yeah, I think there's plenty of hope. I still think the biggest problem that Giolito has today is the same problem he had about 5 years ago when he was trying to break into the league. Is he's got long limbs. It's hard to continuously repeat the exact same delivery with multiple pitches over and over again. We see it time and time again with long, lanky pitchers, and I don't think Giolito is any different. Maybe for this year, I wouldn't have any trust, but next year at the right price, it's still somebody I would be considering, because I if they've done it before, they can do it again, right? Like, that talent doesn't just vaporize. I think it's just a matter of getting the mechanics corrected so that he can get back to the player he was before. And that's going to be, a lot of that's going to have to do with who the White Sox are and how much effort they're willing to put into that, as well as Giolito.
Absolutely. Lucas, where are you at on Giolito?
Yeah, if you have him in a DC or even in a 15-teamer, you're pretty much forced to start him, I think. He's still getting tons of strikeouts, which I know that's pretty much the only good thing he's doing, but I'm kind of still having to roll him out there in 15-teamers, especially DCs. And, he's gotten unlucky this year, but he's been a lot worse too. So it's like he's going to bounce back a little bit, but he's clearly been a worse pitcher so far. The question for next year, I guess, is going to be, how nice of a run does he have, his last 10, 12 starts of the year? And can that change your mind for his stock for next year?
What about Jose Barrios? Is he starting to turn it around? Are we going to see like a better second half from him there, Lucas?
I think you are going to see a better second half. He had about a 5-year stretch of just very solid SP3 with really nice volume, really nice whip, well over, a good full strikeout per inning. And he's had a tough 100 innings so far this year, but based on the track record, I think he's naturally going to come up and be a bit better. Now, AL East is a big downgrade compared to being in the AL Central, but as far as just being a bulk guy, low whip, good control, I think he'll be able to help your team out as maybe an SP4 is what he should be looked at.
Andrew, are you buying in on Barrios?
100%. Everything looks like it's trending in the right direction. Last month we saw the batting average against, the OBP against, drop down to where you'd like to see them, down the 250 to 300 range. This month, the only problem there was his slug against was still sitting around 600. This month, that's dropped down as well. So things look like they're going in the right direction. It looks like definitely looks like whatever the issue was has been resolved. So yeah, I'm buying in.
Are you, Dave?
Yeah, I think these guys hit a lot of good points. One thing I noticed is early in the season, he was favoring the four-seamer, and his bread and butter has always kind of been a curveball. And over the last few starts, he's really upticked the curveball usage, and I think that's why we're seeing better results from it. That's kind of been, what he's gone to. And I don't know if maybe he went to Toronto and they said, we could unlock something by making you throw more fastballs. And it looks like he just said, this ain't working. Let's try and go back to what I know. And I've seen better results as of late. And I think for the second half, he's just going to, go back to quintessential, Jose Barrios.
Yeah, I tend to agree, and I'm hoping he does. I don't have him anywhere this year. He's not burning me in the same way that Trevor Rogers is burning me in his inability to throw his best pitch properly. But Dave, is there any hope for Trevor Rogers, or did I just waste my pick that I paired with Lucas Giolito.
No, I did the same thing. I had a lot of Trevor Rogers, and it was just, one of those ones I remember like drafting in Glarf, and everyone was like, oh, and he was like, a big target, and we all thought we were getting, SB2 or something that could be better. And boy, the strikeouts haven't been there. And it's really tough because he doesn't have a deep arsenal. And like, as he's going deeper into games, he's just getting shelled worse and worse. So it's like, it's hard for me to see him going past 5 innings anymore. Like, and the Marlins just saying, that's it. Here's 5. Let's get what we can and move on. And that's really tough when you assume what you've kind of drafted, hoped he could be. And he's going to have that sort of like limitation every time out. He's got a really tough, like 2-start week coming up too. And how do you not roll it out there in a deeper 15-teamer? I'm just going to cross my fingers and hope the dice roll my way.
Yeah, I've got him on that same 2-start. He's got, I believe, Milwaukee and Cincinnati or something like that.
Cincinnati.
Yeah, it's Cincinnati. And it's like that one, that's going to be scary. Both going to be scary with way he's pitching. Anybody's scary. I could put him up against a T-ball team right now, and I think he wouldn't do very well. But it's really hard. In a 15-team league, can you like sit him for that? I'm sure some smart owners will. I'm going to roll him out there anyways. I think at this point I just need strikeouts and wins. I'm just going to bag those ratios anyways. Andrew, what are you doing with Trevor Rogers? Do you believe he can turn it around?
No. I mean, not right now, to say it simply. But yeah, I mean, you paid the cost. You got to, right now, you have to. Don't really have a choice. You got to roll him out there. Well, or you don't. I suppose that's the other very prominent aspect of this is like strikeouts are down. He's not winning games, and his ERA is terrible. So I guess the secondary question is like, do you actually need him on your roster, or are you still holding on to like, I drafted this guy high, and therefore I must keep him on my team. So I don't know. I think he's kind of into that range in my eyes of maybe I need to start moving on, and if I feel like there's something better out there that can be more productive for my teams.
Yeah, and I need to correct myself. He's at Cincinnati, and he's home versus the Mets. So 2 pretty tough matchups, even with the Mets being at home. Lucas, what are you doing with Rogers?
In 12-teamers, you're going to want to bench him, even if it's just for a middle reliever, because he's got to show you something more before you risk your ratios in that. In a 15-teamer, you probably have to start him. But if you have the luxury of a high strikeout lead, which I doubt you do because he's dried up your strikeouts, so that's kind of a pipe dream. But this isn't the same guy he was last year. So many things are different, and I just don't know how you could have seen this coming. Is kind of where I'm at since I have a lot of them. And if you can have found something that would have predicted a slip back, then you're a smarter fantasy mind than myself.
Yeah, unfortunately, I think he really can't locate the changeup, which is where a lot of his talent comes from, right? His other pitches play well off of that changeup, and when that changeup's not good, everything's going to not be good. I think this is a mechanical issue that probably need to be fixed in the offseason. Mm-hmm. And so, I think he's a guy like Giolito that at a reduced rate for next year, I'm going to take a gamble on, but I really don't know that there's a ton of hope the rest of the way for a guy like Trevor Rogers. I hope I'm wrong because, like I said, I'm invested, but it's not seeming like it's the case. This next question I wrote earlier in the week before the start of the games for the second half, so it may be a moot point already, but is there any chance Aroldis Chapman gets this job back in New York? It seems like no at this point, Lucas.
Yeah, I agree. Unfortunately, I have a lot of Chapman because there was only about 8 or 9 guys in draft champion season that you thought had the job. Well, as much as having the job is hugely important, you're going to have to value skills just as much. And I thought him keeping the job, even if he was a high 3s ERA with 30 saves, I thought that could have done it. But they'll find someone else if you're not performing, and they certainly did.
What do you think, Dave?
I think it's going to take a Holmes injury and probably still a good week or something because he still just looks clueless, and the velo's there, but the slider is just terrible. And everybody must be wearing a buzzer because they're just crushing that pitch right now, and it's killing him on batted balls right now.
Andrew?
Yeah, I think very much that. You need a Holmes injury. You're going to need probably more than that. You need another injury. You need the Yankees to not go get somebody else at the trade deadline. Miracles probably is where I'm going to sit on this for him to get that job back. Find some magical Jesus to pop into Yankee Stadium and bring everything back in time. Maybe there's a hot tub that'll work in there. I don't know.
Dustin, do you think that the velocity loss, like what else do you think kind of factored into him just disintegrating this year? What do you think kind of went into that?
I mean, I think we saw some of the warning signs over the last couple of years, right?
Yeah.
Like his velocity hasn't been what it was early in his career. And you have to wonder, I mean, I know he's a reliever, and so he doesn't have a ton of innings necessarily on his arm, but it's been a lot of high stress innings, and he throws really, really hard. You got to wonder if this is just kind of the culmination of what was a really spectacular career as a closer that is kind of just coming back to haunt him. You got to wonder, is he just not right? And maybe he just doesn't have that many bullets left in his arm. I mean, to be honest, because I mean, this is a huge miss for me. Like I didn't get him in a ton of places necessarily, but like I had him really high in my ranks because I felt like, hey, he's one of the few guys that has a lockdown job, and that unless he was truly awful or got hurt, that there's no way he was going to lose his job. Well, guess what? He has been truly awful, and he got hurt. And now, like you guys said, it's going to take another injury, but an injury that happens after the trade deadline. Because if someone were to get, if Holmes were to get injured before the trade deadline, the Yankees would for sure go out and try to get the best closer on the market to come in and lock down that ninth. I'm not betting on it at all. Will a trade for Tyler Mahle and or Luis Castillo turn them into studs, Lucas?
I think that's aggressive to say that Mahle would turn into a stud, and I'm a big fan of him. I know you are as well. Just the walks for him are a little bit of a kind of an issue, so that'll kind of follow him if he were to get traded, I believe. But I do think that, SP2 could be viable. It would help the home run situation. So that's kind of with Mahle there.
And Castillo, you already think he is a stud, or will he just go up one level getting out of Cincinnati?
Stud might be a little aggressive, but he'd be probably on that borderline of SP2, SP1. If he were to go to like your Giants, for example, that would be a super clean fit, or the Dodgers. We're seeing with guys like Jesse Winker and Nick Castellanos how tough that park is. So you got to think about it in the inverse for the pitchers.
Absolutely. Andrew, what do you think about this?
I think it's landing place dependent. So, I mean, Mahle, I'm a little bit more concerned about. He puts a lot of balls in the air. I think like 30% ground ball rate, which is a problem unless you're going to be pitching in like Miami, which is not a likely destination. Castillo, I think yes. I think the reduction of just not having to pitch your home games in Cincinnati is a boon. That's an undeniable boon. So for somebody like Castillo, who's shown the performance, who has the stuff, I think if he can land in the right organization, who can help take him to the next level, then yeah, I think he could be an SP1 in the right circumstance.
What about you, Dave?
Yeah, similar. Some of the team dependency on it. They're going to get somewhat of a park upgrade, but one thing about Great American Small Park is the K percentage for batters is a little bit higher there because people tend to swing a bit more because it doesn't take much to put one out. Possibly we see a little bit of a reduction in strikeouts, but let's face it, for this year, they're going to go to a better team. It doesn't get too much worse than the Reds right now. So depends a little bit on a few things, but I would see upgrades either way.
Yeah, I think no matter where they end up, it's likely to be an upgrade. The only problem is like a lot of the contenders don't necessarily have the best ballparks in the world, right? Like if one of them ends up at Yankee Stadium, like, okay, it's great. You're on the Yankees, more win potential, but that's a tougher division to pitch in. And it's not a great ballpark either. I don't know that the Giants are going to shop at that level. So, and the Cardinals, who are in their division, probably aren't going to get traded those pitchers. And so, like, unless the Mets, hey, maybe the Mets come to town and say, bring them over. That would be a really nice fit. Other than that, it's hard to see a place where they're like going to exponentially increase their value, especially depending on what kind of defense are behind them. moving right along. This one hurts as well. Because I'm pretty sure this is my SP3 on that team with Rogers and Giolito. What is wrong with Blake Snell, Dave?
I mean, he's always been a guy who his underlying metrics are. It's like he never pitches up to his underlying metrics. And it's just one of those things. You see his xFIP and you see all these things and you think, okay, this guy should be doing better. And then we hold him and we hold him. And you assume the second half's going to get better. And it doesn't. And I think other than like his Cy Young season is like the only year that he's actually like overperformed what we thought he would be. So, I mean, let's face it, he's just not going deep enough into games. He's terribly inefficient with the walks. And that's just been another horrible issue of his. We know it's going to be a lot of good and a lot of bad, and we're just kind of seeing a bit too much bad at this point. But there's still a chance that he could fix it like he did last year, and for a half and just be phenomenal.
Yeah, I mean, through 5 shutout frames against the Mets, out of the break. So I mean, that's a good start. Yeah. I don't trust him a ton. What about you, Lucas? What are your thoughts on Blake Snell?
With Snell, the walks are just killing him. It's pretty much always been the case. He's ineffectively wild right now. I mean, the strikeouts are really nice that you're kind of getting from him, but he's not able to go very deep into games. He's only been able to go 6 innings twice for his 11 starts, so that's going to kind of hurt your wins. And he's also had a long injury history too, which I think maybe he got a little bit of a pass for. That hasn't come up yet, but I think it's a big risk. And those walks are just killer for the pitch count too.
Yeah, Andrew, what about you?
I think the biggest issue with Snell actually comes down to his changeup. So he used to have this beautiful, majestic changeup, which obviously has the added value of making your fastball better. So over time, we've seen the movement, like the vertical movement on his changeup, go from massive to just about nothing. And I think that's really a big part of it, is that he doesn't have that pitch anymore to trust. That pitch doesn't play up everything else. And I think overall it leads him to a place where he just isn't what you're hoping he would be. And again, those walks obviously are a huge part of it. I mean, it's hard to be successful when you're walking nearly 6 batters per 9. But I think a lot of that, again, comes back to the changeup.
Yeah, and it's so hard because I want him to be good. Like, I want him. When I got him as my third SP in my main event, I was stoked. I was absolutely stoked. I thought, like, I just hit jackpot. Former Cy Young Award winner, who with all the talent in the world, the consistency is such a huge issue for him. I really thought getting out of Tampa into San Diego would be really good for him. Get to go deeper into games, and just a little bit of same of the old. So it's truly unfortunate. Speaking of unfortunate, Lance Lynn. This was a guy I was really high on coming into draft season. I ended up fading him once he got hurt, but he ended up on some of my early teams. Held on to him in some leagues and thought, hey, I'm getting a second half horse once he's back from injury. And he has not been that. He's been the opposite of that. Andrew, what's going on with Lance Lynn? Is he done at this point?
I think he's starting to look that way. I think he's also suffering from something that's generally known as Tony La Russa-itis. I mean, I think it's a medical term. I'm not really sure. But it doesn't seem like that ends well for anybody. Maybe part of the issue with Giolito as well. But, I mean, the fastball velocity is down. I mean, he is 35. So I would probably want to look somewhere else at this point in time. I think everyone's going to dream that the White Sox are going to have this great second half and they're going to be the team we thought they were going to be, and we'll suddenly see all the wins. And we got to see it first, and things don't look great there right now.
Yeah, it's you got to wonder if Lewis is going to even make it through the end of the season if the White Sox kind of keep going the way they're going. Dave, what are your thoughts? Does Lance Lynn have a shot, or is he kind of done too?
I had Lance Lynn nowhere. I really wasn't buying into it. I don't love a guy who throws this many fastballs. The velo is down a little bit. There's a shot, I think, for him to come back. His best pitch is still his four-seamer, and it's not getting crushed. Like, it's, the secondary fastballs, if you will, that are what's getting, annihilated. And, I agree. I live out in Chicago, and Tony La Russa is a huge thing out there. So we all see it a lot. There's a pathway for success. I think he's just going to go out and fire fastballs, four-seamers, and just really knuckle down. But, man, it's looking more and more bleak. I agree.
You being in Chicago and listening to like the radio and the beat writers and things like that out there, you think La Russa gets fired?
No.
Oh, wow.
I don't. I think they're going to ride it out. But I agree. I don't think they're having that second half. This was a team I thought too would be great. That's why I was I thought this was they're going to walk with this division, but doesn't look like it. I think owners and management still are pretty loyal and are going to keep them. But
I mean, this was a team that I legitimately thought were World Series contenders, and they've dealt with some bad luck, right? I mean, Eloy getting hurt again. Robert's been kind of in and out. Now he's got what seems like concussion-like symptoms, and so who knows when he's going to come back? But you really thought like, hey, a healthy Eloy this year, Robert continuing to do what he does. Great pitching. Dylan Cease has been fantastic in spite of Giolito's and Lance Lynn's struggles. Like, Andrew Vaughn taking a step forward this year. If I had told you that Cease was going to repeat and that Andrew Vaughn was going to take a step forward, you'd be stoked, right? Like, but it has been anything but that for the White Sox. I understand loyalty, but at the same time, like, they never should have hired La Russa to begin with. Like, continuing to stick with him at this point seems a little ridiculous. Lucas, why don't you finish us out on Lance Lynn?
With Lynn, starting off the year injured and not getting a regular spring training might have hurt him a little bit too. Now there was guys like Luis Castillo that were able to overcome that, but sometimes guys are a creature of habit. When they get thrown in the middle of the summer, they can just spiral downhill. I think you're looking at around a 3.8 to 4 ERA guy with maybe a strikeout per inning. That's kind of where the metrics are, and just more hittable with less athleticism and less velocity. But next year, for a bulk kind of innings guy in your DCs, he could have some value since there's going to be no workload restrictions since he's so old and under contract.
Yeah, I think that's a really good point. I think he's one of those guys that people are going to completely jump off of, maybe like similar like Kyle Hendricks, where he ends up going 100+ picks later in drafts than he did this year, and maybe then becomes value. Maybe he's not your elite winner, but he's at least a horse that can give you innings and kind of volume his way to having some value in the future. I like that call. All right, let's move on to Ian Anderson, because man, this is a guy, like, I didn't get him really anywhere this year, but it wasn't because I was avoiding him. But I'm glad that worked out for me. But for other people, he's been a complete disaster. Lucas, what happened to Ian Anderson? Can he turn it around?
As far as a turnaround, like we said with Blake Snell, the walks are going to have to get trimmed down quite a bit. They were a big issue for him last year with a 10% walk rate, and he wasn't even getting a full strikeout per inning. So I think that the prospect pedigree and the big name kind of let him be quite overdrafted. As far as a turnaround, I wouldn't really count on it. The crazy thing was, as I was looking, he was actually somewhat near the league leaders in wins because he's on such a great team, but he's pitching really poorly, and all that's just based on run support.
Yeah, he pitched today, 3 innings, 7 earned runs. Just continuing to light anybody's rostering ratios on fire. Andrew, is there any hope for Ian Anderson?
Probably not. The interesting thing about Ian Anderson is a lot of it looks like it's just luck based. Like, you look at what he did last year and he outperformed his X stats. This year he's basically got the same metrics. He's just not having the same luck. Not getting those wins. Obviously you can't get wins when you go 3 innings and give up a boatload of runs, but Everything else looks pretty much in line. Yeah, walks are a problem. Doesn't strike a lot of people out. So, I mean, hopefully you didn't have too high expectations for him because you're basically drafting him for wins. So there wasn't a whole lot else there to draft him for.
And Dave, what are you doing with Ian Anderson right now?
Yeah, I think maybe the industry or community as a whole really pushed Anderson down, and I didn't get him anywhere either. I think there's a couple issues with him. I think his fastball is just garbage, and it's slightly down. I'm kind of hoping he kind of picks something up from like Kyle Wright and switches over to a sinker. And pairs that with the curveball that's just been even worse. He's like throwing it harder and it's dropping less, and his fastball is going down. He's going to need an off season to get ready or to fix things out. There's something just completely wrong, and he needs to get back to the analytics department and operation room and just figure it out. Until then, I mean, he's droppable in my eyes. I wouldn't even be putting him in at this point. It's just going to blow up.
Yeah, my co-host over on Sleep of the Bust, Paul Sport, he drafted him in our main event, and then he dropped him, and like fairly early on, I think over a month ago, and I think when I first saw it, I was like, well, that was jarring to me because I had him ranked as like I think just outside of the top 40 coming into the league. I was like, whoa, a top 40 pitcher hitting the wire at a main event, and when I went to go do the deeper dive, I was like, nah. Yeah, I think there's something mechanically wrong, or health wise wrong with Anderson, because like you said, the curveball has just been atrocious. The fastball hasn't been good. The changeup's still been pretty good, and so you got to wonder if maybe he's there's some sort of tell, or he's tipping a pitch or something like that with that fastball, especially that's giving people the opportunity to kind of choose between that fastball and that curveball, because they've been both getting hit around quite a bit. I don't know that I see a ton for this year that makes me feel confident. He's still young enough in a very good organization that next year he might be worth a gamble if he looks better in spring. But I think if you're an early drafter like I am, I do a lot of like November, December drafts. Like I'm probably staying away from him until I see him in spring training. All right. What about Steven Matz? Can he rebound? This was one of my favorite targets kind of in the middle late rounds in draft season this year, because I was like, hey, he's a ground ball guy. He's going to St. Louis, who has the best infield defense in the league. It's a fantastic park. Like, this is going to be perfect, right? Cardinals devil magic. And the first half until he got hurt was absolutely a train wreck. I mean, the epitome of a dumpster fire. Dave, do you think Steven Matz can turn it back around? Because the underlying numbers were much better.
Yeah, we talked about stashing studs that are hurt. I did pick up, I think, in our tag team Matz a couple weeks ago, because I thought, everything's lining up. I mean, we're a bottom feeder team, and we're just trying to claw our way back up. And I thought, perfect, couple weeks. He comes back. I'll see him before the All-Star break. Really be able to make things, and then they get rained out. Now I gotta wait. And there's an injury. Man, it just doesn't feel like it's the year for him. And I'm right there with you. I thought this would be a really nice little spot for him to be picking up some wins. He's not going to be a massive strikeout guy, but just volumize his way into being really productive and not costing anything at come draft day. It's a really tough cut if I'm making it now, and I'm going to hold and wait. I believe that he could be something for the rest of the year.
Yeah, I'm holding too, but it feels a lot like Charlie Brown trying to kick a football at this point. Lucas,
Exactly.
or what about Steven Matz for you?
I thought he was a nice little cheap pitching target for draft champions because, like Dave said, premium defense behind him. This is a team that's propped up Dakota Hudson, John Lester, and J.A. Happ for stretches. So, I mean, you put in a guy who gets a full K per inning for almost or close to that with a nice walk rate. Yeah, his whip has been high, but, the defense could lower that down, and injuries the past couple of months have killed him. And the knee sprain, when I saw it last night, just destroyed me. But, it might be a minimum stay. I don't think there's a ton of news on it, but it's just been unfortunate for those who stashed him.
Yeah, and I mean, the hard part is a minimum stay, 15 days. The pitching IL went back to 15 days this year. 50, that's 2 weeks. We only have 9 weeks left in the season. You're talking about, almost a quarter of the remaining season. Andrew, is a guy like Steven Matz even worth holding on to?
Short term, probably no. I mean, if he is somebody I would think about dropping to pick back up again. Because I think the biggest issue, with what he's done this year is the ground balls are way down. Like, he's lost 8% on his ground ball rate coming into St. Louis, which, I mean, as you all noted, well, everything else is there. You got the strikeouts you're hoping for. The walks look like they should, but the home runs are killing him, and that's not what you were expecting. So I think if he can get, A, healthy, and B, the ground ball rate to a place that's over 40%, I think you will see good starts, and I think you will see things come back to where you thought they were going to be.
All right. We've got a few minutes left. I want to play some Hold, Fold, or Stream. This is our fantasy baseball version of Marry, Fuck, Kill. So let's see how we feel. Why don't we start with Tariq Skubal, Patrick Sandoval, and Michael Kopech. I'll start with you, Andrew. Hold, Fold, or Stream?
I am going to hold Tariq Skubal. I'm going to stream Michael Kopech, and I'm going to fold Patrick Sandoval.
Oh, brutal. That's a shot to my heart right there on Patrick Sandoval. Dave, where are you at on these three?
Similar. I'm holding Skubal. Still think he's great. I'm folding Kopech. The underlining stuff just scares me a bit. And he's a guy I've been targeting in DFS because the blow-ups are coming for this guy. And then I'm streaming Sandoval. It's hard because he'll also never have a 2-start week. So it's tricky.
And that's a difficult one. I tend to agree with you, though. I'm holding Skubal. I'm streaming Sandoval right now. But, yeah, I'm kind of folding on Kopech, especially because I think if Chicago decides they want to buy a pitcher at the deadline, they could easily move him into the bullpen to kind of protect his innings a little bit. He hasn't thrown a lot over the last few years. So
the workload, if they fall way out of it, they're just going to dump his innings.
They'll shut him down. Yeah.
Yep.
Lucas, where are you at on these three?
Yeah, I think Dave and Andrew did a good job to kind of outline that with Kopech. He went from a high strikeout, elite velocity guy to kind of just trying to prevent runs and still giving up too many walks. It's just not a good recipe when those strikeouts have dried up. With Skubal, I know there was a ton of buzz around him, taking a step into an SP2 territory, and he's come back down to earth, but he's still 9.5 K9, and it pitches in a great park, so that's really nice. And with Sandoval, I think you have to be fairly okay with him, even though he's gotten unlucky at times. But the back issue, the fact that he's been able to be healthy and get a ton of strikeouts, that's really nice with Sandoval.
All right. Next trio that I want to do is Ranger Suarez, Noah Syndergaard, and Jose Urquidy there, Lucas. Hold, fold, or stream?
As far as stream, I'm happy to put in Jose Urquidy. He doesn't get a ton of strikeouts, but he still plays for a premium offense, and we do have to chase wins a little bit. And I'm going to go ahead and fold both of Syndergaard, who's not getting many strikeouts, and Ranger Suarez, who, I was listening to the previous segment, and I understand on paper kind of certain things seem great about him, but he had such a limited track record. And as a converted reliever who carved up bad teams last year, I just, I didn't really like what I saw a ton, and he hasn't been very good this year.
Yeah, that one. He's another one of those guys that I was actually pretty high on coming into draft season, and then the visa issues popped up, and it completely scared me off of him because I just didn't know when he was going to get there, and so I really lucked out from a fantasy perspective on Ranger Suarez because those visa issues really saved me from getting him probably on about 75% of my teams. So I appreciate that. Hold, fold, or stream there, Dave.
Man, this was a tough one. Really, really difficult. Going into the season, I kind of wanted to see a rebound from Thor. I thought we might, just see a guy who comes back. He's got a 1-year deal. They're just going to chuck him out there, and he's going to show everybody, that he's better than we think, and not so much. So I don't know. Urquidy, I guess maybe a little dependent. I would hold him. Just I know the strikeouts aren't great, but that team's winning, and he's pitched a little better as of late. I'm folding Ranger Suarez. I didn't buy into it coming in. I didn't love his chances of repeating it, but yeah, I'd go that way and stream Thor and just hope I was right. But if I had to, I just fold 3 times and move on.
Yeah.
Tough tier.
Yeah, I tried to make them a little bit tough, but this may be one where we all want to fold all of them, and that might be the safer call. Andrew, where are you at on these 3?
Yeah, my first thought was, can I just vomit in a can? But that said, yeah, I think you're streaming your Urquidy for the reasons everyone said.
Yeah,
he might get you a win. Yeah, Syndergaard looks awful. I mean, it looks like he pitches for the Angels.
Yeah.
And you pitch for the Angels, things just aren't good for you.
Yep.
And Suarez, I guess if I have to stream one, like that's I'll roll my dice there. But if I could, I would just avoid the situation entirely.
Yeah, yeah. I think like you guys, I think I'd rather probably just fold all 3. Urquidy's not a guy that I've ever targeted or liked, but if I'm picking between the 3, I think he's probably the best of the bunch. And as much as I liked Ranger Suarez coming into the year, he just does not have the same movement on his pitches as he did, as a reliever. And then even as a starter last year, like one of the reasons I was so high on him coming, into this year was last year when they moved him in, out of the bullpen and he was going deep into games very quickly. Like he looked like he still had the life on his pitches he did in the bullpen. That has not been the case this year. And I don't know that things are going to get any better. So I guess I'm streaming Syndergaard and folding on Suarez and holding Jose Urquidy, but it feels icky all the way around. We got one more trio to do, but I do have to mention that in the chat, there's been a popular conversation of the Yoda behind Andrew. And there's been a question of if Baby Yoda turns off the light, bedside light for Andrew. So it's been
obviously yes.
Yeah.
Why else do you have that there? Right? I can't turn off lights by myself. Grogu is his name. It's Grogu.
Yes. I'm still on season 2. I don't even know if season 3 has come out yet. But I need to finish season 2. I just haven't had a chance yet during the season. I'll get there at some point. All right. So we're doing an all gray folder stream for this final one. We have Josiah Gray, John Gray, and Sonny Gray. Andrew, I'll let you take this one. Which gray is which for you?
Yeah, I mean, it's a real gray area here. So, I mean, for me, I really want to hold Josiah Gray. I think he's got the most upside. Yes, the Nationals are bad and only likely getting significantly worse whenever they move Soto out of town, provided that's a real thing. And then I'm going to stream Sonny Gray because the Twins are the best of the 3 teams, and he gives you the most win potential, and I'm going to fold John Gray because of the 3. This is like the opposite of the last one. Like, these are all 3 I would have some consideration for, but I think John Gray for me is the worst of the 3.
All right, Dave, what do you got on this one?
It was an interesting one. This came up. I have a team with all 3 of these grays. John Gray was my most.
Was that on purpose? Like, did you mean to? Were you did you draft 2? Did you draft Sonny and John and go, well, now I have to go get Josiah?
We didn't go down that route. We should have, but I was a big fan of John Gray. He was my most drafted pitcher this offseason. I thought the cost coming from Coors outside of there And I really thought Texas would be another team that would take like a nice leap forward, signing all these players, and it seemed kind of sneaky that way that he couldn't walk into some wins. And luckily he's been better because the velocity has been up, and so he's looking like a better pitcher than I thought he would be. Sonny Gray, man, he has been. There's another guy I thought would be great moving to Minnesota. I would be folding Sonny Gray. I don't know what's wrong there, but he is just a guy that's killing me when I put him in, and sometimes he's great. I'm holding John Gray. I still kind of believe in him, and I'm streaming Josiah Gray. I do think he's got the highest upside of all three, but I do think he can blow up.
What about you, Lucas?
Yeah, as far as I'm going to go ahead and hold John Gray. Like Dave said, his velocity has just increased since he's returned from his injury, which is wonderful to see. Pitches in a great ballpark and gets to beat up on the A's. The Angels are not a good offense, and Mariners, which is super nice. And he's been a high upside pitcher, just never been able to reach that. And now it's looking like it's getting there. I'm going to go ahead and stream Sonny Gray, who has a really long track record of good production. His velocity's down this year, which is a little worrisome, but his underlying metrics are all still in the mid threes ERA, which is nice. And while Josiah Gray might have the highest upside, his walks are really high, and he has given up a lot of home runs over his career. And he's gotten quite a handful of innings under his belt, so I'm starting to believe that high home run rate, because his fastball isn't that great, even though he is high upside. I just think it's just a high risk, high reward with him.
Oh, yeah, this is a tough one because I've rostered all three in a number of places this year. I think for me, the hold is easy. I think it's John Gray. The added velocity we've seen recently, pitching in that ballpark is great for him. Obviously, leaving Colorado is going to be good for anybody. But early on in the season, he struggled, and he was very, very inconsistent. You had to wonder, like, hey, was it Colorado or was it just John Gray? But he has really gotten it together over his last handful of starts, six, 7 starts. And he's starting to look like the elite pitcher that he was drafted to be. And so, yeah, I think he's the easy hold. I'm going to go with streaming Josiah Gray. There are going to be ups and downs because of that walk rate, because of the propensity to miss within the zone and give up the long ball. But it seems like every outing he's just getting a little bit better. And he's young. I know it's going to be a bad team, but I think that there is another level coming pretty soon. I hope it's this year. I don't know if it will be this year, though. So I'm going to stream Josiah Gray. I'm folding on Sonny Gray. I had a lot of high hopes for him going to Minnesota. I really, really thought that it would be a great move, getting out of Great America Ballpark. But I do begin to wonder, a guy who doesn't have clean mechanics in the way and is kind of slight framed the way that Sonny Gray is, that is this, the time where he starts to break down physically? And maybe that's one of the big issues, is he's having a hard time repeating his mechanics because he's not healthy. He's already missed time this year. If I've got to fold one of these guys, it's Sonny. If you had told me that before the start of the season, I would have thought you were crazy. I thought he was easily, out of these three, the surefire bet to kind of be a really, really good value where he's being drafted.
He's had a lot of injuries pop up over the past few years, so I can fully get behind that. That makes sense.
Yeah. All right.
Six innings again. Said he did just give you 6 innings of 2-hit ball and 7 strikeouts and a walk, though, against the unbeatable Detroit Tigers. So
yeah, I was just about to say he was against the Tigers, so I think that may be answering more questions than giving you more questions than it gives you answers right there. So we'll see. Maybe I'm wrong. I'd love all three of these guys to be good the rest of the way because, like I said, I'm highly invested, but I feel the least confident in Sonny, unfortunately. That is our entire rundown. We need to give away some prizes, and I think it's about time we give away 3 copies of The Process. The Process is a book written by Tanner Bell, TGFBI champion Tanner Bell, and Tout Wars champion Jeff Zimmerman, both fantastic fantasy players and analysts in their own right. Neither of them were able to make it for the weekend, but they offered up 3 copies of their book to be raffled off. So I'm going to do that. real quick, as long as my computer doesn't freeze on me. And we're going to go Phil Moyer, Tim Pamperin, and Jenny Butler. You are going to win the 3 copies of The Process. I will get you in touch with Tanner, and he can figure out how to get you those copies. So, I want to thank everybody who has donated prizes and donated money. We are currently over $2,600 right now for the weekend. It's really fantastic. I really appreciate it, especially mid-season when I think there's less people paying attention to baseball because they've already started to move on to football. It's really great to see so many people come out and support. And I really want to thank you guys for coming on this panel today. I'm going to give you an opportunity to tell everybody where you can be reached, what you're working on, and what you need to promote. And then before I move on to the next panel. So, Dave, why don't you go ahead and do that right now?
Sure. You can find me on Twitter at Davithius, DAVITHIUS. And I know all my work is over there at Pitcher List.
Awesome. And Andrew, where can people reach you? What are you plugging today?
Sure. You can find me on Twitter at Andrew K. Dewhurst. Saturday articles over at Fantasy Alarm. Also, if you like fantasy sports, Fantasy Alarm gives away all of their draft guides now. So you're getting ready for football season, whatever is in your future. All that stuff's free. You used to have to pay for that. So great value if you want to check it out.
Awesome. And Lucas, remind everybody where you can be reached and plug everything you got going on.
Yeah, you can find all my work on my Twitter at LucasBeery33, and you can check out the Waiver Wire podcast we do every Saturday, Lucas Baseball. I do it with my co-host Lou Landers, who was on your stream yesterday. That was fun. And you can also check out our MLB and NFL content at drroto.com. I'm not doing NFL, but there's plenty of MLB DFS and Waiver Wire stuff there too throughout the year.
Awesome. Well, thank you guys. Thank you so much for joining me. I'm going to unceremoniously boot you out here. And then so that way I can bring in the next panel. But definitely go follow Andrew, Lucas, and Dave on Twitter. Go follow all their work at their respective locations. Fantastic fantasy analysts, and I appreciate you guys bringing the knowledge on disappointing pitchers. It's a disappointing topic, but they weren't disappointing analysts. They were fantastic people to ride with me for an hour. We are raising money for Big League Impact. This is the last hour of the show. It is time to kind of go into the home stretch. This is the final inning. This is, this is the 9th inning of the show. And so we're going to bring in the closers for the show here in a minute, but we are raising money for Big League Impact. Every dollar you donate towards this Podapallooza gets donated to them over at Big League Impact. It also gets you raffle tickets. And we still have a ton of prizes still to give away. Things like we've got memberships to SP Streamer, a Snoop Dogg Corona bobblehead, some shirts. We have a guest appearance on Baseball HQ Radio, guest appearance on Michael Govier's Enrico Palazzo podcast, TGFBI entries. Right now we're at about $2,600. If we raise $400 in the next hour, I get to give away 3 TGFBI entries for next season, a $69 gift card to RotoWare, a fantasy baseball planner courtesy of Via. We got some baseball cards. So we've got a lot of stuff to give away at the end of this hour. So please continue to donate. You can donate via PayPal, justinmasonfantasy@gmail.com, or at Venmo at Justin Salinger. And as far as the TGFBI entries go, I'll let the donations keep coming until I actually collect all the money donated out. So if we get over $3,000 after the show, I'll still add another entry. Or if we even go higher than that, I'll add another entry. So we are going to move into our next panel. Only one of our participants for this panel has shown up so far. So I'm going to bring her in. That's Sarah Sanchez. How you doing, Sarah?
I'm great, Justin. How are you holding up?
Doing well. It's 7 hours in today, 8 hours yesterday. So it's been a little bit hectic, but I'm gonna make it. I think I'm gonna make it.
I have faith in you, and I'm here to help as much as I can. Although I'm here to disappoint Cubs fans, I think.
You're gonna disappoint them. Well, that's disappointing.
I don't know. I don't know. I mean, most of us don't want to see the last few favorite players we have that are still members of this team traded. And yet a Cubs expert is most likely to be slotted in trade deadlines this year, again, like last year, because that is where we are at. Jed Hoyer is trading all of the land for 19-year-old prospects that he's hoarding. So, and then we just have to hope.
All right. Remind everybody where you can be reached and what you do.
I'm Sarah Sanchez. I write at bleedcubbyblue.com. I also co-host their podcast, Cup of Cubby Blue. And you can find me at BCB Sarah on Twitter.
All right. Also going to bring in Mark Kiefer. Mark, how you doing, my friend?
Good. How are you guys doing?
Good. Remind everybody where you can be reached and talk about what you do.
All right. Well, on Twitter at Mark_Kiefer, Kieffer. I write articles over at Rotoballer. That's where most of my fantasy baseball stuff is. Also write some DFS and betting stuff at Stokastic.com as well. And yeah.
There we go. And joining us as well is my co-host from the Sleeper and the Bus, Mr. Jason Collette. Jason, how you doing, my friend?
All right. How you guys doing today?
Doing fantastic. Remind everybody where you can be reached and plug all that you do.
That finger. That way, yeah, at Jason Collette down there. I'm just directionally challenged. There it is. There. Down there, and then at RotoWire, Collette Calls column comes out weekly. Actually, working on the very topic we're talking about today, where everybody's going and who that may free up playing time for.
Yes, that is what we are talking about. And like I said, Jason is my Sunday co-host on the Sleeper and the Bus. And there won't be technically a Sunday episode because we're here, or I've been here all day. But I will put this hour's worth onto that feed. The rest of the hours are going on to the TGFBI podcast feed. So if you want to listen back and you want to listen back in podcast form, you don't want to go through the 8 hours of it on YouTube, you can go listen to those podcast feeds. They'll be broken up into an hour. May take me a day or two to get through all of them editing wise, because it's quite the process, but that's where they will be. Let's jump in and we'll start with you, Jason, because I want to know, I knew it was going to be me and you in this last hour. I didn't know who else was going to be. And I want to know, are the Rays going to make any moves that make fantasy owners care?
I don't know. After last year, about the price they had to pay to get Nelson Cruz and how that turned out, I think they may be a little gun shy this year to do that. I mean, they certainly need live, warm bodies, given that everybody else is falling apart, injuries here, injuries there, whatnot. But after watching what Joe Ryan has done for Minnesota and what Nelson Cruz didn't do down the stretch, I don't see them making any impact moves. I could see them again finding some ways, go find a right-handed bat. They picked up Roman Quinn the other day just because they really needed a right-handed bat, and they have his flexibility. But honestly, I see them doing what they have normally done at the deadline and just picking up small pieces to add to it, only because so many guys are hurt. That really cuts into your trade depth. And, it is what it is right now. So I would see them working on the margins rather than being a big-time player.
Well, that's depressing. Why don't we just move over to Sarah and the Cubs? Sarah, we've got a lot of Cubs potential moves. Why don't we start with Wilson Contreras? Do you think he gets moved? Where do you think he goes? And would that do anything to his fantasy value?
I do think he gets moved. And I think fantasy managers should beware a little bit. One of the most interesting things about Wilson Contreras this year has been his splits when he is catching versus his splits when he is playing as a designated hitter. For the Cubs, he is a substantially better bat in the lineup as a designated hitter than a catcher. And I imagine that has to do with just the hours logged behind the plate and all of those types of things. So if he gets traded to a team primarily to catch, I think that you're going to see the downside of those numbers, not the upside of those numbers. Now, that said, I think there are a lot of teams who are wary of adding a catcher to manage their pitching staff at the deadline. And so there's a non-zero chance that Wilson Contreras does get traded, but gets traded as a designated hitter, in which case you are getting the bat that you've seen so far this year, who's been exceptional.
Mark, what do you think about Willson Contreras being moved? You have any ideas of where he could go and what his value be moving forward?
I don't know. I just read an article that I know the Padres are interested. I think he'd definitely be an upgrade. Padres are like 26th in ISO or something. They need more power in that lineup. Tampa Bay could use a catcher upgrade. I don't know if they'll pay for him, but there's a lot of places where he'd fit nice. I don't know if anybody pays for it. So Sarah probably has the best read on that since she's a Cubs person. So
what do you think, Jason?
Sarah makes a great point about teams not wanting to bring in somebody unfamiliar with the pitching staff. If teams considering bringing Contreras in, at least he's experienced. You look at, if you were to sort team catchers by WRC plus, the bottom 3 teams in the league are the Mets, the Cardinals, the Astros. Those are your bottom 3. All 3 of those could use an upgrade. But Houston has some other needs too, and yet they're still in first place. But for me, this is a great market for the Cubs to make a deal with him, because you got 3 teams in the bottom 3 of offense for catching. Yes, Houston loves Martin Maldonado behind the plate defensively, but they're playing him too much. And if they could get an upgrade like that at Contreras or at another position, which we'll talk about, we'll see where they go with that. But I don't see Houston sitting this one out.
All right, let's talk about David Robertson, because he is super likely to be traded. Mark, do you think he's still a closer wherever he ends up? And who do you think would be next man up in Chicago?
So that's a great question. I think it kind of depends where he goes, right? I mean, there's some good teams that need bullpen help, but I don't know if they would they'd probably take him. I don't know if they make him a closer. I mean, Boston needs bullpen help. They might make him a closer. St. Louis could use some bullpen help. They probably wouldn't make him a closer. So they wouldn't trade him to St. Louis anyway, same division, all that. But and then next man up, I don't know. Sarah probably have a better read on that. I mean, I'm hoping Michael Givens. My draft champions teams are hoping it's Michael Givens, but maybe it's a bullpen by committee. I don't know. Don't have a great read on the Cubs.
Sarah, what is your read on who would be next man up? I mean, Givens is on a 1-year deal too, so he's probably likely out of town as well.
Yeah, I think Givens and Robertson are both getting traded here. I think that David Robertson's an interesting fit with the Yankees, maybe even the White Sox, teams that he has played for before. And with the Yankees just losing Michael King on that horrendous elbow fracture, I think that that's a nice fit for David Robertson. In terms of the next man up, I think I do have a name for people, and it's Scott Efros, who has been getting a ton of high leverage work for the Cubs, and he has been outstanding. He's got kind of an interesting, funky sidearm delivery going on that batters have a hard time picking up. And the few times that I've gotten to see him from behind home plate, his stuff is nasty. And the Cubs have him in their system for a really long time. I think they would like to see what they've got there. I would caution people against thinking it's Rowan Wick. Rowan Wick has been really bad the last couple of months.
What do you think, Jason?
Same. Scott Efros would be the guy at the top of the list. And Vince has I believe Givens has a mutual option, so both sides would have to agree for him to stay. And when they made the signs that they did this offseason, it was in hopes of moving them for value. So if you can get guys on the cheap, then turn them in this market where everybody's looking for mental relief. Like I said, the Yankees, the Michael King loss is a pretty hurtful one, but there are other teams. Middle relief can always be moved here at the deadline. But I would put Efros at the top of the list of somebody that could be utilized here for saves the rest of the way. I just don't know if it'll be full-time, only because David Ross has previously gone by committee, so it could be anybody. Even this past weekend, I think I jokingly tweeted Friday night, AJ Puck and Hector Neris both got their first saves, and those were big spec guys in March, and it took this long for them to get their first save of the season.
Yep, and we'll be talking about AJ Puck here at some point. The other guy that has potentially been rumored to trade, though I don't think the Cubs need to trade him, has been Ian Happ. So, Sarah, the question, I guess, to you, since you are a Cubs insider, is Ian Happ going to be on the move?
I think Ian Happ is on the market. I don't think he's necessarily on the move. He has an extra year of team control after this, so the offer would have to be fairly impressive for the Cubs to bite on it. The most interesting rumors that I have heard there, one, the Yankees could use some outfield help. Ian Happ is a switch-hitting outfielder who is outstanding and could do some damage in that park. But more interesting to me is there are some rumors that the Padres are potentially interested in both Willson Contreras and Ian Happ. That has the potential to be one of those monster type of deals. The Padres have Luis Campusano in their system, and the Cubs would need a catcher who is ready in the short term if they were going to move on from Wilson Contreras. Miguel Amaya just took his first at bats in this last week from a year. He's been recovering from Tommy John surgery, so they don't really have a ready to go prospect in their system. Yan Gomes has been good. He's been solid, but I think the last time I looked, he was hitting like 193. He's not the guy that they want to have out there day in and day out. So the Padres could do a mega deal for both Happ and Contreras, and I think that they have the pieces to make that happen.
All right. Let's move away from the Cubs for a little while, and let's talk about Andrew Benintendi, because I think he was a guy that had a really, really hot market maybe 2 or 3 weeks ago, and then all of a sudden, I think us and the world found out that he is not vaccinated, therefore cannot play in Toronto, which may be tempering his market quite a bit. Mark, you have any thoughts on where maybe Benintendi ends up, and then who would benefit on the Royals once he's gone?
Yeah. So I've been thinking about this one. So the Yankees, I mean, other than the vaccination thing with Toronto, I think the Yankees make a lot of sense. I mean, he's an upgrade over Aaron Hicks, in left field, at the plate and everything. I think he would be a good add for them. I just don't know if he's willing to get vaccinated. What happens if they have to play the Toronto in the playoffs, that sort of deal, or down the stretch. So I'm sure that'd be part of the negotiation. So I don't have a great read on that. And as far as the Royals go, I hope it's Nick Prado. I've been kind of following the prospects over there, and they kind of did this thing where I thought Prado would maybe play left field and Pasquantino would play first base, and that'd be kind of their future there because he had played some games at left field in the minors. But the Royals, I guess you never really know. I could see them just kind of Isbell and some of these other guys sort of playing. I mean, maybe Jason has a better read on that, but I'm hoping Prado gets some playing time. I think he did a pretty good job in the minors, and they don't really have much to play for this year, so might as well get some of the young guys some at bats and some experience. Maybe next year, after a year of development, they can compete a little bit more. It's been kind of a disappointing year, I think, for the Royals in general. I think they were kind of hoping to take a step this year, and that pitching staff hasn't improved. And some of these young guys have just been kind of waiting in the wings, waiting for guys to get traded. They got rid of Santana. Hopefully they get rid of Benintendi and just give these guys a couple hundred plate appearances when it doesn't really matter. And hopefully when the team hopes to compete next year or in a couple of years, they can be more of a contributor,
Jason, what do you think about this? Where do you think Benintendi ends up, and who benefits on that Royals team?
I mean, the vaccination status is definitely a factor if you're trying to play things in. If not for that, I believe he'd already be a Yankee. Then again, I mean, Aaron Hicks has been playing better of late, so it's really tough to say, let's bring in Benintendi when Hicks is showing signs of life again with that. The thing that always sticks out with Benintendi about me is just this is a guy that stole 20 plus bases a couple of years in not so distant past, but he's terrible at it now. He's 11 for his last 20. He can do that for a crappy Royals team. He can't do that for a contending team. They're not going to let him give away outs like that. And so he may lose the playing time, the everyday playing time as well, and get into a matchup situation. So I'm not very optimistic about him moving. And as far as is it fantasy impact, the timing of him moving could come in right in line with Edward Olivares coming back off the IL as well. Somebody that has the talent, but Kyle Isbell's another one who has had some nice outings or nice events this weekend. Played some really good center field on Saturday. Took a couple of robbed a home run, stole another double, and was running the base as well as on top of that. So those two names I think would be impacted by Benintendi leaving the roster.
What do you think, Sarah?
I mean, I think that vaccination question is a huge one if you're looking for him to go anywhere in the AL East. It's not like the Yankees are going to need to – they have quite a lead in that division. So, but the problem is that as soon as you get into the playoff picture, any team in the AL really might have to go to Toronto to win a game. And if you have a must-win game and that guy's on the bench, that is incredibly problematic. Plus, I was just looking up some quotes on this earlier to see if he had any – in my opinion, PR disaster quotes like the Whit Merrifield, well, I would get vaccinated for a contender, which I just thought was really, that's not the way you go with that one. But he doesn't. He left it at, it's a personal choice and called it a day. And that says to me that Benintendi's not looking to get vaccinated wherever he goes. And it probably says that to other teams too.
Yeah, I think he has to go to a National League team. The question is, what National League team is going to use him or need him right now? Maybe my Giants. They could probably use an outfielder who doesn't let the ball just sail right over their head.
Actually catch the ball?
Yeah, can actually catch the ball. That might be a spot. But I think it's kind of really, really poor timing for Benintendi himself and for the Royals because the Royals signed him or picked him up off of Boston in order to try to flip him in a couple years as the contract was starting to expire. They're not getting full value because of this. So let's talk about Josh Bell, because Josh Bell's one of those guys where anytime you read a trade rumors article or see trade rumors tweets, Josh Bell is mentioned. The problem is, like, how robust of a market does Josh Bell have, do you think, Sarah? Because he is just a first baseman.
I think there's two teams that might be potentially interested in Josh Bell. One is the Mets. There's some pretty strong rumblings coming out of New York, although they just did a deal for Daniel Vogelbach, and I don't know if that's a stopgap. They're going to looking to flip Vogelbach and then like have Josh Bell come in as part of that deal or something. I could see that happening. But the more interesting rumor to me is the Astros. I think that the Astros could definitely use a first baseman. They could use a first baseman with some pop, and Josh Bell would be a nice fit in that lineup.
What do you think, Mark?
Yeah, I was going to say Astros as well. I think they're a little bit under their payroll too from where they were at last year. So he could be someone they don't just use for a rental, but maybe try to negotiate a deal with as well. Gurriel's, betting like 237, and he's like 38 years old or whatever. Brantley is hurt. He gets hurt frequently. I mean, they could use more help at first base and DH. And really, this is more of a move to help them contend in the postseason rather than, I think, win the division. I mean, they're doing pretty well with what they've got, but I think if you want to compete with the Yankees, you got to, get your firepower up to their level if you want to try to, take them down this year. So,
Jason?
Yeah, Astros and Josh Bell seem to be like a match made in heaven. They are, the Astros first baseman have a 78 WRC plus, hitting 214, 265, 357 as a group. And you looked at, Mark mentioned the payroll. They have about $25 million about $37 million coming off the payroll with Michael Brantley becoming unrestricted free agent. Justin Verlander is a vesting option, but they have the room. They're going from 175 to 138 on their payroll, so they do have the room to negotiate more than a 1-year rental. But the price to get him now should be rather cheap. I mean, he's an unrestricted free agent after the season. He's not going to go back to the Nationals, so he should not cost you much. The only thing that's going to drive up his price is the competition on the trade market.
Yeah, and I think while he is a first baseman and maybe won't have like the huge market that maybe some like center fielders might have, like there are some teams that sneakily could use a first baseman. I don't think the Padres want Eric Hosmer playing first base for them every day. That would be a huge upgrade, especially if they could find another buyer, maybe send some prospects with Eric Hosmer to get rid of him. I don't know what Boston fancies themselves as. And I know some people have said Tristan Casas, he could be coming up. He just started playing off of an injury. Like, I don't know that he's going to be ready before the end of the season. Josh Bell would look really, really good in a Red Sox uniform if that's the way they maybe better than some of the guys on the Red Sox right now.
My goodness, yeah, that's been the problem. The hitting's not Boston's problem, even though first base is their first base production's even below the Astros. But pitching is, their run differential went from +40 to -8 this weekend.
Yeah.
How many of them in one day,
Yeah, I mean, if Boston's a buyer, I'm sure starting pitching is going to be up there with their list of needs. I kind of wonder, like, do we end up seeing them sell, especially if they lose a few more games before the deadline? They may just decide to reload for next year.
Well, that was kind of my thing. Like, I read a prospects article and, like stash article. And, part of me was like, before Casas even came back, would they maybe look at a rental for Bell, even if they couldn't work out a long-term thing, because they've been kind of leaving first base open with, hoping maybe someone catches on. And then, but then now I'm reading some articles that, like you're saying, Justin, that Boston might be selling. And so it's really, I don't really know what their strategy is at. I think he'd be a good rental if they're trying to compete. That division, you're only, the wild card is close, it's, someone's going to be left out, but you could have 3 teams in that division make the wild card,
Boston feels like one of those dynasty teams that doesn't really know whether they're going to be competitive or not, and they keep kind of just hanging around and hope that maybe it might work out. But that's like never the place you want to be. Either commit to a rebuild or commit to trying to win. Like, right. this whole stopgap starting pitching thing that they tried with Rich Hill and Michael Wacha, like clearly not working very well, especially since most of them are on the IL at this point. I think they should sell. I don't know if they're going to or not. Is it finally time that the Cincinnati Reds trade Luis Castillo and Tyler Mahle there, Sarah? Like, let's get them out of Great America Ballpark, give them some more fantasy value.
Well, I was going to say, you just brought up the Red Sox, and if the Red Sox are going to make a run, they need some pitching, and a few of the people that we've got left to talk about here are pitchers who could be moved. Luis Castillo and Tyler Mahle are both incredibly attractive pitching assets to a lot of teams. Castillo as a starter, Mahle as a potential starter or a bullpen piece for teams that are looking for just like a long man to throw back there. I know that your Giants have also been rumored to be linked to the Castillo deal, and that's potentially really intriguing to me. I really think that for these two guys in particular with the Red Sox question, a lot of this hinges on what you were just saying. Are the Red Sox buyers or sellers? And that actually changes the whole AL East as well, because if the Red Sox are sellers, I think the Orioles become buyers, and then that becomes really interesting because the Orioles could use a little bit of pitching, maybe a bat or two, and they're not that far off of that third wild card spot.
I would love to see the Orioles actually get competitive. And I mean, they are competitive right now, but actually stay competitive and get into the playoffs. It's been a long time since we've seen that orange and black team be competitive in the playoffs. Mark, what do you think? Do you think Luis Castillo and Tyler Mahle actually get moved?
I think Castillo should get moved. I don't know if he will get moved. It seems like it makes sense. His strikeout rate's up from last year. His ERA is low. His xFIP is better than it was last year. They're not competing for anything. It would make sense to move him. I'm hoping the Twins get some starting pitching help. Maybe not him per se, but I'd love to see him go somewhere like that selfishly as a Twins fan. But I think it just makes sense to move. I think it makes sense to, but I don't know if they will. I've been kind of reading some stuff that says that Cincinnati doesn't seem like they're as pressed to move him, but maybe that's just, I don't know. Maybe that's just gamesmanship to try to get a leverage on the deal. But he's definitely having a great year, and I think this is a good price for him. This is what's it going to say? This is the maybe the top of the market for him. If he starts slipping next year, walking people too much again, stuff like that, he could go down. So I think it'd be smart to do it. And there's a lot of teams that need a starting pitching help, but I don't have a great read on what Cincinnati is actually going to do.
The problem with Cincinnati is they don't necessarily always do the smart thing. They don't usually do the smart thing. Jason, do you think they will do the smart thing and free Mahle and Castillo from Great America Ballpark?
Well, you got to loop this in with the Frankie Montas story as well. None of these pitchers are a free agent after the season. They're a free agent after next season, but you're losing leverage. The time to make these deals with these types of pitchers is this time of year, heading into their final year because of leverage into the winter, because then a team can make a decision. Do I want to give up assets to acquire what I need, or do I just want to spend money to acquire what I need and not have to trade stuff away? But right now, the only way these teams can fix these holes in their rotation and whatnot is to make these moves. And so I would be, if I were a Reds fan like Doug Dennis or Clay Link, and they do not trade these guys, I'd be super pissed. That said, I don't see them getting like Anthony Volpe for Luis Castillo, but maybe we're wrong. Who knows with that? But these guys have to be moved. This is the time. This is the market. There are enough arms heading to the free agent market this winter where they're going to lose leverage, and then they're going to end up giving these guys away for a lot less than what they could get right now. There's too much competition for these types of arms in the next couple of weeks.
Well, you did mention Montas. So, Mark, I know that Montas was tied to the Twins a lot prior to the start of the season. You think that Montas gets dealt? You think the Twins are in on Montas?
Oh man, I never know what the Twins are going to do. Find some guy that was good 5-6 years ago and then get in on him. We didn't get him, but we got a waiver. We acquired someone August 3rd that got cut or whatever. But same thing. I think it's smart. I think just everything Jason's saying. It's smart for the Oakland to get rid of him. Oakland is sort of tanking their fan base. They're kind of, they're trying to, right? They're fire sailing. They're, I don't know. It seems like they're trying to like move to Vegas or something. They're trying to have like nobody go to their game. So, I mean, it would make sense for them to get rid of him. Like, similar to Jason's saying, I mean, the free agent market, teams can get help, and right now the only thing these teams can do is through the trade market. So, I mean, I'd love to see him on the Twins, but and I think it'd be smart to move him. It's just like these teams, I don't know, these organizations, they, we'll get to some Rocky stuff maybe at the end. Sometimes they just. You're like, oh yeah, they'll definitely trade him at the deadline. They got nothing to play for, and then they keep him or whatever. So I'm hoping they trade him. It would be a smart thing to do. You get a good price on him, but I don't know. Why didn't they do it in the off? Why didn't they do it in the off season too? When they trade everybody else.
Sarah, what do you think? You think Montas gets moved?
I think Montas gets moved. I actually is there a worse team to be a fan of right now than the Reds or the A's? You're both just basically being trolled by your owners. That your owners are like, we aren't going to put a winning baseball team on the field. You are going to give us money and show up or not show up, as the case may be in Oakland, because they're threatening to move. I mean, it's just I have a few friends who are fanatical Reds and A's fans, and it has been a bummer of a 2022 for them. And so, look, move Montas, move Castillo, move Molly, get them out of there. Get these talented pitchers somewhere where they can make a difference, and continue your fire sale, and then sell the team while you're at it, because this is just, I'm as a fan, I'm kind of sick of it.
And I mean, here's the thing, from like a team's perspective, like pitchers can explode at any moment, right? Like, I mean, a guy's arm can pop, like, and we've already seen Montas recently go down with an injury. Do they want to risk holding on to him through another half season and potentially something happening and losing all value? I think they should. I think both these teams should trade these guys. Will they do it? It remains to be seen. I hope they do. Let's talk about some closers real quick. Does Jorge Lopez stay in Baltimore? Sarah, you just said that there's a potential Baltimore is a buyer, so they wouldn't be moving Jorge Lopez.
I think if the Red Sox make a move that they're going to sell, the Orioles probably don't sell, because that's a wild card spot that they can potentially chase down, in which case they hold on to Jorge Lopez and he stays a closer. Although I do want to note, like, if the Orioles do decide to sell, which at the start of the season, that's definitely what they were planning to do, and this just has all worked out in such a way that that's a 500 ball club in the toughest division in baseball. And frankly, I think I could see them winning a playoff round or two. I've watched them a few times, and I think they'd be competitive in the NL Central or the AL Central, which are two divisions I watch a lot. I wonder if he does get moved. I don't think Jorge Lopez stays a closer. Like, I look at the list of contending teams who would make a move for that depth piece, and I don't really see how Jorge Lopez winds up being a closer still in that situation. So if he gets moved, I think you're losing saves there. But I think that Jorge Lopez probably stays an Oriole if the Red Sox sell.
All right. What do you think, Mark?
Yeah, I mean, I just hope, I hope for their fans and for their players that they hang on to these guys and go by. I mean, it's just demoralizing. You're a few games out of the wild card. Yeah, you may not really actually make it, but if you're playing on the team, if you're a manager of the team, if you're a fan of the team, you want to believe that your team has a chance to win. And, getting rid of your closer, getting rid of some key pieces, it's demoralizing. I mean, I've experienced it as a Twins fan, where you're hoping they make a big move at the deadline. They do nothing, and then they get swept by the Yankees, and it's just like, you want to be that. But I agree with Sarah. I mean, if he gets traded, I doubt he closes. But I hope for their fans that they go, Maybe Trey Mancini, they have some prospects in their system that they could move up, to get like some pieces to help them. But I hope that they're making upgrades to, maybe nothing major because they got a lot of young prospects, but some small moves that bring in a veteran that kind of help the team get some morale going, make the fans believe that they're kind of in it, even if the ownership believes maybe 2023, 24 is kind of their window. So,
Jason?
Yeah, I can see them playing on the fringes with things. I mean, Mancini there's a mutual option after this season, so it's not like he has to walk. They can get Jordan Lyles off the roster. That's going to save them a bunch of money, and everybody else is dirt cheap. So I could see them playing in the fringes. They believe they dropped 2 of 3 to the Yankees this weekend with things. So they're still hanging around there, and this is a market where you can buy on the. it's a good buyer's market if you're not looking to get one of the big chips. And so for them, with the 3 wildcard spots, make a play. I believe as we're recording this, they're 3.5 games out of that spot. There's no reason to blow it up. If they were, because especially when they've made the progress that they've made this year. I mean, it feels like a year early. It reminds me of the 08 Rays when, 08 was not supposed to happen. 09 moving forward, and they got ahead of things in 08. And Baltimore appears to be there because, we were all joking before the season, another 100-loss season. There's no way this team's not going to do this. And here they are, 47-48 with things. So if they could do something to continue that momentum, maybe it's picking up a couple of final-year contracts. Maybe it's picking up somebody who's not in a final-year contract and using them for next year to continue to bridge as they build that organization out. But I retweeted somebody's chart the other day looking at the last 2 months of record. The Orioles are right there in the top 6 as far as win-loss percentage and everything. They're doing it. They just got off to a little bit of a slow start, but they are not the pushover these days that most of us thought they would be heading into the season.
That is very, very true. Selfishly, I'm hoping that they keep Lopez because I have fabbed him in a number of leagues and been enjoying getting those saves. And I want
he's
the Orioles.
He's got control. He's going into R2 this coming year. So you maybe double what he made this year. So he goes from 1.5 to 3. Still very affordable for what he does. And if it doesn't work out, but he made a significant jump from coming out of the rotation. He was garbage in the rotation. And he made it he looks fantastic out of the bullpen. Walks every now and then, but lots of ground balls. Keeps obviously the new park helps him keep it in the yard, but he's throwing with new velocity out of the pen. And he's just a different guy.
Yeah, I just don't know that the Orioles are going to get back enough for a guy like him, who's probably figures to be kind of a middle reliever for comparatively speaking to what they get out of him value wise from a team context. Let's move over to Martin Perez, who had just an amazing first half. He's on a 1-year deal, so the Rangers have every reason in the world to trade him. Mark, do you think that he gets traded, and do we care?
I mean, I don't think he gets traded. So the Rangers kind of did this weird thing, right, where we thought they were going to rebuild, and all of a sudden they go with Seager and Semien, and they're sort of like not they're one of these like middle teams, right? That's they got some good prospects. You kind of think, okay, they're going to do, they're going to kind of build it up. But I think this GM, this ownership group, they want to show an improvement over last year. They had 100 losses last year. I think obviously they're not going to make the playoffs, but I think they want to keep a guy that's pitching really well. I know he's on a 1 year, right? So he'll be a free agent, but he might be incentivized to come back too. I mean, he's having like a career year with them. I mean, if you had a career year and you're in your early 30s, why wouldn't you consider that as well? So I think they want to keep him. I think they want to get every win that they can, even though they're not really competing for a playoff spot because they made these other big moves. And I think, I think to them, every win counts. I think if you can lose 88 games of 102 games, you can say that you improved this year, that's what you do. So I think they keep him. And I think they should consider, I think mutually both sides make sense for them to think about coming back the next year because whatever he's been doing there has been kind of working. And then from a fantasy perspective, he's getting wins. His ERA is low. He's not, I think he's of some interest. So for sure.
Jason, what do you think about Martin Perez?
I think they got to trade him coming off been a tremendous beneficiary of the baseball conditions this year, the way it's being treated and manufactured and whatnot. The fact that he's able to just sit on the outside, daring people to take the ball. Opposite field power is just not what it used to be this year. And the way he pitches, he just sits out there and go ahead and try to hit it. It's just not going to go far. And if you do that, or you're rolling over. So his ground ball rate is the highest that it's been in a number of years, and his home run rate's the lowest that it's been in a number of years. And all that depends upon him having that fine control to be able to put the baseball on the periphery of the strike zone. Any of those conditions change any direction, and he goes back to being the guy that was a 5+ year. And if I'm Texas, I move him.
What about you, Sarah?
I really think Texas should move him. I agree with everything that Jason just said, and I actually don't think Texas is going to move him. I find the Rangers to be kind of a conundrum. I don't know that they know what they're doing. I don't know that they have had, like, there haven't been the same sort of rumors around Martin Perez that there have been with some of these other guys we've talked about. And I suppose it's possible that the Rangers organization is just a vault, and the reason we haven't heard anything is because they're so good at keeping secrets. But I don't think that's true. I think that they're not as active as some of these other teams in terms of shopping these players, and that leads me to believe that they haven't decided what they want to do there. But I agree with Jason. They should absolutely be looking for they should be looking for a trade partner for Martin Perez right now.
Absolutely, because I mean, at worst case scenario, they could just tell him, listen, we want to sign you next year, but we need to get something for you right now, plus give you a chance to go win a ring. It makes a lot of sense to try to move him. Will they do that? I don't know. Like, it does not feel like whoever is in charge of the front office moves right now in Texas knows what they're doing. They went out and bought all these players like there's some sort of contender, and they're clearly just missing too many pieces to contend right now, especially in a division in which Seattle's up and coming and Houston's still really, really damn good. It was just odd for them to, throw so much money at Marcus Semien and Corey Seager. I like the John Gray move, but outside of that, just the $300 million contract on Seager just seemed silly. That being said, I mean, Seager's been great, so like I can't bash him too hard, I guess, for that. Let's move it along because I want to talk next about Brandon Drury. We talked about pitchers leaving Cincinnati being good, but hitters leaving Cincinnati usually bad. Sarah, do you think Brandon Drury can keep his magic going if he leaves Cincinnati?
I think that if you are a person like myself who picked up Brandon Drury off the waiver wire and spent like very little fab on him and have been writing that for a few months of this season and are super happy about it, you should be aware that Brandon Drury is not going to be quite as impactful of a bat if he gets traded away from Great American Ballpark, unless he goes to one of like a handful of parks that is as hitter friendly. That said, he has not been bad on the road. He's slashing 241, 310, 468 with a WRC plus of 115 in away games this season. That's not awful, right? He's still an above average bat on the road. His WOBA is 335 away from Great American Ballpark this season. So it's not the guy that you've seen in Cincinnati who's got a WRC plus of 144, but he's still an impactful bat, and he's still somebody I certainly want on my team, especially if I'm dealing with injuries at second base.
What do you think, Jason?
I'm upset at Drury. This is like the first year I have him nowhere, and every year I've had this guy on my team, and this is the year that I just was like, it's not going to work out, and he gets a late deal, and then look what he's done with it. This is somebody they absolutely should deal, because you look at the flexibility, the fact that position eligibility this year: third, second, first, shortstop, right? He's got 5 positions. I mean, this is the type of guy any contending team would like to have on their roster because of that versatility and the power off the bench. I do believe overall it's going to hurt his fantasy value, not only leaving Cincinnati, but he may not get the everyday playing time, depending on where whoever acquires him. But this kind of flexibility and offensive potential is something that absolutely would be valued by any one of the contending teams. Everybody's looking for upgrades on the margins and whatnot, and this would definitely increase somebody's bench depth, upgrade a platoon opportunity, and give them some flexibility in the roster they may not have.
What do you think, Mark?
Yeah, same thing I was going to say. I don't really see him as like an everyday player if he goes to like a contending team, that sort of a thing. I was kind of looking at StatCast numbers. He's really aided by the ballpark that he's in. If he would have played all his games in Kauffman, he would have 8 home runs on the season. So as far as his magic goes, I mean, I think his power and that kind of elevated ISO that he has, that probably all regresses more to kind of his career norms if he goes to a more neutral ballpark. But as everybody's saying, from a fantasy perspective, he has some injuries. He's eligible in several positions. I mean, he's going to be a useful player down the road. If he goes to a contending team, he'll be in a better lineup. He'll produce better stats when he's playing. Just have to kind of keep an eye on how they would utilize him, like if it's a platoon thing or whatever. But yeah, I kind of echo everybody else. I think if he leaves Great American, he's not going to put up the power numbers that we saw. still pretty helpful from a fantasy perspective, especially with the position eligibility. And yeah.
Yeah, I completely agree there. I just think, the big concern, one, leaving Great America Ballpark, but two, like, what will his role be on another team? Maybe if he ended up in a place like Atlanta, it would make a lot of sense, considering, them missing Ozzy Albies until Albies is back, that he could get some full-time playing time and then move around. But if he doesn't end up in a place where he's got a full-time role, that really hurts him on top of the ballpark, really hurt. And I do want to say, though, and shout out to Yancey Eaton, because Yancey dropped this nugget in the chat yesterday, that of all the thousands in NFBC leagues that were drafted, Brandon Drury was only drafted twice.
Yeah,
which means everybody pretty much everybody except for two people who were the two people who drafted Brandon Drury picked him up off the waiver wire. He has been huge. So yes, if his fans value gets ruined the rest of the way, you still profited a great deal by just getting him off the waiver wire.
Well, how about this for a potential home for him? Because in spite of all their flaws, they're still in contention. But the White Sox, their second base situation is abysmal, and they could get some nice production there, or even having him on the roster somewhere to move around. So they're still 2 games back of Minnesota, right, Mark? Something close to that.
Yeah,
so they're
close.
still hanging
It's getting
around.
closer.
I'm sorry.
No, I was saying it's getting closer.
Yeah.
They're making
4 games.
4 games
So,
now.
Yeah, they have nothing in the farm. They have, as somebody who has to watch their AAA team, they have nothing coming up that could help. So if they're going to try to improve that roster, and they need some pitching, but offensively, Drury could be a nice fit there, because that gives them, again, somebody to move around that roster.
And since they don't have much in the farm, Drury wouldn't cost very much in order to get him. So that would make a lot of sense. I really like that call quite a bit. What about David Peralta? If he gets moved, is he still fantasy viable? And does anybody benefit in Arizona there, Sarah?
I don't think he's fantasy viable if he gets moved. David Peralta is kind of like one of these very league average bats. And the reason that he has value to your fantasy team is because he plays a lot right now. So he has guaranteed playing time, which means that you're getting at least league average counting stats when he's in there. I don't think that that's going to be the case if he gets traded to a contender. In terms of playing time, that's an interesting question that I don't have a great answer to. Maybe Mark or Jason does in Arizona as to who could come up and take one of those spots. I'd love to see them go to a prospect or two and let us get a look at some of those young guys that they have been kind of holding back there.
What do you think, Mark? Do you think is Peralta viable in fantasy for the most part if he gets moved? And is there a guy that you think could come up and take that spot?
Yeah, so I don't know if he gets moved. I mean, would a team like Tampa Bay be interested in him? I mean, they could use. I mean, who are they? They're signing Roman Quinn at right field. I mean, right? Is that So
I've got an opportunity. Yeah. He's kind of a poor man's Michael Brantley, and the Astros may want to use him as a stopgap until Brantley's back.
Yeah. Yeah. And then I think as far as, the team goes, I mean, you never know. I mean, I think they go, I think Astros are going to shoot a little bit bigger. I feel like Peralta is like a consolation for somebody that sort of misses that, like Jason's saying, playing on the fringes, doesn't want to give up too much, just kind of get a little bit something going in there. Well, small upgrades, Peralta does have a 205 ISO this year. He's hit 12 home runs in 82 games. I mean, he is showing his average is down, but he's showing a little bit more power than he has the last couple years. And then as far as the team goes, I mean, this year, I just feel like the Diamondbacks are not going to be that ambitious. I think they're just going to platoon the spot. They'll play Leplo against lefties. They'll play whoever else they got against righties. I'd love to see Corbin Carroll come up maybe in September or something like that, but I don't think we see that next year instead of this year. But he's their big phenom, the number 1 prospect in baseball. He's playing AAA. He's had a great minor league season. But, it'd be cool to get a glimpse of him the last month of the season or so. And that would definitely open up an opportunity for that. But I'm not exactly sure what they're thinking.
What do you think, Jason?
The only issue with Carroll is now on the 40-man roster. They'd have to make room for him. And so typically clubs will do the opposite instead of, especially with a club like Arizona, if we're talking about 6 weeks, 7 weeks, you got Pavin Smith, who's still on the 40-man roster, Cooper Hummel still on the 40-man roster. You could see that kind of thing working its way out with that. I mean, Peralta, I initially thought that perhaps the Yankees will go that route if the Benintendi rumors, because if they're looking for a left-handed bat. But the issue with Benintendi is he gets on base. Peralta not great at that anymore. I mean, even if you just look at his righty lefty splits, his right gets righties, his OBP is 310. So that's not great on OBP, but he does have the power from the left hand side. It's always nice to have in that particular ballpark. But I do like your example with the Astros as well. If they're looking to add more experience off the bench for pinch hitting and platoon work, because they are pretty young off their bench overall.
Let's talk about some Colorado guys. We got Chad Kuhl, who's likely to be moved. He's on, I believe, a 1-year deal. Daniel Bard is in the last year of his deal. Any chance that these guys get moved, Jason? And do we care?
I don't know if I care about Kuhl. He's actually pitched better at home than he has on the road this year. Go figure. He's I guess like John Gray, whatever it is. He's pitched better on the at home this year with that. I mean, Bard, they absolutely should shop just because, again, people are looking for relievers with skills. And I would say the same thing even for them with Robert Stevenson. I'm intrigued with Stevenson because if they don't deal him, they do deal Bard, Stevenson could step up into that role. Colome's on the end of he's on his final year deal too. He's got the experience. He's likely to be moved to, but I don't see him moving into a closer role. So Bard would be the kind of guy that scares me that gets traded but doesn't close. So right now, if I could have, I think I have Stevenson in 2 leagues, in both draft champion leagues. So I would love to get some saves out of that to close out the rest of the season. But I could also see all 3 of these guys being dealt and somebody we have not even mentioned coming into the role the rest of the way. What
do you think, Mark?
So, I mean, this is the organization that hung on to Trevor Story and John Gray, into the offseason, just let them go. They're kind of like the Rangers, right? They're kind of like doing the rebuild thing, and then they signed Chris Bryant to a big contract. Locally, so I live in Denver. Locally, they've talked about offering him an extension, like a 2-year deal. I mean, I think that would be from a ridiculous, right? I'm not saying the same thing with the Rangers thing earlier. I'm not saying this is what I think they should do. Just trying to predict what these teams are going to do. I mean, it would make sense to flip all these guys, get some young assets. You're rebuilding, you know what I mean? Trade Charlie Blackmon, trade all these guys, but they kind of do this thing where they kind of play it halfway, where they think they got some guys coming up and they don't want to, they don't do the full rebuild, but then they end up with a really bad record anyways. It's just, you might as well just be bad and not pay the hundreds of millions of dollars for like Chris Bryant or whatever. But, I don't know. Gut feel, I feel like they keep him. They should trade him. Would he close somewhere else? Probably not. I mean, I guess it depends where he goes. But I would not be shocked if they kept him just because trading John Gray and Trevor Story made all the sense in the world, and they didn't do that either, with not much to play for either. So it's kind of an enigma. They're kind of like the Rangers, or the Rangers are kind of like them. They kind of do stuff halfway. I could see them. I don't think they should do it, but I could see them offering him some 2-year deal and it being a complete disaster.
Sarah?
I totally agree with everything that Jason and Mark just said. I think that, it's weird that Kuhl has sort of struggled more away from Coors this year than he has struggled at Coors this year. I think that's a small sample size fluke. He's been a better pitcher at home for most of his career, not in Colorado, but in different parks. And I think that Colorado is just so weird for pitchers that this is probably just one of those situations where he had to get used to it. And so he's got some weird, funky, small sample size numbers going on. And when he gets out of Colorado, that will probably revert to a more normal mean. But beyond that, the Rockies are just hard to predict because all of the pieces that they should be interested in moving, like a Blackmon or like a Kuhl or like a Bard, they're not there. You can't trust them to do that. They should have restacked their farm last season and they didn't. And so I just don't have a lot of confidence in the Rockies making moves that are predictable and or savvy in this market. And I sort of feel like they're going to look remarkably similar to what they look like right now at the end of the trade deadline.
I completely agree. We got a couple questions in the chat. One of them is, we're really not going to talk about the Dodgers getting Soto. No way they keep platooning Lamb and Thompson at DH. I don't think the Nationals trade Soto, at least this trade season. And so that's why I haven't really been talking about him on any of these panels, because I just think it'd be crazy for the Nationals to move him, especially with 2 years.
Isn't there some kind of limit? Isn't there some kind of limit on how many trades two organizations can make with one another? I mean, should we be done with the Dodgers and Nationals be trading with one another? It seems like they have 5 a year.
Yeah, I'd be very upset. I can tell you that.
I bet.
I was going to say the last couple of off seasons were supposed to be like the off seasons of trading Cubs, and here come the Nationals every year with like, and we're going to one up you with a much bigger blockbuster offer that will pull the rug out from underneath Jed Hoyer's feet. The Soto thing is intriguing to me because I sort of feel like they've painted themselves into a corner and almost have to deal him at the moment, given that he turned down their 15-year, $440 million offer, and they're trying to sell the team. So it's just this huge question mark hanging over your ability to sell the Nationals to anyone else. That said, I look at some of the returns that people put out on Twitter, just sort of guessing what they could look like, and all of them look light to me. And by light, I mean they're like Nico Horner, the entire Cubs farm system, and I'm like, no, that seems light. That seems light for a 23-year-old Ted Williams. I don't know.
Yeah, I was going to say, I mean, as far as the Dodgers go, I hope they give that Miguel Vargas kid a shot. You know, he if he was in a different organization, I think he would be up. He would be up by now. He's a third baseman. I mean, Justin Turner's not really producing. He's getting injured. He's played some games in left field. Probably an upgrade over Lamb and Trace Thompson. He's somebody I've been kind of hoping to see up. I mean, and then as far as Soto goes, like Sarah's saying, I mean, they're trying to sell the team. You know, that's the piece that I was all down with all these trade rumors, and then I started being like, wait, you're trying to sell the team. Team's worth a little bit more with a generational player than without one. And he has another, year and a half of team control. Is that correct?
2024.
Yeah,
okay.
2 years after this.
2.5 years.
He's going to have like a $24 million arbitration hearing this winter. That's the thing. It's going to be like Judge.
Right. I just feel like if I'm going to be a new owner, I'm going to have the ego or a new general manager, whatever it's, whoever's going to be in charge of this, I'm going to have that ego and be like, well, let me get a chance to negotiate with him, myself, right? That sort of thing. So I feel like he stays. And the Dodgers have a great farm system. They've got guys. I mean, that Miguel Vargas kid, I think, is going to be pretty good. I'd love to see him play. So yeah, sorry. Go ahead, Jason.
Here's the thing. Like, I don't think the Dodgers need to make that move right now. Like, obviously any team that could get Soto is going to want to get Soto. Like, I don't care if you already have, Julio Rodriguez in a packed outfield like you might have in Seattle. Like, they want Soto too. That being said, like, I don't think it's a necessity for the Dodgers to make a big move at the deadline. They've got a 10.5 game lead on the Padres, a 15.5 game lead on the Giants. And I think that they probably think they can coast to a division title and then playoffs to the playoffs. I think they're going to make moves. I don't think it's going to be necessarily a major move. And I just don't know how the Nationals rationalize trading like Sarah said, a 23-year-old Ted Williams. Like, it's just, I don't know how you do it. Like, he's not only the best player your organization has ever had. He's 23 years old. You have him for at least another 2 years to try to work out a deal. And he is the most marketable person in baseball. Like, yeah, I think your franchise loses $400 million worth of value by trading him. And if you are trying to sell that team, like, I don't know how you do that. Honestly. The other question from the same guy actually said, don't the Braves seem like a prime candidate to get in starting pitcher at the deadline? Strider's in limit. Anderson, Taylor, Wright maybe on a limit as well. Who fits? I don't think Wright is going to be on an innings limit. I do think that they could add a starter though. Jason, you're nodding your head, so why don't you lead this one?
Oh yeah, they absolutely need to have something. Strider would be more of they can't run him deep into October. That's the thing. This team needs to be planning for the deeper run, and if they can do anything to add more to the bullpen, something on the front end of that rotation, they should go get one of Montas or Castillo with that, because they need another, at least one other, or maybe even another veteran arm that's kind of hanging out there. But they need to add to some of that with that. I would say one more thing, because I was having a little bit of internet trouble with the Soto issue. Don't forget the Dodgers have got a ton of money coming off the payroll this winter. They're going from like 260 to 160, and then after that they're going to 73. But let's say they do bring in Soto. That gives them Betts, that gives them Freeman, and that would give them Soto. All of these guys making $25+ million a year to have that much payroll. I don't care, Dodgers or whoever. You have 3 guys soaking up that much payroll. And by the way, you had to give up like 4 guys to get one of those guys. That it hurts how much, how many cheap players you can build around that type. It would be a very top heavy team. And one guy goes down, like their neighbors to the south, one of those guys goes down, the whole season blows up.
Yeah.
God protect us from the Dodgers, Cardinals, or Yankees acquiring Juan Soto. My heart can't handle it.
Yeah.
Amen.
Oh, forget it. The Yankees acquire him. I'm done. I'm done.
Like, that might be the death knell.
Anything.
Yeah.
They committed $1 billion to 2 players, right?
That should be vetoed. Yeah, absolutely. Just
Bring back Bowie Kuhn. He'll veto it for the betterment of baseball.
Unfortunately, we got to wrap it up, guys. This has been a fantastic end to the panel, end to the day, end to the weekend. Really appreciate everybody who's been a part of Podapallooza, whether it's because you have donated, it's because you have been on a panel, it's because you donated prizes, or you just watched and listened. Everything helps. I do want to give away one prize right now, then give everybody an opportunity to do their thing, say their goodbye, and pump their work. But first, let me give away. Let's see, what are we giving away first? It is a 3-month subscription to SP Streamer. It's an elite membership over there. So let me do my handy dandy randomizer. And the winner of that is Jesse Gardner. I will get you in touch with Michael Simeone for that, and he will get you hooked up with that. But before I raffle off all the other prizes and kind of give the final tally of where we're at in terms of money raised for Podapallooza, give everybody an opportunity there to say where they can reach on social media, plug all their work. Sarah, go ahead and start us off.
I'm at BCB Sarah on Twitter, Instagram. Apparently TikTok. I haven't put any content up on TikTok yet. I'm thinking about it. And you can find my work at bleedcubbyblue.com. It's the SB Nation Cub site. You can also listen to my podcast at Cup of Cubby Blue. Even if you're not a Cubs fan, we will have lots of trade deadline rumors in the coming weeks. So if this is a topic that you're thinking a lot about, trust us. That's all we talk about these days in Wrigleyville too. And you will not want to miss that upcoming content.
Absolutely. Mark, tell everybody where you can reach and plug all your work.
Yeah, I'm at Mark_Kieffer, KIEFFER on Twitter. Most of my work, written work for fantasy baseball, is at rotoballer.com. I write a weekly prospects stash article, bunch of DFS stuff as well, if you're into that kind of stuff as well. So, and also the NFBC lobby. I play a good amount of draft champions, online championships, and main event every couple of years or so. So, yeah.
All right, and Jason, might everywhere you reach, talk about what you're doing.
Can I do it right this time? Nope, still can't. Yeah, Jason Collette and RotoWire Collette Calls weekly column goes up usually middle of the week on there. And then next Sunday, you and I should be back on our regular schedule so we can record and talk about pickoffs, 2-start pitchers, and everything else that we usually talk about on Sundays. And my annual plug, if you haven't done First Pitch Arizona registrations, get it done. You got a week before the price goes up. Not our price control, but we've said every year it's the best money you can ever spend. And hope to see more new faces out there this year. Somebody that gave me my start in fantasy industry is going to be out there. I have not seen him in 13 years, so I'm really looking forward to seeing him this year because he reached out to me the other day. So it's going to be awesome to see him, and I hope to see others.
I can't wait to go to First Pitch. It's so much fun every year. The 1 year we had to miss because of COVID, it was a bummer. So looking forward to that. Getting back out there again. Thank you guys so much for kicking ass on this last panel. I will let you all go as I kind of say goodbye to everybody and run through the final prizes. So I will unceremoniously boot you all out as I've done to every single other person. Really, really appreciate it. Really appreciate everyone. And joining me now is a special guest. It is my wife, who has been a big part of all of this behind the scenes. I'm not just saying this because she's here right now and looking at me and stabbing me in the stomach with her fingernails, but without Danielle allowing me to do all of this work and spend 16 hours of our weekend in the office away from the kids and the house and all the responsibilities, especially while our driveway was getting fixed from a burst pipe, this wouldn't have been possible. So thank you very much. Would you like to say anything while I finish the tally up?
I just wanted to come in here and say great job. I'm very, very happy to do this for such a great cause. I'm glad that you agreed. You should listen to me more often when I tell you to do things. So, and also to thank everybody who joined you this weekend. There was some really great panels, a lot of great information. So fun weekend, everybody. Thank you. Great job.
All right. So final total is up. And we did hit $3,000 thanks to a pretty big donation at the end by someone in the industry. I don't want to necessarily just throw a name out there unless he gives me permission to do so. But you know who you are. I think you got us over that $3,000 mark, which means we're going to give out 3 TGFBI entries. First, I want to give out some of the other donated prizes because there are some pretty amazing ones. And why don't, and if I'm for some reason not seeing, why don't we do it like this? All right. So why don't we next give out the Snoop Dogg bobblehead, which is a really, really cool prize, probably one of the most unique prizes we've had so far. It's a 7-inch Snoop Dogg Corona bobblehead. Randomize that. Timothy Pamperin, you are the winner of that. I will make sure that you get hooked up with Sean, who donated that. Thank you very much, Sean. Thank you, Timothy, for donating and winning this prize. The next thing we're going to give out is a Fantasy Alarm t-shirt courtesy of Ryan Hallam. So we will give that out. And again, Timothy winning that prize as well. Going on a little bit of a streak right here. All right. Next one is a big one. Patrick Davitt donated a guest appearance on the Baseball HQ podcast, which I think is one of the coolest prizes available. So let me do my little randomizer, and we will have a winner for that. We have Woody Galvin, who also who is a fan favorite of us and a lot of people in the industry. Got to meet him at First Pitch Arizona. I think that's going to be a great interview. Woody, enjoy that. That's fantastic. Thank you so much for donating. Let's give a copy of Drew Wheeler's and Peyton Skinner's prospect rankings. That's a really cool prize, especially for those of you who are playing in dynasty leagues. Phil Moyer, congratulations. You have won that. And then we're going to give away one of Via's 3-year fantasy planners. I'm going to go out and buy one myself, but we'll give away a free copy to, there you go, Woody again. Congratulations, Woody. That's a nice gift as well. Now, one of the big ones is the Aaron Ashby signed card that was donated by Russell Withers. Russell could not be with us this weekend, but he wanted to donate a really cool prize at Armchair Roto. Definitely go give him a follow. One of the coolest prizes available. And here we go. And Sam Wershing, you win that one. I will hook you up with Russell to make sure you get that prize. Now we have 3 more prizes to give away. One is another one of these really, really cool prizes was made available to me later in the day today. Michael Govier, exclusive access to his Discord and Patreon, and a guest spot on his podcast. And that's got to be one of the most entertaining podcasts ever to be on. as you saw earlier, Michael Govier really brings the energy, and that'll be a fun guest spot for somebody. So why don't we give that one away next? Randomize reach. Brady Callahan, congratulations. I will get you in touch with Michael Govier. And the second to last one is going to be the $69 gift card to RotoWear. RotoWear, not a sponsor of mine, but might as well be. I only wear RotoWear shirts, and my wife can attest to that and bemoan that fact. I'm wearing one right now. You are not wearing one, so I'm not going to show off your shirt. There you go. But I love RotoWear. They do this Awesome Mason collection, and they're just a fantastic company, and I love everything that Kenny does. So $69 gift card right now to RotoWear, and the winner is Todd Whitestone. Congratulations, Todd. I will get you in touch with Kenny to make sure you get that $69 worth of stuff. And now is the big one, right? 3 entries to TGFBIs. We raised over $3,000. Really appreciate everyone. Honestly, I didn't want to do it this year. I was feeling overwhelmed with everything I had going on. I felt like it was too late. I didn't know that we'd be able to raise enough money and get enough people interested in participating or watching. And I was proven wrong. And I really, from the bottom of my heart, thank you to everyone who donated money, who donated time by coming on or watching, or donated prizes. It really, really means a lot to me. I love this community. I'm so proud to be a member of it and give back and contribute to it. So 3 TGFBI entries right now. First, well, it says Paul Sport. He's already in TGFBI, so I'm going to re-randomize that. He doesn't get it. Brady Callahan, Phil Moyer, Justin Nolte, you are in TGFBI next season. I will get in contact with you and make sure I get your information. Congratulations, guys. You are all in TGFBI. That is going to wrap us up for this year's Podapallooza 2022. From the bottom of my heart, from my wife and I, thank you for listening. Have a fantastic rest of your baseball season.